the countryside. For many, it evokes images of peace, tranquility, and simple beauty. A place to escape the noise and chaos of the city, to breathe clean air and find solace in nature's embrace. But beneath that peaceful facade lies something older. Something less welcoming. The quiet can be deafening, the darkness absolute, and the isolation can breed a fear that city dwellers can barely comprehend. Because when you're miles from anywhere, with no streetlights, no close neighbors, and the nearest help is a lifetime away, you're truly alone with whatever the night holds. Tonight, we delve into the shadows of the rural landscape. We're not talking about fiction, about campfire tales spun for entertainment. We're talking about experiences that are claimed to be chillingly, undeniably true. My boots crunched on the familiar gravel of the trailhead parking lot, a sound that usually brought with it a wave of quiet contentment. I'd been hiking the trails around the Abingdon Gap shelter for years. It wasn't just a hobby, it was a ritual, a reset button for the soul. The woods here felt like an extension of myself, predictable, welcoming, a place where the only surprises were the occasional deer or a new wildflower pushing through the soil. I knew the switchbacks, the roots that like to trip the unwary, the spots where the sunlight filtered just so through the canopy. I could practically navigate them blindfolded, which, ironically, would become a terrifyingly relevant thought later. It was a Tuesday, quiet as expected. The sky overhead was a brilliant, clear blue, the kind that promised perfect hiking weather, not too hot, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. I checked my pack, water, snacks, a basic first aid kit, map and compass, though I rarely needed the latter two on this particular route. Habit, more than necessity. I stretched, feeling the familiar ache in my muscles from previous hikes, a comfortable stiffness that felt earned. Then, I stepped onto the dirt path, leaving the gravel behind, and started my ascent. The first mile was easy, a gentle incline that warmed me up without taxing me. The sounds of the forest were all around, birdsong, the rustle of unseen critters in the underbrush, the distant murmur of a creek. It was a symphony of nature, a comforting, familiar chorus. I fell into my usual rhythm, breathing deep the clean, earthy scent of the woods, letting my mind clear. I thought about nothing and everything, the quiet hum of life around me a soothing balm. As I gained altitude, the trail became a little steeper, winding its way through stands of tall oaks and maples. The sunlight dappled through the leaves, painting shifting patterns on the forest floor. It was beautiful, tranquil. Nothing felt out of the ordinary. I passed the old, gnarled tree I always mentally noted as a landmark, the one with the strange, face-like burrow on its trunk. Everything was exactly as it should be. It must have been about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, into my hike when I first noticed the change. It wasn't a sudden thing, more like a creeping feeling, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The light began to dim, not because of clouds, but as if the air itself was thickening. I glanced up. The blue sky was still there, but it seemed muted, somehow. Then I saw it. A tendril of white, wispy and ethereal, drifting between the trees downhill from me. Fog. That was odd. It wasn't typically foggy here unless there was a weather front moving in, and the sky was clear. Still, a little fog wasn't a big deal. Mountain weather could be unpredictable. But this fog wasn't just drifting, it was rolling. It moved with an unnatural speed and density, a thick, opaque wall of white that swallowed the trees as it advanced. Within minutes, the forest around me began to disappear. The distant hills vanished. The trail ahead, just moments ago clearly visible, became a blurry, indistinct path leading into the rapidly encroaching light. I stopped, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. This wasn't normal fog. This was like walking into a cloud, but a low-lying, ground-hugging one that was consuming the landscape with alarming speed. I could no longer see the sun, though I knew it was still high above the blanket of white that was now enveloping me. The air grew cold, damp, and unnervingly still. The sounds of the forest died away, muffled and absorbed by the thick mist. The birds stopped singing. The rustling in the leaves ceased. All that was left was the sound of my own breathing, suddenly loud in the oppressive silence. Visibility dropped to mere feet. I held my hand out, and it was barely visible at arm's length. The trees closest to me were reduced to ghostly, indistinct shapes. The trail was gone, just a vague sense of ground beneath my feet. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at the edges of my composure. I knew these woods. I shouldn't be this lost, this quickly. But without any visual reference points, the familiar felt alien and terrifying. I stood frozen for a moment, trying to get my bearings. Which way had I come from? Which way was the shelter? Every direction looked identical, a featureless, suffocating white. My heart started to pound, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. This was more than just fog, it felt wrong. Like the world had been wiped clean, leaving only this silent, blinding void. And then I heard it. It was faint at first, barely a whisper carried on the still air. I strained my ears, trying to identify it over the rush of blood in my own head. It sounded familiar. Horrifyingly familiar. My breath hitched. Michael? The sound was unmistakable. It was my voice. My own voice, calling my name. It came from somewhere just ahead, swallowed by the mist. It wasn't an echo. It was too distinct, too close. And it wasn't me. I hadn't spoken a word since the fog rolled in. My mind scrambled for a rational explanation. Someone else on the trail? Unlikely. I hadn't seen anyone all morning. An echo? The mist seemed to absorb sound, not reflect it. My imagination? Wishful thinking. The voice was clear, crisp, undeniably mine, and it was calling my name. Michael, it called again, a little louder this time, and closer. It sounded curious, slightly questioning, exactly as I would sound if I were searching for someone. A cold dread, unlike anything I had ever experienced, washed over me, chilling me to the bone despite the relative warmth of the day before the fog. This wasn't possible. This couldn't be happening. Who or what was in the mist, using my voice to call me? Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to get out of this unnatural white shroud. But I didn't know which way was out. And the voice, it was ahead of me, deeper into the mist, deeper into the unknown. Was it trying to lure me? And if so, to what? Hello? I managed to call back, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper compared to the chilling clarity of the mimic's call. Silence answered me, thick and heavy. The mist seemed to press in closer, tighter. Then, the voice came again. This time, it wasn't just calling my name. It was a phrase I often muttered to myself when I was concentrating, or slightly annoyed. Something specific, personal. Just a little further now, almost there. That sent a jolt of pure terror through me. That phrase. I said that. Not out loud usually, but in my head, on hikes, pushing through a tough section. How could something else know that? It knew me. Or it was trying to convince me it was me. My legs felt heavy, rooted to the spot. I wanted to run, but my body refused to obey. All I could do was stand there, surrounded by the blinding white, listening to the distorted echo of myself calling to me from the void. The silence after the phrase hung in the air, thick with menace. It felt like it was waiting for me, listening for my response, for me to step forward, deeper into its trap. The familiar, comforting woods had vanished, replaced by this horrifying, alien place, and something in it wore my voice like a mask. I was truly, utterly alone, except for the chilling presence that mimicked my very being in the suffocating, silent mist. Just a little further now, almost there, the words hung in the damp, cold air, echoing the private thoughts I'd had countless times on these trails. It wasn't just my voice, it was my inner voice, spoken aloud by something that shouldn't exist. Terror, raw and absolute, finally broke the paralysis that had held me. My body reacted before my mind could process, stumbling backward blindly, away from where the voice had come from. My boots slipped on unseen roots, and I flailed, catching myself against a tree trunk that felt slimy with moisture. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird, desperate to escape. I pushed off the tree, trying to orient myself, but it was useless. The mist was a solid, suffocating blanket. Up, down, left, right, it was all the same featureless white. Every sense I relied on in the woods, sight, the feel of the familiar ground, the direction of the sun or wind, was gone. Replaced by this chilling, silent void and the echoing horror of my own voice. Michael? Where are you? The voice called again, closer this time. It sounded worried, searching. Like I would sound if I'd gotten separated from someone. It was a perfect imitation, down to the slight tremor I sometimes got in my voice when I was stressed. It was unbearable. It was designed to pull me in, to make me respond. Panic clawed at my throat. I couldn't stay still. Staying still felt like waiting for it to find me. I had to move. But where? I tried to remember the direction I'd been heading before the fog hit, the approximate path of the trail. I took a tentative step in what I hoped was the right direction, one hand held out in front of me like a blind man. The terrain was uneven, hidden by the fog. My foot caught on something, and I stumbled, barking my shin against a fallen log I hadn't seen. A sharp pain shot up my leg, but the fear was a stronger sensation, dulling everything else. I bit back a cry, not wanting to make any noise, but it was futile. Michael? Did you fall? The voice came again, incredibly close this time, right beside me it seemed. It sounded concerned, helpful. It was a terrifying parody of human interaction. I froze again, every muscle tense. I could feel its presence nearby, just beyond the impenetrable curtain of white. It was mocking me, playing with me. It knew I was scared, alone, and lost. And it was using my own identity against me. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, trying to clear my head, trying to find a shred of logic in this nightmare. Was I dreaming? Had I hit my head? But the cold dampness of the mist on my skin, the aching pain in my shin, the frantic pulse in my ears, it was all too real. I had to get away from that voice. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain, and started moving again, faster this time, pushing through the dense air, crashing into unseen branches. My breathing was ragged, loud in my own ears. Hey, wait up. You're going the wrong way. The voice called, now sounding slightly annoyed, like someone trying to redirect a lost friend. It was behind me now, or seemed to be. The sound was impossible to place in this disorienting light. I stumbled on, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Was it following me? Or was it just surrounding me, a malevolent presence that could project its mimicry from anywhere within the mist? The thought was worse. The idea that it wasn't a single entity I could potentially escape, but something vast and formless that was the mist itself, or lived within it. I kept moving, crashing through unseen brush, scraping my arms and face. I had no idea where I was going. All sense of direction had completely vanished. I could have been walking in circles, or straight off the side of the mountain for all I knew. The terrain felt unfamiliar now, or maybe it was just the fog making it seem that way. Every twisted tree trunk looked like a lurking shape, every rustle of leaves, if I could even hear them through the thick silence, sounded like a stealthy approach. The voice continued its terrifying performance. It called my name in different tones, sometimes urgent, sometimes calm, sometimes laced with a faint panic. It said fragments of things I might say, little verbal tics, half-finished sentences. It was learning me, or it already knew me in a way that was fundamentally wrong. Just catch your breath, it whispered, startlingly close to my ear. I gasped, spinning around wildly, seeing nothing but white. It sounded like my own breathy panting after exertion, morphed into a chilling suggestion. The psychological torture was immense. I felt like I was being driven mad. Was it real? Was the isolation and the fog playing tricks on my mind? But the voice was too clear, too specific. It knew things. Or it was observing me somehow, absorbing and reflecting my own fear and reactions. My leg ached, my lungs burned, and I was drenched in a cold sweat despite the chill of the mist. I tripped and fell again, landing hard on my hands and knees. A whimper escaped my lips, involuntary. Immediately, the voice was there. "Oh no, are you hurt? Just stay there, I'm coming." It sounded genuinely concerned, the voice of a rescuer. It was the most terrifying sound yet. The idea of it coming from me, using that benevolent tone, was sickening. I scrambled back up, adrenaline surging through me. I couldn't stay. I had to get away. I started to run, blindly, recklessly, crashing through the undergrowth. Branches whipped my face, roots threatened to trip me with every step, but I didn't care. I just needed to put distance between myself and that horrifying imitation. As I ran, the mimicking escalated. It wasn't just single words or phrases anymore. It sounded like a distorted conversation, fragments of my voice layered on top of each other, echoing and overlapping, as if multiple versions of me were talking at once, whispering, cajoling, pleading, threatening. It was a cacophony of self, a horrifying symphony of my own identity being fractured and weaponized against me in the suffocating light. The sound started to become more than just voice. A rustle that mirrored my own movements nearby. A faint, wet slithering sound just beyond the range of hearing, or maybe just below it. And underlying it all, a faint, almost imperceptible hum, low and resonant, that felt like it was vibrating in my very bones. I ran until my legs burned and my chest ached with fiery pain. I had no idea where I was going, or if I was getting any closer to safety or merely plunging deeper into the heart of whatever this was. The mist remained relentlessly thick, the white void stretching endlessly in every direction. I tripped one last time, falling heavily, my head hitting something hard. Black spots danced before my eyes. My vision swam. I lay there for a moment, gasping for air, the world tilting precariously. Through the haze of pain and exhaustion, I heard the voice again. It was right above me now, a low whisper, chillingly intimate. "Found you." It wasn't a question this time. It was a statement. And it didn't sound exactly like my voice anymore. There was something else mixed in, a low growl, a wet clicking sound, just beneath the surface of the human imitation. A hint of the thing that wore my voice. I tried to push myself up, to run again, but my limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. The cold permeated everything. The mist pressed in, thick and silent, waiting. And the whispering voice, no longer perfectly human, lingered just inches away in the blinding light, the sound of my own name, a death knell in the chilling silence. Found you. The whisper hung in the air directly above me, no longer a perfect replica, but a horrifying blend of my own voice and something else, a low, guttural rumble, a wet, slick sound like something heavy being dragged through mud, and that chilling, soft clicking. It wasn't just wearing my voice anymore, it was letting its own sound bleed through, revealing the true, alien nature beneath the human facade. I lay there, sprawled on the unseen ground, my body numb with pain and exhaustion, but my mind screaming. Every instinct shrieked at me to move, to fight, to flee, but my muscles refused to cooperate. It was as if the terror had paralyzed me, locking me in place for the thing that had hunted me through the mist. The air grew colder, the dampness more profound. I could feel a presence looming over me, a disruption in the oppressive stillness of the fog. I couldn't see it, the light was still too thick, but I felt it. A heavy, suffocating weight, a rawness that settled deep in my chest. Then came another sound. Not my voice this time. It was a sound from the woods, but distorted, stretched into something sickening. The snap of a twig, but it lingered, cracking unnaturally long. The rustle of leaves, but it sounded wet, fleshy, like something sliding. And beneath it all, that persistent, low humming that seemed to resonate not just in the air, but inside my own skull. I managed to lift my head slightly, peering into the light directly in front of me. Nothing. Just the impenetrable fog. But the feeling of being watched, of something vast and hungry positioned right beside me, was overwhelming. Get up, my voice said, but it was a deeper, more resonant version, underscored by that horrible clicking. It wasn't a request, it was a command. It felt like an order given to a pet or prey. I tried to push myself onto my hands and knees, but my left arm buckled under my weight. I twisted something in the fall, or maybe in my frantic scramble through the brush. A sharp pain shot up my arm. I cried out, a strangled sound of pain and fear. A wet chuckle answered me. It was my chuckle, but twisted, full of cold amusement. Doesn't feel good, does it? The mimic whispered, its voice now a sickening mosaic of mine, the clicking and growling more prominent. So weak, so breakable. It wasn't trying to lure me anymore. It had found me. Now it was just observing. Tormenting. It was in no hurry. That was the most terrifying realization. It wasn't a desperate animal or a lost person. It was something patient, something that enjoyed the fear, that savored the moment. I heard a shifting sound in the mist beside me, a heavy, dragging movement that seemed to defy the lack of solid ground. It wasn't walking, it was gliding, or flowing. The air around me grew colder, the scent of damp earth replaced by something metallic and faintly sweet, like old, stagnant water. I closed my eyes, squeezing them shut, trying to make it disappear. But the sounds didn't stop. The distorted rustling, the elongated twig snaps, the low hum vibrating in my bones, and the voice, my voice, speaking words I'd never say, filled with a chilling, unnatural malice. All alone out here, aren't you, Michael? It purred, the sound a horrifying echo of my own voice. No one knows where you are. No one is coming. Despair washed over me, thick and suffocating as the mist itself. It was true. I hadn't told anyone exactly which trail I was taking today, just that I was going hiking near Abingdon Gap. No one would know to look for me here, not in this impossible fog. I heard the dragging sound again, closer this time. It felt like it was circling me, a slow, deliberate movement. I forced my eyes open again, scanning the featureless white. Nothing. Yet the presence was overwhelming, right on top of me. And then I saw it. Or felt it. Just inches from my face, the whiteness seemed to churn, to deepen. Not into blackness, but into a more profound, unsettling white, like staring into pure static. And within that churning white, I saw a shape. Not a clear shape, not defined. It was fluid, shifting, like dense smoke or liquid light. It had no limbs, no head, but I could sense its orientation, its focus on me. And in the center of that swirling, formless mass, I saw eyes. Not eyes like mine. They were multifaceted, like an insect's, but vast and milky white, reflecting nothing, seeing everything. And they were looking at me. Directly at me. A silent scream tore through me. My body finally surged with a desperate, animalistic strength. I pushed myself up, ignoring the searing pain in my arm and leg, and lunged away from the swirling white mass, away from the feeling of those impossible eyes on me. I didn't care where I was going, just away. I stumbled through the mist, blind and panicked. The dragging sound was behind me, picking up speed. The clicking intensified, a rapid, chittering noise now layered beneath the distorted imitation of my voice. "Don't go!" "We just wanted to play," the mimic shrieked, a sound that was utterly alien now, only a faint echo of my voice clinging to the edges. I ran harder, fueled by pure terror. I tripped and fell countless times, scraping my hands raw, tearing my clothes. Branches whipped my face, leaving stinging cuts. But I didn't stop. I ran until my lungs felt like they would explode, until my legs burned with fire, until my vision was blurred with tears and exhaustion. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the mist began to thin. It happened rapidly. The oppressive white began to dissipate, revealing the blurry outlines of trees, then sharper forms, then the familiar greens and browns of the forest floor. The air lost its unnatural chill and dampness. The sounds of the woods slowly returned, a distant bird call, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. The low hum faded. The clicking and dragging sounds vanished. I stumbled out of the receding mist, crashing onto solid ground that felt blessedly real. I fell to my hands and knees, gasping, sucking in lungfuls of clean, cold air. I looked back. The mist was retreating, rolling back uphill with impossible speed, condensing into a dense, white wall that seemed to shrink and disappear as I watched, swallowed by the clear blue sky that was somehow back overhead. I was soaked, shivering, covered in mud and scratches. My leg throbbed, my arm ached, and my head pounded where I'd hit it. But I was out. I was alive. I lay there for a long time, trembling, listening to the normal sounds of the forest, letting the reality of my surroundings sink in. I was on a part of the trail I didn't recognize, lower down the mountain than I had been. I was disoriented, but the world was visible again. Eventually, I managed to push myself up. I was bruised, battered, and emotionally shattered. I limped my way downhill, following the faint path, until I finally reached a more familiar section of the trail. Hours later, covered in dirt and grime, I stumbled back into the trailhead parking lot. My car was still there, looking impossibly mundane. I never told anyone the full story. How could I? Explain the mist that swallowed the world, the voice that stole my identity, the swirling white thing with the insect eyes? They think I was crazy. I don't hike in those woods anymore. I can't. Every time I hear my own voice echo, even in an empty room, a cold dread washes over me. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I think I can still hear, just on the edge of hearing, a low, wet clicking sound, followed by a whisper that sounds just like me. Found you. I know it's still out there, waiting in the quiet places, waiting in the fog. And I know it remembers my voice. They say you choose where you live, that you make conscious decisions about your surroundings, your neighbors, the rhythm of your daily life. Maybe that's true for some. But for us, for me and my wife Sarah, and our 2 dogs, Buster and Daisy, it felt less like a choice and more like an inevitability. We live out here, miles from anyone. Not just a little bit out, but truly out. The nearest town is a 30-minute drive down a winding, poorly maintained county road. Our closest neighbor? An elderly couple running a dairy farm almost 5 miles away as the crow flies, though you'd need a truck and a good hour to get to their driveway. Our property is 50 acres, mostly fields and marshland. To the north and west, endless rows of corn stretch to the horizon, a verdant, rustling sea in the summer, a skeletal, whispering graveyard in the fall and winter. To the south and east, the marsh spreads out, a tangle of reeds, murky water, and stunted trees, home to countless insects, birds, and the occasional deer or coyote. The air out here has its own smell, damp earth, drying corn stalks, the faint metallic tang of iron-rich water. It's quiet, profoundly quiet, the kind of quiet that lets you hear the blood pulsing in your own ears. The nights are dark, darker than anything you can imagine living near even a small town. The stars out here are like spilled diamond dust on black velvet, overwhelming in their number and brilliance, a constant reminder of the vast, indifferent universe outside our small bubble of lamplight. People sometimes ask why we live here. Why isolate ourselves so completely? There are reasons, practical ones mostly. We both work from home, freelancers who can set our own hours. The cost of land was significantly lower than anywhere closer to civilization. We crave the peace, the solitude, the escape from the constant noise and demands of urban life. We thought it would be idyllic. And for a while, it was. The first few months were a blur of settling in, unpacking, exploring the property, reveling in the silence and the space. The dogs loved it, running free in the fields, chasing rabbits, never catching them, thankfully, their barks echoing across the flat landscape. Buster is a big, shaggy mutt, part German shepherd, part something else, fiercely loyal and protective. Daisy is a smaller, wirier terrier mix, nervous by nature but with a surprisingly deep, resonant bark when something genuinely alarms her. They are our companions, our furry family, and our unofficial alarm system. They bark at deer browse too close to the house, at the mailman rattling down the driveway, at the distant sound of a tractor in a neighboring field. Their barks are part of the soundtrack of our lives out here. Which is why what happened last night was so unsettling. It was late, around midnight. We had been watching a movie, the kind of forgettable action flick that doesn't require much thought. Sarah had already gone up to bed, and I was just about to follow, pausing to let the dogs out for their final run before locking up. I unlatched the back door, the heavy wooden door that leads out onto the small porch facing the cornfield. Buster and Daisy usually shoot out like rockets, eager to patrol their territory, to sniff every blade of grass, to leave their mark. But tonight, they didn't move. They stood side by side, just inside the doorway, absolutely rigid. Their bodies were taut, muscles coiled like springs. Their hackles were fully raised, a thick ridge of fur standing up along their spines from neck to tail. It was a posture I'd seen before, but only when they were confronted with something truly intimidating, a coyote much larger than them, or once, a badger that had wandered into the yard. Their heads were turned, their gazes fixed, absolutely locked on something out in the darkness, towards the edge of the cornfield. I followed their line of sight, peering into the blackness. There was nothing I could see. The moon was a sliver behind patchy clouds, offering little light. The faint glow from the owls cast a weak pool of light onto the porch and a few feet beyond, but the cornfield beyond them was just a solid wall of black. The air was still, not even the usual whisper of wind through the corn stalks. "What is it, guys?" I murmured, taking a step closer to them. They didn't react. Didn't turn their heads, didn't wag their tails, didn't acknowledge my presence in any way. It was like they were carved from stone, living statues of pure, focused fear. And then came the growling. Not the usual excited bark or the playful growl of dogs roughhousing. This was different. This was a low, guttural rumble that seemed to vibrate up from deep within their chests. It was a sound of pure menace, of ancient, instinctual warning. And it wasn't loud. It was barely audible, almost a whisper, but it filled the quiet night with a chilling intensity. The terrifying thing was that they were both doing it, in perfect, horrifying synchronicity. Buster's deep rumble intertwined with Daisy's slightly higher-pitched but equally menacing snarl. And they stayed like that. For almost an hour. I tried everything to break them out of it. I called their names, gently at first, then with increasing urgency. I knelt down, trying to meet their eyes, trying to touch them. But they flinched away, their bodies recoiling slightly as if my touch was an electric shock. Their eyes remained fixed on the cornfield's edge, wide and unblinking in the faint light spilling from the door. I got a flashlight from the kitchen, a powerful LED beam. I shone it out towards the cornfield, sweeping it back and forth along the tree line that marked its boundary. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the first few rows of corn stalks, the tangled weeds and brush at the field's edge. Nothing. No eyes reflecting back, no movement, nothing that could explain the dog's terror. The light seemed to just get swallowed up by the vastness of the dark field. The silence from the dogs was the worst part. After those initial low growls, they fell completely silent. But their bodies remained locked, their eyes fixed, their hackles still high. They just stared. Stared into the impenetrable blackness at the edge of the field, seeing something I couldn't, something that held them utterly captive in a state of frozen terror. I closed the door, leaving them standing there, still and silent. I didn't want to leave them exposed on the porch, but I also didn't want to force them inside when they were clearly so distressed by something outside. I watched them through the small window beside the door. They didn't move. Time stretched and warped. Minutes felt like hours. Eventually, slowly, painstakingly, their posture began to relax. The growls, which had returned at some point without me even noticing, faded away. Their hackles gradually lowered. Their bodies lost some of their rigid tension. Finally, Buster let out a shaky sigh, a sound that was more human than dog. Daisy whined softly, a sound of exhaustion and lingering fear. They turned, finally, and looked at me. Their eyes were wide, still holding a residual fear, but the intense, terrifying focus was gone. They looked disoriented, as if they were waking from a nightmare. They slowly padded back inside, casting one last, nervous glance over their shoulders at the dark cornfield before collapsing onto their beds, panting softly. I locked the door, bolted it. I checked all the other doors and windows in the house. I went upstairs and stood at the bedroom window, looking out at the dark landscape. The cornfield was just a darker shadow against the slightly less dark sky. The silence had returned, but it felt different now. It felt heavy, watchful. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every creak of the old house, every rustle of leaves outside, every distant sound that the wind carried seemed amplified, twisted into something menacing. I kept seeing the dog's eyes in my mind, fixed and terrified. I kept hearing that low, silent growl. What could have held two dogs, usually so eager to chase anything that moves, utterly frozen and silent with fear for an hour? What was out there, at the edge of the cornfield, in the deep Wisconsin night? The quiet isolation that we had craved suddenly felt less like peace and more like exposure. We were miles from anyone. And something, out in the dark, knew we were here. That was last night. The feeling hasn't left me. The dogs are quiet today, subdued. They don't want to go near the back door. And the cornfield, it just looks different now. More ominous. Like it's hiding something. Waiting. The morning after was thick with an unease that clung to everything, a physical weight in the air. The bright sunlight streaming through the windows did little to dispel the shadows that the night had cast. Sarah noticed it immediately. She's attuned to the subtle shifts in the atmosphere of our home, particularly when it comes to the dogs. They're quiet, she said, observing Buster and Daisy curled up tightly on their beds, not greeting us with their usual morning enthusiasm. They barely lifted their heads when we came downstairs. Their eyes were still wide and a little jumpy, darting towards the back door every time the old house creaked or the wind sighed through the eaves. I tried to brush it off. Just tired, maybe. Or they saw a coyote last night. It sounded weak even to my own ears. A coyote would have elicited frantic barking, a desperate desire to defend their territory, not that silent, frozen dread. An hour, Alex? Sarah said, her voice soft but laced with concern. Frozen solid for an hour? That's not just a coyote. She knows the dogs as well as I do. She saw the same unsettling rigidity, the same unwavering stare out the window before she went up to bed. We spent the morning trying to return to a semblance of normalcy, but the feeling of being watched was pervasive. Every time I looked out the back window towards the cornfield, my eyes lingered on the edge, scanning the tangled brush and the first few rows of stalks, half expecting to see something lurking there. The corn, which had always seemed benign, now felt like a curtain, hiding something malevolent just out of sight. The dogs refused to go out the back door. Absolutely refused. When I opened it and gently encouraged them, they recoiled as if struck, whining and retreating towards the living room. They eventually agreed to go out the front door, but even then, they stayed close to the house, their noses constantly scanning the air, their ears swiveling nervously towards the north and west, towards the cornfield. Their usual playful energy was gone, replaced by a skittish vigilance. I tried to rationalize it throughout the day. Maybe it was an animal I hadn't considered. A bear? Unlikely in this part of Wisconsin, but not impossible. A pack of wolves? Even less likely. Or maybe something else had spooked them. A strong, unusual scent carried on the wind? A low-frequency sound I couldn't hear but that dogs could? I ran through every logical explanation I could think of, but none of them fit the sheer, unadulterated terror I had seen in their eyes, the way they had locked onto something invisible to me. As the day wore on and the sun began its slow descent, casting long, distorted shadows across the fields. The unease intensified. The wind picked up slightly, rustling the drying corn stalks. The sound, which usually felt like the quiet breathing of the countryside, now sounded like hushed whispers, secrets being exchanged just out of earshot. That evening, we decided to forego the movie. Neither of us felt like sitting in the dark, pretending everything was normal. We stayed in the kitchen, the warmest, brightest room, keeping the lights on throughout the house. The dogs lay on their beds in the living room, but they weren't sleeping. Their heads were up, their eyes occasionally flickering towards the back door, their bodies tensed. Around dusk, as the last light bled from the sky, I was making coffee when I heard it. A sound. It wasn't loud. Not at first. It was a kind of clicking. Faint, irregular, coming from outside, somewhere near the edge of the property, in the direction of the cornfield. Click, 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 click. It was a dry, mechanical sound, utterly alien in the natural symphony of the countryside. It didn't sound like an animal. It didn't sound like the wind or the owls settling. It sounded deliberate. I froze, straining to hear it over the hum of the refrigerator. Sarah stopped what she was doing, her eyes meeting mine. The dogs, in the other room, had gone rigid again, their ears pricked forward. The clicking stopped as suddenly as it had begun. The silence that followed felt heavier than before. "Did you hear that?" Sarah whispered. I nodded, my throat tight. What was that? We listened, holding our breath. A minute passed. 2 minutes. Nothing. Just the normal night sounds, the distant hoot of an owl, the chirping of crickets. Had I imagined it? Had the wind carried some strange noise from miles away? Then it started again. Closer this time. Click, 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 click. It seemed to be moving. Slowly. Skirting the edge of the field. It wasn't rhythmic like footsteps, more erratic, like something with too many joints moving awkwardly over rough ground. My heart started to pound against my ribs. I walked quietly to the back door, peering through the small window again. Still nothing visible in the darkness. The moonlight was a little stronger tonight, but the cornfield was a vast, black void beyond the porch light. The clicking continued for several minutes, seeming to move back and forth along the tree line, never quite getting closer to the house, but never moving away either. It was like whatever was making the sound was patrolling, or searching. The dogs started to whine low in their throats, a mournful, terrified sound. They didn't growl this time, just whined, their bodies trembling slightly. And then came a different sound. A rustling. Louder than the wind through the corn stalks. A heavy, dragging sound, like something large was pushing its way through the dry, brittle leaves. It came from the edge of the field, closer to the marshy area this time. My blood ran cold. That wasn't wind. That was movement. Significant movement. And it was coming from the place where the dogs had been staring last night. I backed away from the door, my mind racing. What was out there? What kind of animal made a dry-clicking sound and moved with such heavy, rustling movements? None that I knew of. None that belonged out here. We stayed up late, the lights blazing, the silence outside punctuated by the occasional, horrifyingly distinct click or rustle from the darkness. Every shadow seemed to lengthen and writhe. Every distant sound seemed to carry a hint of menace. We felt exposed, vulnerable. Our isolation, which had once felt like a shield, now felt like a cage, trapping us out here with something. We didn't see anything, not clearly. A few times, I thought I saw movement at the very edge of the porch light's reach, a flicker of shadow, a shift in the darkness that wasn't quite right. But I told myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, my imagination running wild in the grips of fear. The dogs remained distressed all night. They wouldn't settle, pacing nervously, whining softly, their eyes constantly on the back door. They wouldn't even go into the living room after a while, preferring to stay close to us in the kitchen. Sleep was fitful, filled with nightmares I couldn't quite remember upon waking, but that left me with a lingering sense of dread. The first light of dawn was a relief, pushing back the oppressive darkness, quieting the sounds that had haunted the night. But the unease remained. The cornfield was still there, stretching out, silent and passive in the morning light. But I knew now that it wasn't empty. Something was in there, or had been in there. Something that scared my dogs more than anything I had ever seen. Something that made strange clicking sounds and dragged itself through the undergrowth. And the feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. If anything, it was stronger. As I made my morning coffee, looking out at the field, I had the distinct, horrifying sensation that I was being observed. Not by a person. By something else. Something ancient and patient. Something that knew we were here. And it wasn't in a hurry. It was just waiting. Waiting in the rustling silence of the corn. The second night was worse than the first. The first night had been a shock, a sudden disruption of our quiet routine. The second was a grinding descent into terror, a confirmation that the unease wasn't just in our heads, and that whatever was out there wasn't going away. The clicking sound started earlier that evening, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges that felt less like beauty and more like a warning. This time, they weren't confined to the edge of the field. They were closer. Much closer. They seemed to emanate from the line of scrub and trees that ran along the western edge of our property, parallel to the cornfield. Click, 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 click. It was louder now, sharper, more distinct. It sounded like bone on stone, or like 1,000 tiny, dry insects scuttling over dead leaves, amplified to an unnatural degree. It moved back and forth, sometimes stopping for long periods, leaving us straining in the silence, our nerves stretched taut. The dogs were beside themselves. They didn't just whine now, they paced, panting, their eyes wide and rolling. They kept their distance from the back door, huddled together in the center of the living room, trembling. Their fear was a palpable thing, filling the air like a cold draft. If they had been our alarm system before, they were now our terror meter, confirming every chilling sound, every shadow, was real and terrifying. We tried to distract ourselves, to pretend we weren't listening, weren't waiting. We turned the TV on, loud, but the sounds from outside seemed to cut right through the noise. We talked, but our voices sounded strained, too loud in the unnatural quiet of the house itself. We were both listening, always listening. Then came the smell. Around 10 o'clock, a new element was added to the night's horrors. A scent drifted in through the closed windows, somehow penetrating the seals. It was faint at first, barely noticeable, but it grew stronger, heavier, sickly sweet and foul at the same time. It smelled like decay, like something long dead but not quite gone, mingled with something sharp and metallic, like old blood. It was the smell of the marsh, perhaps, on a particularly heavy wind. But it was stronger, more concentrated, and carried a distinct undertone of something fundamentally wrong. The dogs gagged, whining and pawing at their noses. Sarah covered her mouth with her hand, her face pale. The smell was cloying, filling our lungs, making our stomachs churn. It felt ancient, primal, like a smell that should not exist in the modern world. The clicking continued, sometimes closer, sometimes further away, accompanied now by that nauseating stench. We huddled together on the couch, the lights on, the TV volume high, but feeling utterly exposed. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every corner of the house felt less safe. The isolation we had sought felt like a trap. We were miles from help, miles from anyone who would hear us, even if we screamed. Then, the sound stopped. Completely. The clicking, the rustling, the oppressive silence outside, it all vanished. The sudden absence of sound was almost as terrifying as the sounds themselves. It felt like whatever was out there had stopped moving, had settled down, was just waiting. Watching. The minutes stretched into an agonizing eternity. The silence pressed in on us, heavy and absolute. The only sounds were our own ragged breathing and the faint whines of the terrified dogs. And then I heard it. A new sound. Not from the edge of the field this time. It was from the porch. Scraping. Soft, rhythmic scraping against the wood. Like fingernails on a blackboard, but muffled. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Slow. Deliberate. Moving towards the back door. My blood ran cold. Sarah's hand shot out, gripping my arm with bruising strength. The dogs froze, their heads snapping towards the back door, their bodies rigid, their eyes white with a pure, unadulterated terror that mirrored my own. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. My eyes were fixed on the back door, on the small window beside it, on the thin gap beneath it. Was something trying to get in? The scraping stopped directly in front of the door. And then, silence. A different silence now. Not the vast, waiting silence of the fields, but a close, suffocating silence, heavy with presence. It felt like something was standing just outside the door, inches away. Breathing? I couldn't tell. The sickening sweet and metallic smell was stronger now, filling the kitchen. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, frozen in place, listening to the pounding of our own hearts. The dogs remained rigid, silent, their gazes locked on the door. Then, a soft thump. Like something soft hitting the wood. Followed by another. And another. Thump, thump, thump. It was slower now, more deliberate. And it was slightly higher up on the door. My eyes darted to the small window. The glass was dark, reflective, showing only the distorted image of the kitchen behind me. But as I stared, I thought I saw it. A faint distortion in the reflection. Something shifting in the darkness just beyond the glass. The thumping continued, moving slowly across the door. It wasn't like knocking. It was softer, heavier. And then a new sound. A wet, sticky sound. Like something adhering to the wood. Squish, squish. Moving across the door, slowly, deliberately. My mind reeled. What was happening? What was out there? The squishing sound moved towards the window, and for a horrifying moment, I thought I saw it in the reflection, a dark, glistening shape pressed against the glass, blocking out the faint light from inside. But it was gone as quickly as it appeared, a trick of the light, a product of my terrified imagination. I prayed it was a trick of the light. The scraping, thumping, and squishing sounds continued intermittently for the rest of the night, sometimes on the door, sometimes on the walls near the door, sometimes lower down, near the ground. It never seemed to try the handle, never tried to force its way in. It just made noise. Scraped, thumped, squished. like it was exploring the surface of the house. Or perhaps, like it was leaving something behind. We didn't sleep at all. We just sat, bathed in the harsh electric light, listening, our bodies aching with tension, our minds racing with unspeakable possibilities. The dogs never relaxed, never moved from their rigid stance, their eyes wide and fixed on the back door. As dawn approached, the sounds finally faded away. The oppressive silence returned, but it offered no relief. The first rays of sunlight creeping through the windows didn't feel welcoming. They felt intrusive, exposing us to whatever horrors the night had brought to our doorstep. When it was fully light, I finally forced myself to move. My legs felt like lead. I walked slowly towards the back door, my heart hammering against my ribs. Sarah followed close behind, her face etched with fear. The dogs remained huddled in the living room, watching us with wide, fearful eyes. I approached the door, hesitant. The air still carried a faint, lingering trace of that foul, sweet smell. I looked at the door, scanning its surface. There was nothing visible. No marks, no scratches, no residue from the scraping or squishing sounds. The wood looked exactly as it had before. But I knew. We both knew. The sounds had been real. The smell had been real. The terror had been real. I looked out the window beside the door. The cornfield stretched out, silent and green in the morning light. It looked peaceful, innocuous. But I knew what it held. I knew what lurked at its edges. The feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. It felt like the air itself was observing us, waiting. We still live here. We have to. We can't just leave. Where would we go? And even if we could leave the house, could we leave the feeling behind? The knowledge of what's out there. The dogs still won't go out the back door. They stay close to us, jumpy at every sound. And every night, as the sun sets and the darkness creeps in, we start listening. Listening for the clicking. Listening for the rustling. Listening for the scraping, thumping, squishing sounds that come from the darkness just outside our door. We never see anything. Not clearly. But we know it's there. Waiting. Patrolling the edges of our isolated world. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent and the stars are brilliant and cold outside, I think I hear something else. A faint whisper carried on the wind from the cornfield. It sounds almost like laughter. And it's the most terrifying sound of all. My grandpa's farm had always been a place of strange comfort for me. Not the cozy, warm kind of comfort, but the kind that comes from deep familiarity with a place that feels both ancient and unchanging. Nestled deep in the rural sprawl, miles from the nearest town, it was a patchwork of overgrown fields, whispering woods, and dilapidated outbuildings that sagged under the weight of time. The air here always smelled of damp earth, forgotten hay, and something else, something old and silent. Growing up, summer visits were filled with exploring dusty barns, wading through the creek, and listening to Grandpa spin tales, some funny, some melancholic, none explicitly scary, but tinged with the quiet acceptance of the land's own peculiar nature. After Grandpa passed, the farm lay dormant for a few years. My family wasn't quite sure what to do with it. The house, a sturdy but weary structure, stood empty, windows like vacant eyes staring out at the encroaching wild. The fields became a tangled mess of weeds and volunteer saplings. It was a place frozen in time, a monument to a life lived simply, closely tied to the soil. Then, one scorching summer, my friend Mark suggested we go camping. Mark was always up for an adventure, a city kid with a romanticized notion of the countryside. He'd heard my stories about the farm, the sheer isolation, the starry skies you could only see away from city lights, and he was eager for a taste of it. My initial reaction was hesitant. Camping on the farm? It felt exposed. Different from pitching a tent in a designated campground. Here, there were no other campers, no ranger station, just us and miles of quiet land. But Mark was persistent, and eventually, I relented. It might be good, I reasoned, to spend some time out there, connect with the place again, maybe even start thinking about what to do with it long term. We packed his beat-up truck with camping gear, enough food for a few days, and a cooler full of drinks. The drive out was long, the paved roads giving way to gravel, then eventually just tire tracks winding through tall grass. As we pulled up to the old farmhouse, a silence settled over us. It wasn't just the absence of traffic noise, it was a deeper, more profound quiet. The kind that makes the buzzing of flies sound like a roar and the rustle of leaves like a shouted conversation. We decided to set up our tents in the clearing behind the main house, not too far from the old barn. The barn itself was a skeletal structure, its roof partially caved in, its wooden sides weathered to a silvery gray. It smelled faintly of old wood smoke and something else, something earthy and slightly metallic. We pitched our tents, two small domes of nylon and poles, suddenly feeling very small against the vastness of the surrounding land. The first evening was pleasant enough. We built a small campfire, grilled some sausages, and watched as the sky turned from a brilliant orange and pink to a deep, inky black, dotted with a million stars. We talked about everything and nothing, the easy banter of longtime friends. Mark was buzzing with the novelty of it all, pointing out constellations, listening intently to the sounds of the night, crickets chirping, owls hooting in the distance. As the fire died down, we crawled into our respective tents. The night air was cool and still. Lying in the darkness, the sounds of the wilderness seemed to amplify. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, felt close, immediate. It was a different kind of quiet than the one during the day. This one was alive, teeming with unseen activity. I was just drifting off to sleep when I heard it. A sound that was distinct from the natural symphony of the night. It was a thud. A heavy, deliberate sound, like something large striking the ground. It came from outside Mark's tent, which was only about 20 feet from mine. I froze, listening. Was it an animal? Maybe a deer? Or one of the few stray cattle that sometimes wandered onto the property from a neighboring farm? I held my breath, waiting. Then I heard it again. Thud. This time, closer to Mark's tent. My heart started to beat a little faster. I could hear Mark shifting inside his tent. Another thud. And another. They were slow, evenly spaced. A walking sound. Thud, thud, thud. It was circling. Whatever it was walking slowly, deliberately, around Mark's tent. I strained my ears, trying to identify the sound. It wasn't the light patter of a small animal, or the frantic scurrying of rodents. It was heavy, weighty. Like something with substantial mass was moving on the soft earth. I whispered, "Mark, you hear that?" There was a pause, then his voice came back, tight with fear. "Yeah. What is that?" "I don't know. Maybe a cow," I suggested, trying to sound calm, trying to convince myself more than him. "No," he said immediately, his voice a low rasp. "That's not a cow. Not the way it sounds. Thud, thud, thud. The sound continued its slow, measured circuit. It seemed to pause between steps, as if whatever was making the noise was listening, contemplating its next move. It wasn't the mindless meandering of a grazing animal. It was intentional. Mark's breathing was loud and ragged in the quiet night. I could hear the rustle of his sleeping bag as he shifted, probably trying to peer out through the mesh window of his tent. The sounds continued for what felt like an eternity. Slow, heavy footsteps circling, always around Mark's tent. Never coming towards mine, always focused on his. It was unnerving. My initial attempts to rationalize it as a stray cow or another large animal began to feel flimsy, inadequate. There was a quality to the sound that didn't fit. A weight, a rhythm, thoughtfulness. Mark was clearly terrified. I could hear him whimpering softly at one point. I wanted to tell him to just ignore it, that it was probably nothing, but the sounds themselves were too persistent, too wrong. Thud, thud, thud. The circling continued, an unseen presence pacing just outside the thin fabric of his tent. The darkness pressed in around us, thick and absolute. The sounds of the natural world seemed to have faded into the background, replaced by this single, unsettling rhythm. It went on like that for hours, or so it seemed. The slow, heavy steps, always circling Mark's tent. I lay in my own tent, heart pounding, listening, unable to move, unable to call out again. The sheer persistence of it, the deliberate nature of the steps, was what got to me. It wasn't just wandering, it was observing. Eventually, exhaustion must have taken over, or maybe the sounds finally stopped, I'm not sure which. I drifted into a fitful sleep, punctuated by unsettling dreams of heavy footsteps and unseen watchers in the dark. But the image of Mark, alone in his tent, with those slow, deliberate steps circling him, was burned into my mind. And the sound, that distinct, heavy, thoughtful thud. I knew, deep down, that Mark was right. It wasn't just a cow. Something else had been out there in the dark with us that night. Something that walked with purpose. I woke up the next morning feeling groggy and unrest. The sun was already high, filtering through the trees and warming the tent fabric. The air felt still and peaceful, a stark contrast to the previous night's dread. For a moment, I almost convinced myself that the sounds had been a dream, a figment of an overtired mind in an unfamiliar, isolated place. I unzipped my tent and crawled out. The clearing looked normal, the campfire pit, the trees, the distant outline of the sagging barn. Mark's tent stood silent next to mine. Mark? I called out softly. His tent rustled, and he slowly emerged, looking pale and drawn. His eyes were wide, with dark circles beneath them, and his usually cheerful face was etched with exhaustion and something akin to genuine fear. "Hey," he mumbled, his voice hoarse. "Rough night?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. He just nodded, wrapping his arms around himself despite the morning warmth. You heard it too, right?" "Yeah, I heard something," I admitted. "Sounded heavy. Like an animal." "It wasn't an animal," he insisted, his voice gaining a fragile intensity. "Not like anything I know. Cows don't walk like that. Bears don't walk like that. It was measured. Like it was thinking about each step." He shuddered, and I could see the fear was still very much with him, not dispelled by the morning light. It walked around my tent, just circled, for hours. Slow. Deliberate. I could feel the ground vibrate a little with each step. It would stop sometimes, right next to the tent wall, and I swore I could feel like it was listening. Just standing there, listening. His description sent a fresh wave of unease through me. Lying in my own tent, I had only heard the sounds. Mark had been right there, inches away from whatever it was, feeling its presence. Did you see anything?" I asked, hesitantly. He shook his head vehemently. "No. I was too scared to look, mostly. And the tent's mesh is pretty small. But even if I had looked, it was too dark. Just shapes and shadows." We made breakfast in a strained silence. The beauty of the morning, the birds singing, the gentle breeze, felt disconnected from the heavy atmosphere that hung between us. Mark was clearly shaken. He barely ate, his eyes constantly scanning the tree-line, the edges of the clearing. I tried to offer rational explanations again. "Maybe it was just a very large cow, Mark. Some of Grandpa's old neighbors used to let their cattle roam pretty wide. Or a deer, maybe, but a big one." He shook his head stubbornly. "You didn't hear it from inside the tent. It was the sound. Not hoofbeats. Not the clumsy stumbling of a cow. It was footfalls. Like heavy boots on soft earth. And the rhythm, it was too steady. Too human-like in its intention, if that makes sense. But heavy. So heavy." His conviction was unsettling. Mark wasn't one to easily spook. He was usually the pragmatic one, the one who laughed off ghost stories. Seeing him this genuinely terrified, this certain of something unnatural, chipped away at my own skepticism. The day felt long and tense. We tried to go for a walk towards the creek, but Mark was jumpy, flinching at every snap of a twig. We cut the walk short and returned to the clearing. The farm, which had always felt like a place of quiet solitude, now felt exposed, vulnerable. Every rustle of leaves sounded suspicious. The distant woods seemed darker, more foreboding. That evening, as dusk began to settle, the anxiety returned. Mark was visibly nervous, constantly glancing towards the barn and the edge of the woods. We built a larger fire than the night before, as if the flames could somehow ward off whatever lurked in the darkness. As the light faded, the familiar symphony of the night began, the crickets, the owls. But tonight, those sounds felt different. They felt like a thin veil over a deeper, more ominous silence. We sat by the fire, talking in hushed tones. Mark recounted his experience from the night before, adding details I hadn't heard. He described the feeling of being utterly alone, enclosed in a thin fabric shell, while something large and unseen circled patiently outside. He talked about the moments when the sound stopped, and the silence felt even more terrifying than the walking, because he knew it was still there, just standing, waiting. As the fire crackled, casting dancing shadows, we heard it again. Thud, thud, thud. Slow, heavy, deliberate. Coming from the direction of the barn this time. We both froze. The conversation died in our throats. The sounds were further away than they had been the previous night, but they were unmistakable. That same heavy weight, that same measured pace. Thud, thud, thud. It wasn't circling a tent tonight. It seemed to be moving slowly through the clearing, towards the edge of the woods near where our tents were pitched. Mark's eyes were wide with terror. "It's back," he whispered, the sound barely audible. My heart hammered against my ribs. Hearing it again, knowing how terrified Mark had been, removed any lingering doubt I had tried to cling to. This wasn't just a random animal wandering by. There was a pattern, a presence. The sounds continued their slow approach. Thud, thud, thud. Each step felt like a hammer blow against a fragile piece of the night. We stared out into the darkness beyond the firelight, seeing nothing but shadows and the occasional glint of something unidentifiable in the distance. The sound stopped. Complete, unnerving silence fell over the clearing. The crickets seemed to quiet down. The owls were silent. It was as if the entire world held its breath. The silence stretched, thick and heavy. Where was it? Was it close? Was it watching us? We waited, tense, straining to hear anything over the pounding of our own blood in our ears. The fire felt suddenly small, inadequate. Then, closer this time, right at the edge of the firelight, we heard a sound that wasn't a thud. It was a soft, wet snuffling sound. Like a large animal sniffing the air, just beyond the reach of the fire. Mark let out a strangled gasp. He scrambled backward away from the fire, bumping into his chair. The snuffling sound continued for a few seconds, then stopped. Silence again. But this time, it was a different kind of silence. A watchful silence. We sat there by the fire, two figures huddled in the light, while something unseen and unknown stood just beyond the edge of our vision, silent, perhaps listening, perhaps simply being. The feeling of being observed was palpable, a chilling certainty that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. The isolation of the farm, which I had once found comforting, now felt like a cage, trapping us with whatever this was. Sleep felt impossible. The night stretched ahead, long and dark, filled with the unseen presence of the thing that walked with slow, heavy, deliberate steps in my grandpa's quiet, lonely fields. The rest of the night was an agonizing vigil. After the snuffling sound near the fire, the heavy footsteps didn't immediately return, but the silence that followed was more terrifying than any noise could have been. We sat by the fire, adding logs whenever it threatened to die down, our eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the circle of light. Every distant sound, the creak of a tree, the distant call of an animal, made us jump. Sleep was impossible. We talked in hushed whispers, sharing our fear, our helplessness. Mark kept repeating, it was right there. Right outside the light. His voice was barely a whisper, raw with fear and exhaustion. As the hours crawled by, the terror slowly gave way to a bone-deep weariness. We were physically and emotionally drained. Around dawn, as the first hint of gray appeared on the horizon, the rigid tension began to ease slightly. The sounds of the morning birds starting to stir felt like a fragile return to normalcy. When the sun finally rose, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, it felt like a weight had been lifted. The shadows receded, revealing the familiar landscape of the clearing, the barn, the surrounding trees. The sense of immediate danger dissipated under the warm light. We were both stiff and sore from sitting up all night. Our faces were pale, our eyes bloodshot. The first thing we did, almost in unison, was walk towards Mark's tent. The place where the circling had happened on the first night, the focus of so much dread. As we approached, we started looking at the ground around his tent. The earth here was soft, damp in places from the morning dew. Perfect for holding tracks. And there they were. Hoof prints. Large, unmistakable hoof prints, pressed into the soft earth in a clear, defined path. They circled the area where Mark's tent had been pitched, just as he had described the sound circling. There were lots of them, some overlapping, indicating that whatever made them had spent a significant amount of time pacing around that spot. They were large prints, definitely belonging to cattle. "See?" I said, pointing. "Cow tracks." I told you it was probably just a stray cow from the neighbor's farm. Relief, real and tangible, washed over me. It was a rational explanation. The simplest answer. It made sense. The heavy thudding sound could be explained by the weight of a large animal. The circling? Cows are curious. They wander. Problem solved. We had just scared ourselves in the dark. Mark looked at the tracks, his brow furrowed. He crouched down, running a finger along the edge of one of the prints. Yeah, he said slowly, his voice lacking any trace of relief. Yeah, those are cow tracks. He stood up and looked not at the tracks, but back towards the barn, then towards the edge of the woods. His expression was one of deep unease, not acceptance. But that's not what I heard, he stated, his voice quiet but firm. My relief faltered. What do you mean? The tracks are right here, exactly where you heard the sounds. It was a cow, Mark. The tracks are here, yeah, he conceded. But the sound was different. It wasn't the clacking of hooves, or the shuffling sound cows make when they walk. It was a thud. A heavy, dull thud. And it wasn't clumsy. It was precise. Every step was the same weight, the same rhythm. And it stopped. It just stopped sometimes, dead still, for long periods. Cows don't do that when they're just walking around. He looked back at the tracks, then at me. Look, I know what I heard. And I know what a cow sounds like walking. This was different. It was heavier, slower, and it felt deliberate. Like something walking on 2 feet, but with immense weight. And quiet. Apart from the thudding, there was no other sound. No snorting, no chewing, no lowing. Just the steps. His insistence was unnerving. I looked at the tracks again, then tried to recall the sound I had heard from my own tent. It had been a heavy thud. And yes, it had seemed slow, methodical. Was it just my mind, influenced by Mark's fear, interpreting it differently? Or had the sound he heard, right outside his tent, been distinct from what I perceived from a distance? And last night? I prompted, remembering the sounds by the fire. The snuffling? I don't know, he admitted, visibly shuddering again. That felt closer. Like something big sniffing the air. Could have been the same thing. Or something else. We spent the morning packing up our gear in a tense silence. The presence of the cow tracks felt like a gaslighting trick by the universe. Here was the logical explanation, laid out plain in the dirt. Yet, it failed to erase the chilling memory of the sounds, the feeling of being watched, the sheer terror in Mark's voice. We didn't talk much on the drive back. The city lights, when we finally saw them, felt both jarring and strangely comforting. A reminder of a world where things made sense, where footsteps were made by people, and animal sounds were just animal sounds. But the farm stayed with us. The image of those deliberate hoof prints circling Mark's tent was a physical manifestation of the mystery. And Mark's unwavering description of the sound he heard, a sound that didn't quite match the physical evidence, was the lingering hook of the horror. Was it just a cow, whose natural sounds were distorted by distance, fear, and the echo chamber of a nylon tent? Or was there something else out there, something that walked with the weight and deliberation Mark described, and the cow tracks were either a strange coincidence or, even more unsettlingly, a deliberate mimicry? I don't have the answer. We never camped on the farm again. Mark still occasionally brings it up, his eyes distant, the fear still present. It wasn't just a cow, he'll say, shaking his head. You didn't hear it the way I did. That sound, it knew we were there. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone in my quiet apartment, I close my eyes and I can still hear it. Not the clatter of hooves, but a slow, heavy, deliberate thud, 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 circling in the dark, a sound that belongs to something ancient, patient, and utterly unknown, walking the forgotten fields of my grandpa's old farm. And I wonder if the cow tracks were the truth, or just a convenient lie the earth told us to hide the footsteps of something far older and far more terrifying. My name is Thomas. I live out in the sticks, as folks around here like to call it. Not just on the edge of town, mind you, but proper deep in the countryside, where the nearest neighbor is a good mile's drive away, and the only sounds you hear after dark are the crickets, the wind rustling through the ancient oaks, and sometimes, if you're unlucky, the distant, mournful howl of a coyote. It's the kind of quiet that can either soothe your soul or make the silence itself feel like a physical weight pressing down on you. Lately, it's been the latter. This old farmhouse has been in my family for 3 generations. It's sturdy, built with thick timber and stone, designed to withstand harsh winters and the passage of time. It smells of old wood, dust, and something faintly like dry herbs, remnants of my grandmother's garden and the endless remedies she used to concoct. She lived here her whole life, and after my grandpa got sick and had to go into the VA hospital in the city, I moved in with her to help out. She was a woman of the land, deeply connected to the rhythms of nature and, perhaps, to things less easily explained. She had her superstitions, her old wives' tales, and her quiet certainties about the world beyond the veil. I used to humor her, a young man fresh out of college, brimming with city cynicism and a belief only in what could be proven by science or seen with my own 2 eyes. How naive I was. It started subtly, just 3 distinct knocks on the back door, always around 3 a.m. Not the hesitant rap of a lost traveler, nor the urgent pound of someone in distress. These were deliberate, spaced evenly, and carried a strange finality to them. Thump. 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 Nothing more, nothing less. It would wake me from a deep sleep, the sound cutting through the oppressive silence of the owls and the night outside. I'd lie there, heart pounding, straining my ears, but there was never anything else. No footsteps receding, no car engine starting, just the silence rushing back in, thicker and more unsettling than before. When I first heard it, about 2 years ago, I dismissed it. A branch hitting the door in the wind, I told myself. The old house settling. My imagination playing tricks in the dead of night. But it kept happening, night after night, always at the same time. Always those 3 distinct knocks. I mentioned it to my grandmother. She was sitting in her rocking chair by the window, her eyes fixed on the dark fields outside, her face a roadmap of a life lived fully. She didn't turn to look at me. Her voice, when she finally spoke, was low and gravely, the kind of tone that sent a shiver down your spine despite the warmth of the room. "That's death knocking, Thomas," she'd said, her words barely a whisper. "Coming for your grandpa. He's ailing, you know. The veil is thin for him now." I scoffed, trying to hide the unease her words had sparked. "Grandma, don't be morbid. It's just the wind or something." She finally turned her head then, her eyes, usually sharp and knowing, seemed distant, looking past me, into something I couldn't see. "The wind doesn't knock like that, child. 3 knocks. It's an old sign. When death comes calling, he announces himself." Her conviction was unnerving. It wasn't just a superstition to her, it was a truth as real as the sunrise. For months, the knocking continued, a nightly torment that frayed my nerves. I'd find myself dreading the approach of 3 a.m., lying awake, listening, waiting for those 3 dreadful sounds. And each morning, I'd call the hospital, my stomach twisted with anxiety, asking about Grandpa. His condition fluctuated, sometimes stable, sometimes worsening. The knocking felt like a macabre countdown, a clock ticking towards an inevitable end. Then, last year, Grandpa passed away. It was quiet, in his sleep, just like he'd wanted. The funeral was small, just family and a few old friends from his service days. Coming back to the farmhouse after laying him to rest was strange. The silence felt different, heavier, filled with his absence. And the knocking stopped. Just like that. The nights were quiet again, save for the usual sounds of the countryside. The absence of the knocking was almost as unsettling as its presence had been. It felt final. Like whatever had been visiting, whatever my grandmother believed it to be, had completed its purpose and moved on. I started sleeping better, the knot of dread in my stomach loosening. I convinced myself that it truly had been related to Grandpa's illness, a strange, unexplainable synchronicity, or perhaps just my own mind playing tricks on me during a stressful time, amplified by my grandmother's old beliefs. Grandmother seemed to accept it too. She'd grown quieter since Grandpa's passing, her gaze often drifting towards the horizon. She never mentioned the knocking again, and neither did I. Life, or what passes for it out here, settled into a new routine. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months. The seasons changed. The world kept turning. I started working the small plot of land behind the house, trying to breathe life back into the neglected garden, a distraction from the quiet grief that lingered in every room. And then, last week, the knocking started again. It was exactly the same. 3 distinct knocks on the back door, precisely at 3 a.m. Thump. 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 I shot upright in bed, my heart leaping into my throat, a cold wave washing over me. For a moment, I was disoriented, half asleep, thinking I'd dreamt it or that I was back 2 years ago. But then the chilling realization hit me. Grandpa was gone. He'd been gone for over a year. There was no ailing soul in a hospital bed for death to be calling for. The house was silent again, the sound echoing in the sudden void. I swung my legs out of bed, my feet finding the cold floorboards. Every instinct screamed at me to pull the covers over my head and pretend I hadn't heard it, but a morbid curiosity, or perhaps just sheer terror, propelled me forward. I crept to the window at the front of the house, peering through the gap in the curtains. The moon was a sliver in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows across the overgrown yard. The field beyond was a black expanse, merging seamlessly with the dark line of trees at the property's edge. Nothing. No car, no figure, nothing moving. I moved silently through the darkened house, the familiar creaks and groans of the old wood amplifying the tension. I reached the kitchen, the room that held the back door. The door itself was solid oak, reinforced with heavy bolts. I stood a few feet away, listening, my breath held tight in my chest. Silence. Complete and utter silence. I slowly approached the door, my hand trembling as I reached for the doorknob. It was locked, bolted from the inside. I pressed my ear against the cool wood, listening for any sound on the other side. Nothing but the faint hum of the refrigerator and the pounding of my own blood in my ears. Could it really have been the wind this time? A random occurrence? But the pattern, the timing, it was too precise, too identical to dismiss as coincidence. And my grandmother's words echoed in my mind, no longer sounding like quaint superstition but like a dire prophecy. Death knocking. But if not for Grandpa, who was it for? That first night, I stayed up until dawn, nursing a mug of cold coffee, jumping at every creak of the house. When the sun finally rose, painting the sky with pale light, the fear receded slightly, replaced by exhaustion and a desperate need for a rational explanation. I checked the back door in the daylight. No marks, no scratches, nothing to indicate anything had been there. The garden path outside was undisturbed. I spent the day trying to convince myself it was nothing, a trick of the mind, a residual fear from the past. I threw myself into working the garden, the physical labor a welcome distraction. But as dusk began to fall, casting long, deepening shadows, the unease began to creep back in. The silence of the house felt different now, not peaceful, but watchful. I made dinner, went through the motions of a normal evening, all the while acutely aware of the ticking clock, the approach of 3 a.m. I tried to read, but the words blurred on the page. I tried to watch television, but the images seemed distant and meaningless. My gaze kept drifting towards the back door. Sleep was impossible. I lay in bed, every nerve ending screaming. The house was a symphony of small, normal sounds, the settling of the foundation, the occasional creak of a floorboard, the wind outside, but each one was amplified, distorted by my fear. I watched the digital clock on my nightstand, the red numbers glowing in the dark, a relentless march towards the hour of dread. 2:58 a.m. 2:59 a.m. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. I held my breath, listening, waiting. And then, precisely at 3 a.m., it came. Thump. 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 Just 3 knocks. Distinct. Deliberate. On the back door. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the house settling. It was something else. Something that knew exactly when and where to knock. Something that had come back. And I had no idea what it wanted. The 3 knocks echoed in the silence, not just in the room, but in my head. My blood ran cold, freezing me in place. It wasn't fear like jumping at a sudden noise. It was a primal, bone-deep terror that rooted me to the spot. My eyes were fixed on the back door, that solid, innocuous piece of wood that suddenly felt like the only barrier between me and something utterly unknown and horrifying. Thump. 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 A beat passed. Then another. Nothing else. No further knocks, no sound of anything lingering outside. Just the reassertion of the oppressive silence that now felt pregnant with menace. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, straining to hear something, anything, that could explain it. A car pulling away, footsteps on the gravel path, even the rustle of leaves from someone trying to hide. But there was nothing. Slowly, tentatively, I moved towards the window again, the one that looks out over the back garden towards the woods. My hands were shaking as I parted the curtains, peering out into the inky blackness. The sliver of moon offered minimal light. Shadows danced and shifted under the barely perceptible breeze, but they were just shadows. Nothing human, nothing animal, nothing identifiable was out there. The garden was still. The old swing set a skeletal outline against the night sky. The path was empty. This inability to find a source was almost worse than seeing something. Seeing something, no matter how terrifying, would offer a tangible explanation. A prankster. A trespasser. A disturbed individual. But nothing? Nothing suggested whatever was doing this wasn't bound by the same rules of physics that I was. Sleep was, of course, impossible for the rest of the night. I paced the house, rechecking the locks on all the doors and windows multiple times, though I knew logically that if something could appear and knock at 3 a.m. with no trace, a simple lock wasn't going to stop it. My grandmother's words replayed in my mind, a sinister loop, that's death knocking. But death for whom? And why now? The next day was a blur of exhaustion and creeping paranoia. Every shadow seemed deeper, every creak of the old house seemed deliberate. I found myself constantly glancing towards the back door, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. I tried to rationalize it again. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe the grief for Grandpa, resurfacing, was manifesting in strange ways. Maybe I was finally losing my mind out here in the isolation. But the night came again, and with it, the dread. I stayed up, sitting in the kitchen, the lights blazing, a futile attempt to ward off the darkness outside and the fear within. I held a heavy flashlight, though I wasn't sure what I'd do if I actually saw something. Confronting death with a flashlight seemed particularly absurd. As 3 a.m. approached, the air in the room seemed to thicken, to grow heavy and cold. The silence outside was absolute, the crickets and wind seemingly holding their breath. And then, on the stroke of 3, it came again. Thump. 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 Louder this time, or perhaps it just sounded louder in the terrifying silence. It felt like it wasn't just on the door, but resonating through the house, through the floorboards, through my very bones. I flinched, pressing myself back against the counter, the flashlight clattering to the floor. I forced myself to act this time. As soon as the third knock finished, I lunged for the back door. My hand fumbled with the bolt, my fingers clumsy with fear. I wrenched it open and threw the door wide, stepping out onto the small back porch, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. "Hello?" I called out, my voice a pathetic tremor in the vast night. "Who's there?" The beam swept across the porch, the steps, the small, unkempt garden area. Nothing. Just the dew-kissed leaves of the overgrown bushes, the silent, empty space. I ran down the steps, shining the light frantically around the immediate area. I checked the base of the door for marks, the ground for footprints. The soil was firm, undisturbed. There was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Standing there in the cold night air, the silence pressing in on me, I felt a profound sense of helplessness. How could something knock so distinctly, so physically, and leave no trace? It defied logic. It defied reality. Over the next few nights, the pattern repeated itself. The 3 knocks at 3 a.m., sharp and clear, always on the back door. And always, when I checked, there was nothing there. My sleep deprivation reached critical levels. During the day, I was jumpy, irritable, my thoughts cycling endlessly between frantic attempts at rational explanation and terrifying leaps into the supernatural. The isolation that I had once found peaceful now felt like a cage. There was no one to talk to about this, no one who would believe me. My grandmother was gone, and her strange certainty about death felt less like a comforting belief system and more like a terrifying insight into the true nature of the world. I started noticing other things, subtle at first. A floorboard creaking upstairs when I knew I was alone on the ground floor. A door I was sure I'd closed found slightly ajar later. Objects that weren't where I'd left them. Small things that, when viewed through the lens of the nightly terror, took on a sinister significance. Was the thing that knocked now inside the house during the day? Was it watching me? One evening, sitting in the living room as dusk settled, I saw a movement in my peripheral vision, near the hallway leading to the back of the house. A fleeting shadow, darker than the deepening twilight, seemed to detach itself from the wall and melt back into the gloom. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat, but there was nothing there. Just the familiar furniture, the gathering shadows. My mind playing tricks, I told myself. Just exhaustion and fear. But the incidents continued. The feeling of being watched became constant. I started leaving lights on throughout the house, a futile attempt to push back the encroaching darkness. I ate standing up, pacing, unable to sit still. The back door became a focal point of my fear, a symbol of the intrusion into my once safe home. I tried covering the back door with a heavy blanket, thinking that maybe blocking the sound would help. That night, the knocking was muffled but still audible, the sound seeming to permeate the very walls. It felt like a taunt. It knew what I was doing. I even tried sleeping in the living room, as far away from the back door as possible. I curled up on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, trying desperately to find sleep. The house was utterly silent, the silence of a predator waiting. My eyes were glued to the clock on the wall. 2:58 a.m. 2:59 a.m. The air grew colder, colder than it had any right to be inside a closed house. A deep chill seemed to emanate from the direction of the kitchen. 3 a.m. Thump. 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 It wasn't just at the back door this time. It was louder, much louder, as if whatever was knocking was now right outside the living room wall, on the other side of the window, or even on the front door. No! My attention was pulled back to the kitchen. The sound was still coming from that direction, but it felt amplified, closer, more urgent. And then I heard something else. A sound that wasn't a knock, but a soft, scraping noise, coming from the back door itself. It was the sound of something running along, sharp nail or claw down the wood, slowly, deliberately, from top to bottom. The blood drained from my face. This was no longer just knocking. This was something else. Something patient. Something persistent. Something that was no longer content to just announce itself from the outside. It was trying to get in. And it sounded like it was starting to lose its patience. The scraping sound. It was low, grinding, a sound of something hard and sharp being dragged slowly down rough wood. It wasn't a tree branch, it was too deliberate, too focused. And it was immediately, undeniably, terrifyingly clear that this thing, whatever it was no longer just knocking. It was testing the barrier. It was trying to get in. I scrambled backwards on the living room floor, pressing myself into the corner between the couch and the wall. My heart was a frantic, irregular drum against my ribs, threatening to beat its way out of my chest. My eyes were wide, fixed on the dark hallway leading towards the kitchen and the back door. The scraping stopped, replaced by the heavy, charged silence that now seemed a permanent resident of this house. But the silence didn't last. This time, the knocking didn't wait for the precise stroke of 3 a.m. It started again just moments after the scraping stopped, but it was different. It wasn't the measured, deliberate thump. 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 From before. This was faster, harder, more frantic. Thump, thump, thump. A rapid, aggressive series of impacts that sounded like fists, heavy stones, or something worse, slamming against the wood with terrifying force. Each blow echoed through the house, rattling the windows in their frames. It sounded like the door was going to splinter and burst inward at any second. I could hear the old wood groaning in protest, the hinges straining. This was no longer a subtle announcement, it was a brutal assault. I covered my ears with my hands, squeezing my eyes shut, trying to block out the horrifying sounds, but it was useless. They penetrated everything, vibrating in my bones, in my teeth. I could almost feel the impact from here. And then, amidst the frantic knocking, I heard another sound. A low growl, deep and guttural, seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. It wasn't human. It wasn't animal. It was something primal and monstrous, filled with a chilling, patient rage. I lay there, frozen, for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. The assault on the door continued intermittently, sometimes pausing, only to resume with renewed ferocity. The scraping sound returned too, interspersed with the knocking, a sickening duet of destruction. It sounded like whatever was out there was clawing, tearing, trying to rip its way through the barrier. My mind was a storm of terror and disbelief. This was happening. This wasn't a dream, wasn't a hallucination. There was something outside my back door, something malevolent and persistent, and it was actively trying to break into my home. My grandmother's words echoed again, but now they felt less like a description of a natural process and more like a warning about something monstrous. Was this death? Or was it something else, something that used death as a calling card? The sheer terror began to give way to a desperate, animalistic urge to survive. I couldn't stay here, cowering, waiting for the door to give way. I had to do something. But what? Flee? Where would I go in the middle of the night, miles from the nearest neighbor, with whatever this was potentially right outside? I crawled silently across the living room floor, keeping low, trying not to make a sound that might draw its attention. I reached the front door. It felt like an insurmountable distance. My hands fumbled with the locks, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I had the deadbolt undone, my hand on the doorknob, ready to bolt out into the night, when the sound from the back of the house changed again. The frantic knocking and scraping stopped abruptly. The growling ceased. A sudden, absolute silence fell over the house again. My hand froze on the doorknob. What was happening? Had it given up? Gone away? A flicker of fragile hope ignited, quickly extinguished by a surge of cold dread. This silence felt different from the earlier ones. This felt like the silence of a predator that had stopped stalking and was now just waiting. Or perhaps it had found another way in. I stood by the front door, straining my ears, every muscle tense. The house was unnervingly still. No creaks, no groans, not even the sound of my own breathing seemed loud enough to break the tension. And then I heard it. A faint sound, coming from inside the house. Not from the back door area this time, but from somewhere deeper within, maybe upstairs, or down the hallway towards the bedrooms. It was a soft, rhythmic thump. Not loud like the knocking on the door, but muted, like something heavy bumping gently against a wall or furniture. Thump. 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 3 distinct thumps, spaced exactly like the original knocks on the back door. My blood ran cold again, this time a deeper, more absolute coldness that seemed to settle in my very core. It wasn't outside anymore. It was inside the house with me. I didn't dare move. I didn't dare breathe. My eyes darted frantically around the dark living room, searching for any sign, any movement in the shadows. The air grew even colder, a biting, unnatural chill that had nothing to do with the outside temperature. I could feel a presence, heavy and malevolent, settling over the house like a shroud. The rhythmic thumping continued, slowly moving. It sounded like it was coming down the hallway now, getting closer to the living room. Each thump was a hammer blow against my sanity. It wasn't trying to break in anymore. It was already inside. And it was coming for me. I could hear other subtle sounds now, too, accompanying the thumping. A soft, dragging sound. A low, what sort of scraping, different from the one on the door. It sounded like something large and heavy being pulled across the floor, something that didn't have feet. I backed away from the front door, abandoning any thought of escape. Where could I go? It was in the house. It was with me. The thumping paused. I could feel its presence just beyond the entrance to the living room hallway, a palpable weight in the air. Then, the thumping started again, closer now. Thump. 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 It was right there, in the hallway, just out of sight. The dragging and scraping sounds were louder now, horrifyingly close. I could hear a faint, wet snuffling sound, like something breathing heavily. I sank to the floor, unable to stand, my legs giving out from under me. Tears streamed down my face, silent in the suffocating darkness. There was nowhere left to run. Nowhere left to hide. The thumping stopped again, right at the threshold of the living room. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, for a long, agonizing moment. Then, a single, long, wet scraping sound echoed in the hallway, immediately followed by a heavy, resonant thud that shook the entire house. And then, nothing. Absolute silence. The kind of silence that isn't empty, but full. Full of a waiting presence. Full of cold. Full of dread. I don't know what happened next. I think I blacked out. Or maybe I just stopped processing. When I came to, the house was still dark, still silent. The cold was still there, but it felt different now, like it was inside the walls, inside the furniture, inside me. I was still on the floor, trembling uncontrollably. I haven't heard the knocking since. Not on the back door, or the front, or anywhere else outside. But I hear the thumping sometimes. Faintly, from other rooms. And I know it's still here. It got in. And it's not leaving. I haven't dared go near the back door. I haven't looked out the windows after dark. I just stay in the living room, huddled, listening to the silence, waiting for the next sound. Waiting for the thumping to start again. Waiting for it to get closer. Waiting for it to find me. This is my home. It was my grandmother's home and my grandpa's. It's been in my family for generations. And now, it belongs to whatever knocks 3 times at 3 a.m. Whatever scraped at the door. Whatever thumps its way through the dark hallways. Whatever is now inside, sharing the silence with me. The countryside is quiet. Oh, yes, it's so quiet out here. But the quietest sounds are often the most terrifying. Especially when they come from inside your own walls. Especially when they come from the dark. And especially when you know they are meant just for you. My name's Ethan, and I used to think late-night drives were peaceful. There was a unique kind of solace I found in the ribbon of asphalt unwinding before me, illuminated only by the twin beams of my headlights cutting through an otherwise absolute darkness. Just me, the low hum of the engine, the occasional flicker of reflective road markers, and the vast, silent expanse of the night sky overhead. It was a chance to disconnect, to let the miles melt away the day's stresses, leaving behind only the hypnotic rhythm of the road. I cherished that solitude, that feeling of being the only conscious soul awake in a sleeping world. It felt like a secret shared between me and the universe, a quiet pact sealed by the miles clicking over on the odometer. That feeling, that sense of calm isolation, was shattered last Tuesday. utterly and irrevocably destroyed on that desolate stretch of highway out past Miller's Point. Miller's Point isn't much of a point at all, more like a vaguely referenced bend in the road miles after the last vestiges of town lights have surrendered to the rural dark. It's flanked by dense woods on one side and rolling, uncultivated fields on the other, dotted occasionally by dilapidated barns that look like skeletal remains against the night sky. Cell service is a joke out there. You're lucky if you get a single bar, flickering uncertainly before vanishing altogether. It's the kind of place where if your car breaks down, you settle in for a long, lonely wait until morning, or you start walking and hope for the best. I was heading back from visiting my aunt in the next county over. She wasn't doing well, and the visit had left me feeling heavy, contemplative. The late drive was supposed to be my decompression chamber, the familiar ritual to ease the tightness in my chest. The clock on the dash read 1:47 a.m. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine from the woods. I had the windows down just a crack, enough to let the night air circulate, carrying away the stale scent of worry and hospital disinfectant that clung to my clothes. I wasn't playing music. The silence, punctuated only by the engine and the tires on pavement, usually felt right on these drives. Tonight, though, the silence felt thicker, heavier than usual. Maybe it was just my mood, the melancholy from the visit bleeding into the atmosphere. The road stretched ahead, empty and endless. I hadn't seen another car for at least half an hour. That's when my headlights caught something. At first, it was just a shape, low to the ground by the shoulder, nestled near the tree-line where the asphalt met the overgrown weeds. My initial thought, automatic and dismissive, was deer. We get a lot of them crossing the roads out here, especially at night. You learn to be watchful, scanning the edges of your headlight beams constantly. But this shape, it wasn't quite right. It was too compact, too low. Maybe a large dog? A coyote scavenging roadkill? But it was strangely still, unnaturally so. It wasn't moving like an animal startled by headlights. It was just there. Crouched. I slowed down instinctively, my foot easing off the accelerator, my eyes straining to make sense of the silhouette against the dark backdrop of the trees. The figure was dark, blending almost perfectly with the shadows just beyond the reach of my high beams. It seemed hunched over, maybe tending to something on the ground, though I couldn't see what. As I got closer, maybe 50 yards out, the details started to resolve, and a cold spike of unease shot through me. This wasn't an animal. The proportions were wrong. It had limbs, folded in ways that seemed awkward. Too sharp, the angles too severe. It looked vaguely humanoid, but disturbingly distorted, like a broken marionette discarded by the roadside. Then, it moved. It wasn't a sudden darting away, like a spooked animal. It was a slow, deliberate unfolding. Like a time-lapse video of a plant growing, but hideously, terrifyingly wrong. The limbs extended, rising from the crouch. And they kept extending. Up and up and up. Way too far. What had seemed like a compact shape became impossibly tall, impossibly thin. It unfolded itself like a carpenter's ruler snapping open, section by section, but fluidly, organically, in a way that made my stomach churn. The limbs were long and spindly, like knotted branches stripped bare, ending in what looked disturbingly like elongated fingers that scraped the asphalt as it gained height. It must have stood at least 9, maybe 10 feet tall when it finally reached its full, horrifying stature, silhouetted starkly against the trees now, a grotesque parody of the human form. My breath caught in my throat. My hands clenched the steering wheel, knuckles white. Every instinct screamed danger, unnatural, wrong. I should have slammed on the accelerator right then, blown past it and never looked back. But I was frozen, caught in that paralyzing grip of horrified fascination. My car was still coasting slowly forward, the distance closing. And then it turned its head. It wasn't a smooth turn. There was a sound, loud even over the idling engine, that echoed in the suffocating silence of the highway. A sickening crack-snap grind, like vertebrae snapping, like wetwood splintering violently. It was a noise that vibrated deep in my bones, visceral and nauseating. The head, which seemed small and oblong atop the impossibly long neck, rotated towards my car with that ghastly sound effect. It didn't turn like a human head, pivoting smoothly. It seemed to wrench itself around, the movement jerky and violent, defying any natural anatomy. I couldn't make out features in the glare of the headlights, just the suggestion of a pale, narrow face, maybe empty sockets reflecting the light back at me like cold, dead stars. But I felt its attention lock onto me, a sudden, intense pressure in the air, like the static before a lightning strike. It saw me. The world narrowed to just the twin beams of my headlights, the impossibly tall figure standing within them, and the horrifying sound of its neck cracking still echoing in my ears. The peace of the late-night drive was gone, replaced by a primal terror so profound it felt like icy water flooding my veins. This thing wasn't just strange, it felt ancient, fundamentally wrong, something that had slithered out of a place darkness was meant to keep hidden. And it was standing right there, on the edge of my world, having just announced its presence with the sound of breaking bone. My foot hovered over the accelerator, trembling, my mind screaming one coherent thought through the static of fear: drive. The word finally broke through the paralysis, a primal command cutting through the fog of terror. My foot, which felt like it belonged to someone else, heavy and unresponsive, finally slammed down onto the accelerator. The engine roared in protest, tires spitting gravel as they fought for purchase on the shoulder before biting into the asphalt. The car lurched forward, throwing me back against the seat. I didn't dare look directly at the figure again, couldn't bear to see what those empty sockets held, but its image was seared onto the backs of my eyelids, impossibly tall, unnaturally thin, the head wrenched around at that grotesque angle. The sound of its neck snapping echoed in the sudden violence of my acceleration, a counterpoint to the engine's scream. For a heart-stopping second, nothing happened. The car surged forward, eating up the dark highway, putting distance between me and the spot where reality had seemingly fractured. Relief, potent and intoxicating, began to wash over me. Maybe it was just standing there. Maybe it wouldn't follow. It was a desperate hope, a flimsy shield against the chilling certainty that something so fundamentally wrong wouldn't simply let its witness drive away. Then I heard it. It wasn't the sound of footsteps, not exactly. It was something far more disturbing. A rhythmic thump scrape, that seemed to be coming from behind the car, keeping pace. It was a heavy sound, like something massive being dragged, punctuated by the sharp scrape of. I didn't want to think what. Fingernails on asphalt? Bone? The sound was unnervingly fast, far faster than anything that size should be able to move, especially with that dragging quality. It was gaining. My eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. I dreaded what I might see, but the need to know, the instinct to track the threat, was stronger. The road behind me was dark, the taillights painting the asphalt red, but beyond the immediate glow, nothing. Just the receding white line of the shoulder where it had stood. Was it my imagination? Was the stress, the shock, making me hear things? The rhythmic thump scrape continued, perfectly synchronized with my speed, mocking my hope. I pushed the accelerator harder, the needle climbing past 80, then 90. The old sedan protested, vibrating, the wind howling past the slightly open windows, but I needed more speed, more distance. The highway remained stubbornly empty, a black void stretching ahead. The woods on the side were a solid wall of impenetrable darkness, the fields a vast, empty expanse under the moonless sky. There was nowhere to turn off, nowhere to hide. Just a straight, lonely road and the horrifying sound keeping pace behind me. Thump scrape, thump scrape. It was closer now. Louder. I could almost feel the vibrations through the car floor. My knuckles were bone white on the steering wheel, my jaw clenched so tight my teeth ached. Sweat beaded on my forehead, stinging my eyes. I risked another glance in the rearview mirror. This time, I saw it. Not clearly, not entirely, but it was there. Just at the edge of the taillight's reach, a flicker of movement, impossibly fast. It wasn't running like a person or an animal. It moved with a horrifying, loping gait, those long, spindly legs covering an impossible amount of ground with each stride. One arm seemed to drag, or perhaps it was using it for balance or propulsion, creating that hideous scraping sound. It flowed over the asphalt like black water, a silhouette of pure dread keeping pace with a car doing nearly 100 miles per hour. Its head was still fixed towards me, that pale shape of beacon in the darkness, locked onto my vehicle. Panic clawed its way up my throat, raw and acidic. This wasn't possible. Nothing could move like that, keep up like that. It defied physics, defied reason. It was a nightmare made manifest, chasing me down a desolate highway. The sound was deafening now, the thump like a giant, irregular heartbeat, the scrape like claws tearing at the very fabric of the night. I swerved slightly as a particularly loud scrape sounded, seemingly right behind my bumper. Had it touched the car? My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I risked a look at the side mirror. For a fraction of a second, I saw one of those elongated, branch-like arms reaching, the fingers impossibly long and tipped with something dark, stretching towards the rear tire. I yanked the wheel back, the tires squealing in protest. The Miller's Point stretch of highway felt endless. Miles blurred past, marked only by the horrifying rhythm of the pursuit. The dense woods felt like they were closing in, the trees like silent, watching sentinels. Every shadow seemed to writhe with potential movement. Was it just one? Or were there more, lurking just beyond the reach of my lights, waiting? The thought sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. My mind raced, desperately searching for an escape, a solution. Cell service was non-existent. There were no turnoffs for miles. My only hope was to outrun it, to reach the edge of its territory, if such a thing existed, or to make it back towards civilization, towards lights and people, praying it wouldn't follow me there. But it showed no signs of slowing, no signs of tiring. Its pace was relentless, inhuman. The thump scrape seemed to be embedding itself in my skull, a soundtrack to my terror. How long could the car maintain this speed? How long until something gave out? A tire, the engine, me? The creature in the mirror seemed eternal, tireless, a force of nature twisted into something malevolent. It wasn't just chasing me, it felt like it was toying with me, letting me believe escape was possible while reeling me in like a fish on a line. The emptiness of the road, once a comfort, was now the most terrifying thing imaginable. There was no one else to see this, no one to help. Just me, the roaring engine, and the relentless sound of the thing that unfolded from the darkness. And it was still getting closer. The word pulsed with the horrifying rhythm of the thump scrape that filled the cabin of the car. It wasn't just behind me anymore, it felt like it was beside me, just outside the thin metal shell, its presence a palpable pressure against the windows. I didn't dare look in the side mirrors again after the glimpse of the reaching arm. The image was burned into my mind, the unnatural length, the darkness at the tips, the predatory intent. My focus narrowed to the stretch of highway illuminated by my headlights, desperately praying for a sign of civilization, a flicker of another car's lights, anything to break this terrifying isolation. The engine whined, a high-pitched keen of mechanical stress. The temperature gauge was climbing steadily towards the red. How much longer could it take this abuse? How much longer could I take it? My nerves were frayed wires, sparking with adrenaline and sheer terror. Every creak of the car, every gust of wind, sounded like the creature making its final move. The thump scrape was a constant, maddening drumbeat against my sanity. Then, ahead, a faint glimmer. Hope surged, painful and sharp, through the fear. A light. Not headlights, but the soft, hazy glow of distant streetlights. Civilization. Town. Safety. It looked miles away still, a tiny pinprick in the overwhelming darkness, but it was there. It was a destination, an anchor in the storm of horror. Come on, I muttered, urging the protesting car onward, my voice a ragged whisper. Did the creature sense the change? Did it know its hunting ground was ending? Because the pursuit intensified. The thump scrape became faster, more frantic. A heavy thud struck the rear bumper, hard enough to make the car fishtail slightly. I fought the wheel, heart leaping into my throat. It was hitting the car now. Another thud, this time against the trunk lid. Then a sound that chilled me to the core, a low, guttural hissing or rasping sound, like air being forced through dried reeds, seemed to emanate from directly behind me. It was close enough for me to hear its breathing. Panic threatened to overwhelm me completely. I could feel tears welling, hot and useless. The lights of the town seemed agonizingly slow to approach. The creature was right there, practically touching the car, its horrifying sounds filling the night. I imagined those long, spindly fingers probing for a weakness, searching for a way in. Would it smash a window? Tear off a door? The possibilities were endless and horrifying. Another violent slam against the back of the car, followed by a screech of metal. My rearview mirror, angled slightly upwards from the impacts, suddenly filled with a distorted glimpse of something pale and narrow pressing against the rear windshield. I couldn't make out features, just the impression of immense pressure, of something trying to get in. I screamed then, a raw, involuntary sound torn from my lungs. I floored the accelerator again, ignoring the engine's tortured screams, ignoring the flashing warning lights on the dashboard. The town lights were closer now, resolving into individual street lamps lining what looked like the main road into the small town of Harmony Creek, the first sign of life after the desolate Miller's Point stretch. Maybe 50 more seconds. 40. The thumb scrape faltered slightly. Was it hesitating as the lights grew brighter? Was the edge of its domain near? The impact stopped. The horrifying breathing sound faded, replaced once again by the howl of the wind and the straining engine. I risked a glance in the rearview mirror. The road behind me was empty. Utterly, completely empty, bathed in the red glow of my taillights. It was gone. As suddenly as it had appeared, it had vanished back into the darkness it came from, somewhere between the last patch of true desolation and the first tentative glow of the town lights. I didn't slow down. Not until I was well within the town limits, passing houses with porch lights on, driving under the reassuring yellow glow of street lamps. Only then did I ease my foot off the accelerator, my body trembling uncontrollably, gasping for breath like I'd surfaced from underwater. I pulled over to the side of the road, the engine ticking and groaning, smelling faintly of burning oil. I sat there for a long time, shaking, the silence of the town almost as deafening as the pursuit had been. My hands were locked onto the steering wheel, and it took conscious effort to pry them loose. They were slick with sweat. I looked back down the empty road I just traveled. Nothing. Just darkness. Had it really happened? Was it some waking nightmare brought on by stress and exhaustion? Then I saw the back of the car in the rearview mirror, illuminated by a nearby street lamp. The trunk lid was deeply dented, buckled inwards in two distinct places, like something massive had slammed into it. And trailing down from the dents, etched into the dusty paintwork, were long, thin scrape marks. Deep gouges that ended in patterns disturbingly reminiscent of impossibly long fingernails dragging across the metal. It was real. I drove the rest of the way home in a daze, taking the longer, more populated route, avoiding highways altogether. Sleep didn't come that night, or the next. Every creak of the house, every shadow, sent jolts of fear through me. The sound of the thumb scrape echoes in my memory, sometimes startling me awake from a restless doze. I don't take late-night drives anymore. The peace I once found in the darkness is gone, replaced by the chilling memory of what unfolded from the roadside shadows. I sold the car. I couldn't stand looking at those dents and scratches on the trunk. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind rustles the trees outside my window just right, I think I hear it. A faint thump scrape on the edge of hearing. I tell myself it's just the wind. It has to be. But I never look too closely into the darkness outside my window. Because some things, once seen, can never be unseen. And some stretches of road are best left and traveled after the sun goes down. Especially the desolate highway out past Miller's Point. I'm Olivia. From the winding country road that passes by, my house probably looks like something off a postcard. It's an old farmhouse, 2 stories with white peeling paint, dark green shutters slightly askew, and a wide, welcoming porch that wraps around the front. People slow down sometimes just to look at it, nestled amongst ancient oak trees, smoke curling from the chimney on colder days. They comment on its charm, its character. They call it picturesque. They don't know the half of it. They don't have to live inside, particularly not in the room I chose as my bedroom, the one directly beneath the empty attic space. And they certainly don't have to lie awake, heart pounding, listening to the floorboards directly overhead creak between 3 a.m. and 3:03 a.m. Every single night. It didn't start immediately after I moved in 6 months ago. The first few weeks were filled with the usual symphony of an old house settling into its bones. Groans from the timber frame, the sigh of the wind through loose window fittings, the occasional skittering I attributed to mice in the walls, a problem I promptly addressed. I expected noises. It's a house well over a century old. Silence would have been more alarming. I learned to sleep through most of it, the house's nocturnal language becoming a sort of white noise. But then it began. I can't pinpoint the exact night, but it was subtle at first. A faint creak from above, barely noticeable over the whisper of the wind or the rhythmic clang of the ancient radiator. I probably dismissed it, rolled over, and fell back asleep. The next night, maybe it was a little louder, a little more distinct. Still easily explained away, the house settling, temperature fluctuations causing the wood to contract or expand. Plausible deniability was my friend in those early days. It was about 3 weeks in that the pattern emerged, the terrifying precision that stripped away all logical explanations. I happened to glance at my bedside clock one night, the digital numerals glowing a stark red 3:01 a.m., just as the creaking started. It wasn't random, it was a slow, deliberate sound, like the hesitant tread of a single footstep, then another, pacing a small area directly over my bed. Creak, pause. Creak, pause. It wasn't frantic, not like an animal trapped or panicked. It was measured, deliberate. And then, as I watched the clock tick over to 3:03 a.m., it stopped. Abruptly. Silence slammed back into the room, heavier and more oppressive than before. The following night, I was awake before 3 a.m., a knot of anxiety tightening in my stomach. I watched the clock. 2:58, 2:59. The silence felt charged, electric. Then, precisely as the digits flipped to 3 o'clock, it began. Creak, pause. Creak. The same slow, measured rhythm. The same location overhead. I timed it. It lasted exactly 3 minutes, fading out the instant the clock showed 3:03 a.m. Like clockwork. That phrase echoed in my mind. Clockwork implies mechanics, predictability, something manufactured or controlled. Natural sounds aren't usually that precise. Animals aren't. The house settling isn't. Wind doesn't adhere to a strict 3-minute schedule centered perfectly over my bed. Night after night, the ritual repeated. My sleep schedule was destroyed. I started dreading going to bed. Lying there in the dark, waiting, became a form of torture. My ears strained, picking out every other normal house sound and amplifying it, my nerves frayed thin. The anticipation was almost worse than the sound itself. Sometimes, I try to stay awake, reading or watching something on my laptop, hoping distraction would help. But inevitably, my eyes would drift to the clock as 3 a.m. approached. And it would begin. Always. I tried sleeping with earplugs, but the vibrations seemed to travel down through the ceiling joists, a low thrum I could feel more than hear. I tried white noise machines, fans, music, nothing could completely mask that specific, localized creak directly above me. It cut through everything else. I thought about moving my bedroom. There are 2 other small bedrooms on the 2nd floor. But the thought felt like conceding. Like letting it win. Besides, this room had the best light, the nicest view over the fields. It felt like my room, the one I painstakingly painted and furnished. And a more chilling thought followed. What if moving rooms didn't matter? What if the sound wasn't tied to the attic space itself, but to me? I haven't been up to the attic. There's a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling, right outside my bedroom door. I know I should. I know I need to arm myself with a flashlight, maybe a baseball bat for courage, and confront whatever is up there, be it squirrels, a structural issue, or something else. But the thought freezes me. Standing under the hatch, pulling the cord, climbing into the darkness. Every instinct screams against it. What if the creaking isn't just floorboards? What if opening the hatch invites something down? The air around the attic hatch always feels colder, heavier. Sometimes, I think I catch a whiff of something unpleasant, damp earth, decay, something vaguely metallic like old blood, but it's always fleeting, easily dismissed as imagination fueled by lack of sleep. People still comment on the house. Such a lovely place, Olivia. You're so lucky. I force a smile. It has its quirks, I usually reply, trying to keep my voice light. They don't see the dark circles under my eyes, hidden with concealer. They don't feel the bone-deep weariness that sleep deprivation grinds into you. They don't know about the nightly 3-minute performance happening in the darkness above my head. Tonight, as I lie here writing this, it's 2:47 a.m. The house is quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator downstairs and the sigh of the wind. But the silence feels thin, stretched taut. 13 minutes. 13 minutes until the clockwork starts again. The tread is a familiar cold hand gripping my insides. Part of me wants to scream, to run out of the house and never look back. But another, more stubborn part, the part that bought this house and loves its sunlit rooms and ancient oaks, refuses to be driven out by 3 minutes of unexplained noise. But tonight feels different. The silence seems deeper, the shadows in the corners of my room darker, more defined. Is it just my exhausted mind playing tricks? Or is the clockwork preparing for a variation in its routine? I don't know. All I can do is wait. And listen. The clock ticked over to 3 a.m. My breath hitched. And then, nothing. Silence. A silence so profound it felt louder than the creaking ever had. 3:01 a.m. Still nothing. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Was it over? Had the simple act of acknowledging it, of writing it down, somehow broken the cycle? Hope, fragile and tentative, flickered within me. 3:02 a.m. The silence held. I almost laughed, a hysterical sound bubbling in my throat. Maybe it was just the house settling, and my sleep-deprived mind had manufactured the pattern. Maybe I was finally free. Then, at precisely 3:02 and 45 seconds, it started. But it wasn't the slow, measured creak I'd grown accustomed to. It was a scrape. A long, dragging sound, like something heavy, furniture, perhaps, being pulled across the attic floorboards directly above my head. It was louder, harsher, more violent than the creaks. It lasted only 10 seconds, ending abruptly at 3:02 and 55 seconds. Then, for the final 5 seconds until 3:03 a.m., there was a faint, rhythmic tapping. Tap, 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 tap. 5 distinct taps, right over where my head lay on the pillow. Then, silence once more. Absolute, deafening silence. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. The scraping sound replayed in my mind, visceral and disturbing. And the tapping, that felt personal. Targeted. The clockwork hadn't broken, it had merely changed its mechanism. The 3-minute window remained, but the nature of the disturbance had escalated. It felt less like a residual haunting and more like communication. A threat. The next day, functioning on sheer adrenaline and caffeine, I decided I couldn't ignore the attic any longer. Avoidance wasn't working, the phenomenon was evolving. Standing in the hallway, staring up at the square outline of the attic hatch, felt like standing at the edge of a cliff. The air still felt colder there, the faint, unpleasant smell, damp earth and something else, something vaguely metallic, stronger than before. My hand trembled as I reached for the pull cord dangling innocuously from the ceiling. I tugged. The hatch resisted for a moment, then gave way with a groan, unfolding the rickety wooden ladder downwards. It landed on the hallway floor with a dusty thud that echoed through the quiet house. A cascade of dust motes danced in the weak light filtering from the hallway window. Looking up into the square of absolute blackness that the open hatch revealed was terrifying. It was like staring into a void. I grabbed a heavy-duty flashlight I'd bought specifically for this purpose, its beam cutting a sharp white cone into the darkness. Taking a deep breath, I placed my foot on the bottom rung. The wood felt brittle under my weight. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely a whisper. Only silence answered. I forced myself up another rung, then another, the flashlight beam sweeping across rough-hewn wooden beams and cobwebs thick as shrouds. The smell was much stronger up here, decay, dust, and that coppery tang. My head and shoulders cleared the opening, and I shone the light around the attic space. It was vast, much larger than I'd imagined, stretching the full length and width of the house. The floor was covered in a thick layer of gray dust, disturbed only by my own hesitant movements near the hatch. Old trunks, broken furniture draped in white sheets like ghostly figures, and discarded junk littered the space. There were no obvious signs of animals, no nests, no droppings that I could see. I swept the beam directly over the area corresponding to my bedroom ceiling. The floorboards looked old, warped in places, but intact. There was nothing heavy sitting there, nothing that could have made that scraping sound. Just dust. Thick, undisturbed dust, except for one area. Right in the center, directly above where my bed would be, was a patch of floor about 6 feet long and 2 feet wide where the dust looked different. Smoother. As if something had been dragged across it recently. My blood ran cold. And then I saw them. Embedded slightly in the dusty floorboards, almost perfectly aligned with where my pillow would be, were 5 small, dark marks. They looked like scorch marks, or perhaps deep gouges, arranged in a neat row. Tap, 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 tap. Panic seized me. I scrambled backwards, nearly losing my footing on the ladder. I didn't care about closing the hatch properly. I slammed it shut from below, the cord swinging wildly. I leaned against the hallway wall, gasping for breath. The image of those marks burned into my retinas. Rational explanations deserted me. This wasn't squirrels. This wasn't the house settling. Something had been up there. Something had deliberately scraped the floor and tapped above my head. And it had left physical evidence. My investigation yielded nothing but more fear. I spent hours online, searching local historical records, newspaper archives, anything about the farmhouse's past. It had belonged to the same family, the Alloways, for generations before the last descendant died without heirs, forcing the sale. There were mentions of farming accidents, hard winters, the usual rural life events, but nothing overtly sinister. No murders, no suspicious disappearances, no tales of madness whispered in the local lore, at least, none that were digitized. Perhaps a trip to the town's historical society would yield more, but the thought of digging deeper felt perilous now. Did I really want to know the specifics of what might be haunting my home? The days blurred into a cycle of anxiety and exhaustion. I jumped at every creak and groan the old house made, constantly glancing over my shoulder, feeling watched even in broad daylight. The charm of the farmhouse felt like a thin veneer over something deeply wrong. The picturesque facade mocked me. My friends noticed the change. "You look exhausted, Olivia," one said, concern etched on her face. "Is everything okay with the house?" "Just old house problems," I lied, forcing another smile. How could I explain? How could I tell them I believed something malevolent was living in my attic, keeping a precise 3-minute schedule of terror centered directly above my bed, and that it was now leaving physical marks? They'd think I was losing my mind. Sometimes I wondered if they'd be right. But the scraping sound, the tapping, the disturbed dust, the marks on the floorboards, those were real. I hadn't imagined them. And as night approached once more, the dread returned, heavier than ever. The clockwork hadn't just changed, it felt like it was accelerating, building towards something. What would 3 a.m. bring tonight? Another scrape? More tapping? Or something worse? The silence before the storm felt unbearable. The cracks weren't just in the old plaster walls anymore, they were widening in my sanity. I stopped trying to sleep. What was the point? Lying in bed became an exercise in pure terror, waiting for the clock to strike 3, wondering what new horror the attic held. Instead, I took to sitting in the armchair in the corner of my bedroom, wrapped in a blanket, a heavy fireplace poker resting against the arm, watching the digital clock on my nightstand with morbid fascination. I was a prisoner in my own home, held captive by a 3-minute window of the supernatural. The scraping and tapping continued for 3 more nights, always precise, always between 3 hours 2 minutes and 45 seconds and 3:03 a.m. The consistency was maddening. It felt like a deliberate taunt, a slow tightening of a noose. On the 4th night after my attic exploration, I decided I couldn't just sit and wait anymore. Fear had curdled into a strange sort of desperate anger. This was my house. As 2:55 a.m. approached, I stood up, poker gripped tightly in my hand. My heart hammered, but my resolve felt cold and hard. I walked out of my bedroom and stood directly beneath the attic hatch in the hallway. The cold spot was more pronounced than ever, raising goosebumps on my arms despite the blanket draped over my shoulders. The metallic, earthy smell hung heavy in the air. I stared up at the hatch, poker held ready. "All right," I whispered, my voice shaking slightly despite my anger. "I'm here. What do you want?" The house remained silent. The grandfather clock downstairs ticked loudly in the stillness. 2:58. 2:59. I braced myself, expecting the scraping to start above me. 3 a.m. Silence. Deep, expectant silence. 3:01 a.m. Still nothing. The tension was unbearable. My muscles screamed from holding the heavy poker aloft. 3:02 a.m. The silence stretched, thin and fragile. Had my confrontation scared it off? Was it that simple? Then, at 3 hours 2 minutes and 45 seconds, it happened. Not scraping. Not tapping. It was a thud. A heavy, sickening thud from directly above the hatch, as if something substantial had been dropped. Immediately following the thud, the attic hatch shuddered violently. Dust rained down around me. I stumbled back, poker held defensively. The hatch bulged downward slightly, the wood groaning under pressure from above. It wasn't trying to communicate anymore. It was trying to get out. Panic, cold and absolute, washed over me, extinguishing the anchor. I turned and fled, stumbling down the stairs, not stopping until I reached the front door. My hands fumbled with the locks, the poker clattering to the floor. I wrenched the door open and ran out onto the porch, into the pre-dawn chill, gasping for air. I stood there, shivering, watching the upstairs windows of my charming, picturesque farmhouse. The light in my bedroom was still on, casting a pale yellow rectangle onto the overgrown lawn. Nothing else happened. No further sounds, no movement from the attic hatch which I could just glimpse through the hallway window from my vantage point. At 3:03 a.m., as always, the perceived activity stopped. The pressure on the hatch presumably ceased. But I couldn't go back inside. Not then. I sank onto the top step of the porch, wrapping the thin blanket tighter around myself, watching the sky slowly lighten in the east. The birds began to sing their morning chorus, oblivious to the terror that had unfolded just minutes before. The world outside the farmhouse walls carried on as normal, making the events inside feel even more surreal and isolating. When the sun was fully up, casting long shadows across the dew-covered grass, I finally forced myself back inside. The house felt quiet, still. The poker lay where I dropped it. Hesitantly, I looked up. The attic hatch was closed, flush with the ceiling, looking as innocuous as ever. There was a fine layer of fresh dust on the floor beneath it. Had I imagined the bulging, the groaning wood? Was the thud just the house settling in a particularly dramatic way? No. I knew what I'd heard, what I'd seen. The 5 marks in the attic floor, the scraped dust, the smell, the cold spot, the terrifying pressure on the hatch, it was real. I didn't sleep in my bedroom that night, or the night after. I dragged a mattress downstairs and slept fitfully in the living room, jumping at every creak. But strangely, the 3 a.m. phenomenon didn't follow me. There was no scraping, no tapping, no thuds from the ceiling above the living room. It seemed tied specifically to the attic and the bedroom beneath it. After a week of sleeping downstairs, exhausted and paranoid, I knew I couldn't live like this. Selling the house felt like admitting defeat, like passing the horror onto someone else, but staying felt like a slow descent into madness. I called a contractor, a grizzled old local named Jebediah who specialized in old houses. I didn't tell him about the noises. I just said I was worried about the structural integrity of the attic floor and wanted it inspected and possibly reinforced, and that I wanted the attic hatch sealed. Permanently. He came the next day, climbed the rickety ladder without hesitation. He spent a long time up there, banging and measuring. When he came down, covered in dust, he looked puzzled. Funny thing, Olivia, he said, scratching his head. Them floor joists directly over your bedroom, they're newer than the rest. Replaced sometime in the last 50 years, I'd reckon. Solid as a rock. But the floorboards themselves right in that spot? He frowned. They're warped something fierce, and there's these odd gouges. Almost looks like someone took a chisel to 'em. 5 little marks. He shrugged. House that old, seen a lot of strange repairs. Anyway, nothing structurally wrong. We can seal that hatch up tight for you, no problem. He sealed the hatch. Screwed it shut, caulked the edges, painted over it. It was like it had never existed. That night, I moved back into my bedroom. I lay awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, dread coiling in my stomach. I watched the clock approach 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Silence. 3:01 a.m. Silence. 3:02 a.m. Silence. 3:03 a.m. Silence. Nothing happened. Not that night, nor the next, nor the one after. The clockwork was broken. The 3-minute window passed in blessed, undisturbed quiet. The cold spot in the hallway vanished. The faint, unpleasant smell faded. It's been a month now. The silence persists. I should feel relieved. Vindicated. Free. But I don't. Sealing the attic didn't feel like solving the problem. It felt like locking it in. Containing it. The silence feels heavier now, charged with potential. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear faint sounds from within the walls now, not just the attic. A faint scratching, a low murmur, almost like breathing. Is it my imagination, hyper-alert after months of terror? Or did sealing the attic just force whatever was up there to find a new way? People still drive by and comment on how charming my old farmhouse looks. I smile and agree. But I don't sleep soundly. Because whatever was in the attic, whatever kept that precise 3-minute schedule, whatever left those marks and tried to force its way out, it's still here. I didn't get rid of it. I just trapped myself inside with it. And the clock is always ticking. My name's Noah. Not that it matters much out here, in the dead of night, surrounded by acres of rusting metal and decaying concrete. But still, it's mine. Noah. It feels solid, something to hold on to when the shadows start playing tricks on your eyes. I took the night watchman job at the abandoned Blackwood factory about 3 months ago. Why? The usual reasons, I suppose. The pay was decent, better than bouncing between temp gigs, and the main selling point was the isolation. Nobody bothers you out there, son, old Mr. Henderson, the site owner's representative, had told me during the interview, his voice raspy like sandpaper. Just keep an eye on the perimeter. Make sure no kids are trying to break in for kicks or copper thieves trying their luck. Easy money. Easy money. Yeah, that's what I thought too. A little spooky, maybe, wandering the grounds of a place that had been silent for nearly 15 years, but mostly just quiet. Blackwood Manufacturing used to churn out heavy industrial machinery parts back in its heyday. Big, greasy, noisy things. Then came the downturn, the layoffs, and finally, the shutdown. Doors chained, power cut to the main buildings, left to the mercy of time, weather, and rust. My domain was a small, prefabricated security booth near the main gate, equipped with a surprisingly comfortable chair, a desk, a logbook nobody ever checked, a temperamental space heater, and a two-way radio that mostly crackled with static. Beyond the chain-link fence, topped with sagging barbed wire, lay thick woods on 3 sides and a rarely used county road on the 4th. My closest neighbor was a gas station 5 miles down that road. Isolation achieved. The first few weeks were exactly as advertised, mind-numbingly dull. I'd clock in at 10 p.m., make a slow circuit around the perimeter fence in a battered company pickup truck, its headlights cutting weak yellow beams through the oppressive darkness. The main factory building loomed like a sleeping giant, its rows of crime-coated windows like vacant eyes staring out into the night. Sometimes, moonlight would glint off a shard of broken glass high up, making it look like a momentary spark of life, but it was just a trick of the light. After the patrol, I'd settle into the booth, read dog-eared paperbacks, listen to late-night talk radio, or just stare out at the vast, silent complex, letting the hours crawl by until the first hint of dawn painted the eastern sky gray. The silence was profound, broken only by the chirp of crickets, the mournful hoot of an owl in the nearby woods, or the wind whistling through gaps in the rusted corrugated metal siding of the warehouses. It was peaceful, almost meditative. But then, subtly at first, things started to feel off. It began about a month ago. Little things you dismiss. A flicker in your peripheral vision when you glance towards the main building. A sudden cold spot inside the heated booth, raising goosebumps on your arms before vanishing as quickly as it came. The feeling, that primal, prickling sensation on the back of your neck of being watched. I'd scan the fence line, the shadowy recesses between buildings, flashlight beam dancing nervously. Nothing. Just the wind, I told myself. Just the fatigue of the night shift playing tricks. An old, empty factory is bound to have weird drafts and settling noises. Perfectly normal. Then came the sounds. Not the normal groans and creaks of an old structure. These were different. Intentional. It started with a low hum, deep and resonant, that seemed to vibrate up through the concrete floor of the booth. It lasted only a few seconds the first time, and I convinced myself it was a heavy truck passing on the distant highway, the sound carrying strangely on the night air. A week later, it happened again, louder this time, accompanied by a distinct, rhythmic clank, clank, clank. It sounded metallic, heavy, like something massive settling into place or being struck repeatedly. It seemed to emanate from the heart of the main factory building, the one that was supposed to be locked tight, devoid of power. I stepped out of the booth that night, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness towards the hulking structure. The air was still, cold. The rhythmic clanking had stopped, leaving only the ringing silence in its wake. I walked cautiously towards the main personnel door, a heavy steel affair secured with a thick chain and a padlock that looked like it hadn't been opened in years. Everything was secure. No light shone from the grimy windows. I pressed my ear against the cold metal, listening. Nothing but the faint sigh of the wind. Rationality fought against a rising tide of unease. Maybe it was pipes contracting in the cold, or loose siding flapping in a sudden gust. But the sound had been too regular, too industrial. The real turning point, the moment the comfortable solitude curdled into something cold and fearful, happened last Tuesday. It was around 2 a.m., the deadest part of the night. I was halfway through a stale sandwich, trying to stay awake, when I heard it. Not the humming or the clanking this time. It was the unmistakable groan of heavy machinery starting up. A low, grinding whine that built into a deep, powerful rumble, the kind of sound that vibrates in your chest cavity. It sounded like one of the massive presses Blackwood used to operate, shaking off years of dormancy. It went on for nearly a minute, echoing eerily across the deserted yard, before sputtering and dying with a final, metallic sigh. My blood ran cold. I dropped the sandwich, hands trembling slightly as I grabbed my heavy mag light. This wasn't wind. This wasn't settling. This was impossible. The main breakers were off. I checked them myself weeks ago in the external junction box. There was no power grid connection to that building anymore. Who could be in there? And how? I fumbled for the radio, intending to call, well, who? Henderson? The police? What would I say? I think the ghost of industry past just started a spectral assembly line. They think I was drunk or crazy. As I stood there, paralyzed by indecision and a growing dread, a new sound began. Softer this time. Closer. Much, much closer. It was the sound of shuffling footsteps on the gravel path leading to my booth. Slow, hesitant, uneven. Scuff, drag, scuff, drag. My heart hammered against my ribs. I flicked off the booth's interior light, plunging myself into near darkness, peering frantically through the window. The shuffling was just outside, maybe 10 feet away, obscured by the angle of the booth and the deep shadows cast by the weak security lamp near the gate. Scuff, drag. It stopped. Silence. I held my breath, listening so hard my ears hurt. Was it an animal? A fox? Maybe a deer? No, the gate was wrong, too deliberate, too soft. It sounded like worn-out slippers on loose stones. Slowly, agonizingly, I moved to the door, my hand hovering over the deadbolt. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the gloom. Nothing moved. The shuffling didn't resume. It was as if whatever, or whoever, was out there knew I was listening, knew I was looking. After 5 minutes that felt like an eternity, the silence remained unbroken, save for the frantic thumping of my own heart. I didn't dare step outside. The rest of the night passed in a state of hypervigilance. Every creak, every rustle of leaves sent jolts of adrenaline through me. The heavy machinery didn't start again, and the shuffling footsteps didn't return. But the damage was done. The comforting silence of the Blackwood factory was gone, replaced by a heavy, expectant stillness that felt infinitely more threatening. The isolation I craved now felt like a trap. And as I sat there, watching the darkness, I knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. Something was awake in the heart of the abandoned factory, and it knew I was here. Sleep offered little escape after that night. When I did manage to drift off during the day, my dreams were filled with the groaning rumble of unseen machines and the maddening scuff, drag, of those phantom footsteps circling just outside my awareness. Reporting for duty the next evening felt different. The familiar drive down the county road, usually a transition into quiet boredom, was now fraught with tension. Every shadow seemed deeper, every rustle of leaves in the woods lining the road sounded like a precursor to that sound. The Blackwood factory, silhouetted against the twilight sky, no longer looked like a sleeping giant but a waiting predator. I forced myself through the routine, clock in, grab the heavy flashlight and the crackling radio, start the perimeter check in the pickup. My eyes kept darting towards the main building, scanning the rows of darkened windows, half expecting to see a face peering back. The silence felt heavier than before, charged with an unspoken threat. Back in the booth, the hours stretched into an eternity of strained listening. I jumped at every creak of the building settling, every distant nocturnal animal cry. I kept the interior light off, preferring the relative anonymity of darkness, my gaze fixed on the gravel path outside. Around 1 a.m., it started again. Not the machinery this time, but the shuffling. Scuff, drag. It was fainter than before, seeming to come from further away, near the dilapidated chain-link fence bordering the woods. My breath hitched. Was it moving away? Or just starting its approach from a different direction? I gripped the mag light until my knuckles turned white, straining to hear over the thumping in my ears. Scuff, drag. Closer now, moving parallel to the fence line, heading towards the main gate, towards me. Panic warred with a desperate need to understand. Was it human? Some vagrant trying to find shelter? But why move so strangely? Why approach the only occupied part of this vast, dead place? The sound was agonizingly slow, each step punctuated by a dragging noise, like a lame leg or something heavy being pulled along. It reached the edge of the weak light cast by the security lamp near the gate, still obscured by the angle and the deep shadows pooling beneath the skeletal frame of an old conveyor belt support. Scuff, drag. It stopped again, right at the periphery of the light, just out of clear sight. I couldn't stand it. The not knowing was worse than any confirmation. Heart pounding, I eased the booth door open a crack, the hinges emitting a low groan that sounded deafening in the stillness. Cold night air hit my face. I peered out, flashlight held low, ready to switch it on. Nothing. Absolute stillness. The shuffling sound had vanished completely, absorbed back into the oppressive silence. But this time, something felt different. The air itself seemed colder, heavier, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible scent, damp earth and something else, something metallic and vaguely unpleasant, like old pennies or dried blood. I waited, listening, for long minutes. Nothing. Finally, mustering every ounce of courage, I stepped fully out of the booth, sweeping the flashlight beam across the gravel path and towards the gate where the sound had stopped. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating loose stones, patches of weeds, and something else. Lying near the edge of the light, almost hidden in the shadow of a fence post, was a small, dark object. My hand trembled as I approached, keeping the light trained on it. It was a shoe. A child's shoe, old and worn. It looked like something from decades ago, made of cracked brown leather, with a broken lace dangling from one eyelet. It was caked in mud and what looked disturbingly like dark, dried-out leaves, as if it had been buried for a long time. There was no sign of its partner. Just the one, solitary shoe, lying forlornly on the gravel where the shuffling had ceased. Where had it come from? Had the shuffler dropped it? Or placed it there? The thought sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. This wasn't random. It felt like a message, a marker. I didn't touch it. I backed away slowly, flashlight beam never leaving the shoe until I was safely back inside the booth, the deadbolt slammed shut. My mind raced. Blackwood Manufacturing had closed 15 years ago. Had there been accidents? Stories? Henderson hadn't mentioned anything, but site owners rarely dwell on the grim parts of a property's history. Could this be related to the factory's past? A child? The shuffling gait suddenly took on a more sinister connotation. The rest of that shift was pure torture. Every shadow seemed to hold the shape of a small figure. Every gust of wind sounded like a whispered name I couldn't quite make out. I kept glancing at the spot by the gate, but the shoe remained undisturbed. Just before dawn, as the first gray light began to dilute the darkness, I heard it one last time, not the shuffling, but the machinery. A brief, low groan from the main building, like a sleeper stirring restlessly, followed by a single, sharp clang that echoed across the yard before silence descended once more. The following nights fell into a pattern of escalating dread. The shuffling footsteps became a near-nightly occurrence, sometimes distant, sometimes terrifyingly close, always stopping just out of sight, always leaving that profound, expectant silence in their wake. Twice more objects appeared. A rusted tin toy soldier near the warehouse doors. A single, tarnished silver button by the steps of the abandoned administration building. Always small, old things. Always placed deliberately. And the main building, it was no longer just sounds. On moonless nights, I started seeing flickers of light deep within its black windows. Not steady light, but brief, erratic flashes, like sparks from grinding metal or a faulty electrical connection, impossible in a building with no power. One night, staring intently at the third-floor windows where the main assembly line used to be, I saw it. A shadow, tall and indistinct, moving slowly past one of the grimy panes. It wasn't my imagination playing tricks. It had form, slow and deliberate movement, before it melted back into the deeper blackness within. I knew I couldn't keep doing this. The isolation wasn't a comfort anymore, it was a vulnerability. The easy money felt tainted, earned at the cost of my sanity. Reporting the lights or the sounds felt futile, but doing nothing felt like waiting for whatever was haunting this place to finally step out of the shadows. The shuffling, the small, placed objects, the groaning machinery, the fleeting lights and shadows within the dead factory, it was all converging, building towards something. As I sat in the booth last night, the radio crackling with static that almost sounded like whispers, I watched the main building, feeling its immense, dark presence weighing down on me. The fear was still there, cold and sharp, but now it was mixed with something else, a grim, reluctant resolve. I had to know what was inside that building. I had to see. Tomorrow night, I decided. Tomorrow night, I find a way in. The thought itself felt like stepping off a cliff in the dark. The decision, once made, settled in my gut like cold dread. Spend another night listening, waiting, jumping at shadows? Or face whatever lurked inside the concrete shell of Blackwood Manufacturing? Neither option felt particularly safe, but only one offered the possibility of answers, however terrifying they might be. Tomorrow night became tonight. I spent the daylight hours in a haze of anxiety, gathering what little equipment I thought might be useful. My heavy mag light with fresh batteries, a smaller backup flashlight, a crowbar from the pickup's toolbox, and the mostly useless radio, just in case a miracle occurred and I could actually reach someone. As dusk bled into true night, I parked the truck further down the access road than usual, hidden by a thicket of overgrown bushes, wanting to avoid its presence potentially alerting whatever was inside. Approaching the main building on foot felt like walking into the maw of some colossal beast. The silence was different now that I was committed to breaking it. It felt brittle, like thin ice over deep, dark water. The main personnel door was still chained shut, solid and impassable. I circled the building, flashlight beam playing over rust-stained walls and boarded-up loading bays. Around the back, near where the raw materials used to be delivered, I found it, a ground floor window where the plywood covering had warped and pulled away from the frame, leaving a gap just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. The glass behind it was long gone, shattered years ago. This was it. Taking a deep breath, I wedged the crowbar into the gap and pried. The rotten wood groaned in protest but gave way with a splintering crack that sounded like a gunshot in the stillness. I froze, listening. No response. Just the wind sighing through the skeletal remains of exterior ductwork. After a tense minute, I holstered the crowbar in my belt, shone the light into the dark opening, revealing nothing but deeper blackness, and awkwardly wriggled through, scraping my jacket on the rough wood. I dropped onto a floor coated in dust, debris, and the unmistakable droppings of rodents. The air inside was thick, heavy with the smell of decay, damp concrete, oil residue, and that faint, coppery tang I had smelled outside near the child's shoe. It was colder in here, a damp chill that seeped into my bones. My flashlight beam cut a solitary comb through the cavernous darkness. Towering shapes loomed on all sides, machines shrouded in dust covers that looked like burial shrouds, stacks of forgotten pallets, the ghostly outlines of conveyor belts sneaking into the gloom. My footsteps echoed unnervingly, each crunch on the debris sounding amplified in the vast space. I moved cautiously, trying to orient myself. Based on old site plans I'd glanced at in the booth, this was likely a receiving area. The main assembly line, where I'd seen the lights and the shadow, should be deeper inside and on an upper level. The silence was absolute, a stark contrast to the phantom noises I'd grown accustomed to hearing from the outside. It was almost more unnerving. Or it was the shuffling. Or it was the groaning machinery. As if summoned by the thought, a low sound began, vibrating through the concrete floor. Hum. It wasn't the full-throated roar I'd heard before, but a low, idling thrum, like a generator struggling to life somewhere in the building's depths. Goosebumps prickled my skin. It was real. It was here. Following the direction of the sound, I moved deeper into the factory, my flashlight beam dancing nervously across rusted gantries and silent control panels. Dust motes swirled in the beam like tiny spirits. Then came the other sound. Scoff, drag. It wasn't outside the booth anymore. It was inside the factory with me. It echoed strangely, seeming to come from multiple directions at once in the vast, open space. From behind a pillar? Down that dark corridor? Up on the mezzanine level? My head whipped around, flashlight beam chasing the elusive noise. Scoff, drag. It sounded closer now, maybe just around the next bank of silent machinery. I rounded the corner, heart pounding, light held high. Nothing. Just an empty stretch of floor leading towards a wide staircase, its metal steps coated in rust. But lying on the floor, directly in my path, was another object. A small, porcelain doll's head, cracked down one side, one painted blue eye staring blankly upwards. It hadn't been there moments before. The shuffling sound had stopped again. It was toying with me, leading me. Against my better judgment, I started up the stairs, each step groaning under my weight. The humming sound grew louder as I ascended, joined by an intermittent clank, or, like tears engaging reluctantly. Reaching the second-floor landing, I swept the light across another huge space. This must have been part of the assembly area. Machines, larger and more complex than those downstairs, sat like iron dinosaurs sleeping under layers of grime. And then I saw it. At the far end of the hall, maybe 50 yards away, a faint, flickering light. Not sparks this time, but a weak, yellowish glow, like a single, underpowered bulb swaying slightly. It illuminated a small section of the wall and the hulking shape of one of the giant presses. Beneath the light, something was moving. It was hard to make out details at this distance through the dusty air. A shape, hunched over, moving with that same awful shuffling gait. Scoff, drag. It seemed to be interacting with the base of the press, bending down, straightening up, its movements jerky and unnatural. The metallic scent was stronger here, sharp and sickening. As I watched, frozen on the landing, the figure straightened up fully and slowly, deliberately, turned its head towards me. I couldn't see a face, only a silhouette against the weak light, but I felt its attention lock onto me, a palpable wave of cold malice washing across the distance. The humming intensified, the press beside the figure letting out a deafening groan, and a heavy piston hissed and began to lower with agonizing slowness. The figure didn't react to the machine, its focus was entirely on me. Panic finally broke through my paralysis. This was wrong, all wrong. I wasn't supposed to be here. I turned to flee back down the stairs, but the shuffling sound was suddenly right behind me. Scoff. Drag. I didn't dare look back. I scrambled down the metal steps, stumbling, catching myself on the railing. Behind me, I heard a soft, guttural chuckle that didn't sound human, followed by the accelerating clang-clang-clang of the press cycling faster and faster. I burst out onto the ground floor, sprinting blindly through the darkness towards where I thought the broken window was. The humming, the clanging, the shuffling, it all seemed to be chasing me, echoing in the vast space, surrounding me. My flashlight beam bounced wildly, illuminating fleeting glimpses of rusted metal and deep shadow. I slammed into a stack of pallets, pain shooting up my arm, the flashlight clattering to the floor and extinguishing. Plunged into absolute darkness, the sound seemed to rush in, overwhelming me. The shuffling was close, so close I could almost feel a cold breath on my neck. Groping frantically in the dark, my hand brushed against the rough wood of the window frame. Hope surged. I scrambled towards it, finding the opening by feel. Behind me, a final, deafening crunch echoed through the factory as if the giant press had finally crushed something substantial, followed by an abrupt, shocking silence. I didn't wait. I threw myself through the opening, heedless of the scraping wood, tumbling out onto the cold, damp earth outside. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I ran without looking back, heart threatening to burst from my chest, the phantom sound still echoing in my ears. I didn't stop until I reached the truck, fumbling with the keys, engine roaring to life. I peeled out onto the county road, leaving the dark silhouette of the Blackwood factory behind me. I drove until the sun came up, putting as many miles as possible between me and that place. I never went back. I quit the job the next day, giving no explanation Henderson would accept. Let them find another fool. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I think I can still hear it. A faint, distant humming. A soft scoff, drag, just outside the window. And sometimes I catch a whiff of damp earth and old metal. They say places can hold echoes of the past. I think black would hold something more. Something awake. Something hungry. And it knows my name. Noah. My name's Ava. Seems simple enough, doesn't it? Just a name. But lately, saying it, even thinking it, feels like anchoring myself to a reality that's rapidly fraying at the edges. It started 3 nights ago, when I agreed to house sit for the Carters. Looking back, maybe the first warning sign was how relieved they seemed to hand over the keys, their smiles just a little too wide, their assurances that everything would be perfectly quiet a little too insistent. But I needed the money, and honestly, the idea of a week away from the city noise, tucked away in a cabin deep in the woods, sounded like a paid vacation. A very isolated vacation, mind you. The nearest neighbor, according to Mr. Carter's cheerfully vague directions, was a fair few miles down the old logging road. Comforting. The drive itself should have been another clue. The paved road gave way to gravel, then packed dirt, and finally, just 2 rutted tracks winding deeper and deeper into an ocean of pine and shadows. The trees grew so thick overhead they blotted out the afternoon sun, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. By the time I reached the cabin, nestled in a small, overgrown clearing, I felt like I'd driven back in time, or maybe off the edge of the known world entirely. The cabin was rustic. That's the polite word. Old timbers, dark wood stained almost black with age and weather, a wide porch sagging slightly under the weight of years and dampness. Inside, it was surprisingly large but maintained that gloomy atmosphere. Heavy, dark furniture, thick rugs that swallowed sound, and windows that seemed too small for the rooms, letting in only slivers of the already fading light. Taxidermy lined some of the walls. Glassy-eyed deer and a rather intimidating owl watched me unpack my meager bag of groceries and clothes. The Carters had left a list of instructions, mostly about the generator, the well pump, and locking up tight. Nothing out of the ordinary, except maybe the underlined emphasis on always keeping the pantry door shut. Weird, but I chalked it up to keeping critters out. The first day was uneventful, almost boringly so. The silence was the most striking thing. Not a peaceful silence, but a heavy, waiting kind of quiet. The wind rustled the pines, birds called occasionally, but underneath it all was a stillness that felt watchful. I tried reading, but the words swam. I tried calling my friend back home, but the signal bars on my phone remained stubbornly empty. No service. No Wi-Fi. Just me, the gloomy cabin, and the endless woods. I busied myself exploring the immediate surroundings, careful not to stray too far. The woods pressed close, dense and tangled, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. I felt a prickle of unease, the feeling of being observed, but I shook it off as city girl paranoia. Night fell quickly, the darkness flooding the clearing like ink. I made dinner, the sounds of chopping vegetables and sizzling oil echoing strangely in the large kitchen. I double-checked the locks, just as the Carters instructed, feeling a little foolish but doing it anyway. The house groaned and creaked around me, the way old houses do. Settling, I told myself. Just settling. Then the storm hit. It wasn't forecast, or maybe I just hadn't been able to check. It rolled in fast and hard, the wind howling like a banshee through the pines, rattling the small window panes. Rain lashed against the roof and walls, a deafening roar. Thunder cracked overhead, so close and loud the whole cabin seemed to vibrate. And then, inevitably, the lights flickered once, twice, and died. Plunged into absolute darkness, save for the frantic flashes of lightning that momentarily illuminated the room in stark, terrifying detail, freezing the watching eyes of the taxidermy in monstrous glares. My heart hammered against my ribs. Okay, deep breaths. Power outages happen, especially out here. I remembered Mr. Carter mentioning emergency candles and a heavy-duty flashlight in the kitchen drawer. Fumbling in the blackness, my hands shaking, I located the drawer. The flashlight beam cut a weak yellow swathe through the oppressive dark. It felt inadequate, like a child's toy against the immensity of the night and the storm. The candles offered a flickering, dancing light that cast long, distorted shadows, making the familiar shapes of furniture seem alien and menacing. I sat on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, flashlight clutched in my hand, listening to the storm rage. The rain drummed, the wind shrieked, the thunder boomed. And beneath it all, almost lost in the cacophony, I heard it. Tap. Just a single, faint sound. I dismissed it. The wind throwing a branch against the wall? Rain hitting a particular spot? Tap. Tap. There it was again. A little clearer this time. It wasn't sharp, like a branch. It was softer. Muffled. I strained my ears, holding my breath, trying to pinpoint the direction over the storm's fury. It seemed to come from a wall behind the sofa. Tap, tap, tap. A little faster now. Rhythmic. Not random. My skin prickled. This wasn't the storm. This wasn't the house settling. It sounded deliberate. Like someone tapping gently with a fingernail. I stood up slowly, the floorboards creaking under my weight, announcing my movement into the darkness. The flashlight beam wavered as I pointed it towards the wall. Just dark wood paneling, stretching from floor to ceiling. Nothing looked out of place. Tap. 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 It was definitely coming from that wall. But it didn't sound like it was on the wall. It sounded like it was coming from inside it. From the space between the studs, behind the wood. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. Pipes? Could old pipes make a tapping sound in a storm? Unlikely. Rodents? Mice or squirrels that had gotten trapped? Possible, but the sound was too consistent, too patterned. It didn't sound frantic, like a trapped animal. It sounded patient. I took a hesitant step closer, the flashlight beam dancing on the wood grain. I pressed my ear against the cool, smooth surface of the paneling. The storm noise faded slightly, muffled by the wood, and the tapping became undeniable. Faint, yes, but distinct. Tap. Tap, tap. Tap. Coming from somewhere within the dark, hollow space just inches from my ear. A cold dread, sharp and penetrating, washed over me. It wasn't an animal. It felt different. Older. Slower. I snatched my ear away, stumbling back, my breath catching in my throat. The tapping continued, unhurried, persistent. It wasn't on the windows. It wasn't on the doors. It was inside the walls, right here in the room with me, separated only by a thin layer of aging wood. The storm raged outside, but the true horror, I realized with a chilling certainty, was already inside. And it was letting me know it was there. How long I stood there, frozen between the flickering candlelight and the oppressive darkness, I don't know. Time seemed to warp and stretch in that old cabin, measured only by the frantic beat of my own heart and the persistent, maddening tap, 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 tap from within the wall. The storm outside still raged, a symphony of natural violence, but it felt distant now, secondary to the intimate horror unfolding just inches away. My initial shock began to curdle into a deeper, colder fear. This wasn't just a sound, it felt like a presence. Something patient, something hidden, something that knew I was listening. My hand, still clutching the flashlight, trembled violently, sending the weak beam skittering across the room, over the dark furniture, the impassive faces of the taxidermy animals, the heavy, closed doors. Every shadow seemed to deepen, every corner held a potential threat. Was it just in this one wall? I strained my ears again, trying to separate the tapping from the howl of the wind and the drumming rain. Tap. Tap. It was fainter now. Or, no, not fainter. Further away. I held my breath, listening intently. Silence, except for the storm. Had it stopped? Was it just my imagination, amplified by the power outage and the isolation? A desperate hope flickered within me. Maybe it was just the house, or the wind, or... Tap, tap. There it was again. But this time, it wasn't coming from the wall behind the sofa. It sounded like it was coming from the adjacent wall, the one leading towards the kitchen. My blood ran cold. It was moving. Or whatever was making the sound was moving. Slowly, deliberately, relocating within the hidden spaces of the house. Panic seized me. I wanted to run, to fling open the front door and bolt into the storm-lashed darkness, consequences be damned. But where would I go? Miles of treacherous, muddy woods separated me from anything resembling civilization, and I had no signal, no way to call for help. Running blindly into the storm felt like trading one unknown terror for another, potentially more immediate one. I was trapped. Trapped in this gloomy cabin with something. I forced myself to move, backing away from the wall, keeping the flashlight beam pointed vaguely in the direction of the sound. My legs felt like lead. I retreated towards the center of the living room, trying to put distance between myself and the source of the tapping. The candlelight flickered wildly, casting my own elongated, dancing shadow onto the walls, making me jump at my own movement. Tap. 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 Now it sounded like it was coming from near the kitchen doorway. Closer. I swung the flashlight beam towards the opening. Nothing. Just the dark maw of the next room. The sound was still muffled, still clearly inside the wall structure, but its proximity was unnerving. It was like being stalked by something invisible, its location betrayed only by that soft, insistent rhythm. What did it want? Was it trying to get out? Or was it trying to get to me? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. My mind flashed back to the Carters' overly cheerful departure, their emphasized instruction about the pantry door. Always keep the pantry door shut. Why? What was in the pantry? It was off the kitchen, wasn't it? Near where the tapping seemed to be heading. A terrible curiosity warred with my instinct for self-preservation. Should I go look? Should I investigate the pantry? The tapping seemed to pause again, as if waiting for my decision. The silence pressed in, heavy and expectant. Maybe the pantry held the key. Maybe the Carters knew about this, about the tapping, and the pantry was somehow connected. Or maybe opening that door was the worst possible thing I could do. I edged towards the kitchen, moving with agonizing slowness, my sneakers silent on the thick rug but the old floorboards occasionally groaning under my weight. Each creak felt like a betrayal, announcing my position to the unseen listener in the walls. The kitchen was even darker than the living room, the single candle I'd left on the counter doing little to push back the shadows. The flashlight beam swept across counters, cupboards, the hulking shape of the refrigerator, finally landing on a narrow wooden door tucked away in a corner. The pantry. It looked old, the wood dark and slightly warped, with a simple latch holding it closed. As I approached, a new sound joined the storm's chorus. A faint scratching. Coming from the pantry door? No, not from the door itself. From the wall next to the pantry door. And then, the tapping returned, clearer now, more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap. Tap. It was right there, just on the other side of the plaster and wood, seemingly concentrated in the wall beside the pantry entrance. The scratching intensified, a dry, skittering sound like claws on old wood, or maybe something brittle being dragged. It was coming from the same area as the tapping. Were they connected? Were there two things? I stood frozen before the pantry door, the flashlight beam fixed on the wall beside it. The tapping and scratching seemed to merge, creating a disturbing, irregular rhythm that grated on my nerves. I could feel the vibrations faintly through the floor. Whatever was in there, it was active. It was close. And it seemed focused on this particular spot, right next to the door the Carters had warned me about. My hand hovered near the latch on the pantry door. Every instinct screamed at me to leave it alone, to retreat, to barricade myself in a room and wait for morning, praying the power would return. But another part of me, the part fueled by a terrifying need to understand, urged me forward. What if the source was trapped in the pantry itself, and the sound was just echoing through the wall cavity? What if opening the door would reveal something explainable? A trapped animal, maybe? A very persistent, rhythmically inclined raccoon? It sounded absurd even as I thought it, but the alternative, that something truly unnatural was moving within the very structure of the house, was almost too much to bear. The tapping suddenly stopped. The scratching ceased. Silence descended again, broken only by the rain and my own ragged breathing. It was a waiting silence. A challenging silence. As if it knew I was standing right there, hand outstretched, debating whether to cross the threshold. The air felt thick, charged with unseen energy. I looked from the pantry door to the wall beside it, the flashlight beam shaking. The decision was mine. Open the door and face whatever lay beyond, or retreat and live with the terrifying uncertainty of what lurked, tapping and scratching, just out of sight. The wood of the pantry door felt cold beneath my fingertips. My fingers tightened on the cold metal latch of the pantry door. The silence stretched, thin and brittle, threatening to snap at any moment. Every rational thought screamed retreat, barricade, survive. But the silence itself was a goad. The stillness after the frantic tapping and scratching felt like a held breath, an anticipation. Whatever was in the walls, whatever the Carters were so insistent on keeping shut away, it knew I was there. It was waiting. And the not knowing, the imagining, felt somehow worse than whatever reality lay beyond the warped wood. With a surge of adrenaline overriding my fear, my thumb flicked the latch upward. It clicked loudly in the unnatural quiet, the sound echoing through the kitchen like a gunshot. For a moment, nothing happened. The door remained closed, a dark rectangle against the shadowed wall. Then, with agonizing slowness, it began to swing inward, dragged open by its own weight or perhaps by a slight draft I hadn't noticed. It didn't creak like the floorboards. Instead, it emitted a low, groaning sigh, like something ancient and tired reluctantly revealing its secrets. A wave of air washed out from the opening, cold, damp, and carrying a thick, cloying smell. It was the smell of dust, of mildew, of something vaguely organic and unpleasant, like spoiled meat left too long in the dark, overlaid with a faint, sharp tang of ozone, like the air after a lightning strike. My stomach churned. I raised the flashlight, its beam cutting through the absolute blackness within the pantry. It wasn't large, just a deep, narrow space lined with rough wooden shelves. Most were empty, coated in a thick layer of gray dust that seemed to swallow the light. A few sad-looking jars sat on a lower shelf, their contents murky and unidentifiable. Cobwebs draped the corners like macabre decorations. It looked ordinary. Disappointingly, terrifyingly ordinary. Just an old, neglected pantry. Had I imagined it all? Was the tapping just the storm, the scratching just mice, the fear just my own overactive imagination running wild in the dark, isolated cabin? Relief wore with a lingering unease. I stepped cautiously over the threshold, shining the light around the small space. Empty sacks slumped in one corner. More dust. More cobwebs. Nothing seemed out of place. Nothing seemed capable of making the rhythmic, moving sounds I'd heard. I swept the beam upwards, towards the ceiling. And then I saw it. Scratched into the wooden planks of the ceiling, almost hidden in the deep shadows above the top shelf, were marks. Not random scratches, like an animal might make. These were deliberate. Symbols, crude and jagged, gouged deep into the wood. They looked like nothing I recognized, not letters, not numbers, just angular, unsettling shapes that seemed to writhe under the flashlight beam. Beneath them, the wood was darker, stained almost black in patches, as if something had seeped into it long ago. A chill, entirely separate from the damp air, traced its way down my spine. What were these? Who made them? And then, the smell hit me again, stronger now that I was inside the confined space. That rotten, organic scent mixed with something else, something metallic. Like old blood. I lowered the beam, scanning the floor. It was bare wood, like the rest of the cabin, but here too there were dark stains, concentrated near the back wall. My light lingered on the back wall itself. It was just wood planking, like the others, but something was wrong. The planks didn't look quite right. There were faint lines, almost invisible in the dim light, suggesting a seam, an outline. Tap. The sound was so close, so sharp, it made me gasp and stumble backward, nearly dropping the flashlight. It hadn't come from the walls outside. It had come from inside the pantry, from the back wall. Tap, tap, tap. Louder now. Sharper. Like something hard rapping against the wood from the other side. The scratching started again, too, but different this time. Not the dry skittering I'd heard before, but a wet, tearing sound. Like claws digging into damp earth, or something worse. The sounds were coming directly from the stained, marked section of the back wall. The section that looked like it might not be a wall at all. Panic, cold and absolute, flooded me. This wasn't a pantry. This was something else. A hidden space. A sealed-off area. And there was something in there. Something that had been tapping, scratching, moving through the hidden spaces of the house, and had now retreated to this final, concealed chamber. The Carters hadn't wanted me to keep critters out of the pantry. They'd wanted me to keep whatever was in it from getting out. Always keep the pantry door shut. The words echoed in my mind with horrifying clarity. Tap. 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 The rapping was frantic now, insistent. The wood of the back wall seemed to bulge slightly with each impact. Splinters of wood flew inwards. The tearing sound grew louder, accompanied by a low, guttural clicking noise that vibrated through the floor, through the soles of my shoes, into my very bones. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't the house settling. It was something else, something contained, something furious. I scrambled backward out of the pantry, slamming the warped door shut. My fingers fumbled desperately with the latch, finally managing to click it back into place just as a heavy thud struck the inside of the door, making the wood shudder violently. I threw my weight against it, my heart trying to hammer its way out of my chest. Whatever was inside threw itself against the pantry door again and again. The wood groaned, the latch strained. Dust rained down from the door frame. The scratching sound was right there, on the other side of the thin wood, inches from my face. I could hear it splintering the inside of the door, trying to find purchase, trying to tear its way through. The horrible clicking sound intensified, seeming to fill the small kitchen. I was trapped between the raging storm outside and the contained fury within the pantry. The flashlight beam shook uncontrollably in my hand, illuminating the vibrating pantry door. How long could the old wood hold? How long could that simple latch withstand the assault? The tapping had stopped being a mere sound. It had become a physical force, a relentless battery against the last barrier. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the core, that the barrier wasn't going to last. The true dark night horror wasn't just in the woods, or in the storm, or even in the walls. It was right here, in this kitchen, fighting its way out of the pantry, and I was the only thing standing in its way. My name's Liam. Been driving trucks cross-country for the better part of 15 years now. 18 wheels, a couple tons of steel and cargo, and miles upon miles of asphalt ribboning out ahead. That's been my life. It's a solitary existence, mostly. Just me, the rumble of the diesel engine, the crackle of the CB radio spitting out garbled chatter from ghosts miles down the road, and the endless, hypnotic white lines sliding under the cab. You get used to the loneliness, even come to prefer it sometimes. Cities are chaos, noise, people rushing nowhere fast. Out here, on the long stretches between nowhere and somewhere else, there's a kind of peace. But there's other stuff too. Late nights on deserted highways, They have a way of playing tricks on your eyes, on your mind. Especially when you're pushing hour 14, fueled by lukewarm coffee and sheer willpower. You see things. Shadows that twist into shapes they shouldn't be. Animals darting out that look wrong. Flickering lights where no light should be. Most times, it's just fatigue, your brain trying to make sense of the monotony and the dark. You learn to shake it off, focus on the road, crank up the radio. You see weird stuff, sure. Everyone who drives long haul has stories. Glare ice that looks like grasping hands, fog banks thick as cotton that swallows sounds whole, the eerie glow of distant refineries painting the clouds unnatural colors. Weird, yeah, but explainable, usually. Nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for what I saw last month. Deep in the New Mexico desert, on a particularly desolate stretch of old Route 66. It was late. Maybe 2, 3 in the morning. I was hauling a load of machine parts from California heading towards Oklahoma City. This leg of the journey always felt the longest, the emptiest. New Mexico at night is a different kind of darkness. It's vast, swallowing. The sky is immense, littered with stars so bright they almost hurt to look at, but down on the ground, the blackness presses in from all sides, broken only by the twin beams of my headlights cutting a path through the void. The air was still, unusually so. No wind whistling around the cab mirrors, no tumbleweeds skittering across the road like skeletal dancers. Just silence, thick and heavy, broken only by the thrum of my engine. I remember feeling jumpy even before it happened. Maybe it was the coffee wearing off, or maybe it was something else. The radio had been spitting static for the last hour, not even picking up the faint whispers of distant stations I could usually snag out here. Just a low, persistent hiss, like the desert itself was breathing static electricity. I turned it off eventually, preferring the engine's familiar growl to the unnerving white noise. The silence that followed felt watchful. I crested a small rise, the road stretching out arrow straight ahead, vanishing into the horizon. And that's when I saw it. Far off, maybe half a mile down the road, right in the middle of my lane. A shape. At first, I figured it was a deer, frozen in the lights. Happens all the time. Or maybe a piece of shredded tire, a large tumbleweed, debris blown onto the road. But as I got closer, maintaining speed, the shape didn't move. Didn't resolve into anything familiar. It was upright. Tall and impossibly thin. Too tall to be a person just standing there. Too still. My foot eased off the accelerator instinctively. The air in the cab suddenly felt cold, despite the heater humming away. My eyes strained, trying to make sense of the silhouette against the black top. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't debris. It looked like a figure. A person, maybe? But who in their right mind would be standing stock still in the middle of Route 66, miles from the nearest sign of civilization, in the dead of night? Closer now. Maybe a quarter mile. The figure remained absolutely motionless. Not a twitch, not a shift in weight. Just standing there, facing my oncoming rig. My high beams washed over it, and the details started to emerge, details that made the hair on the back of my neck prickle. It was humanoid, yes, but distorted. The limbs seemed too long, the torso too narrow. It wore no discernible clothing, yet its form was stark black against the illuminated road, absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. It was like looking at a hole cut out of the night itself, shaped vaguely like a man stretched on a rack. I was slowing down considerably now, my mind racing. Road hazard? Drunk? Suicide attempt? But the stillness, it was unnatural. Completely, utterly passive. Like a statue carved from shadow. I honked the air horn, a deafening blast that echoed across the empty landscape. Nothing. No reaction. It just stood there, waiting. Then I saw the eyes. They weren't reflecting my headlights, not like animal eyes catching the beam and shining back. No, these seemed to glow faintly, with their own internal luminescence. A dull, reddish light, like dying embers buried deep in coal-black sockets. They weren't bright, just present. 2 pinpricks of unsettling light fixed directly on me, cutting through the glare of my own high beams. My blood ran cold. This wasn't human. This wasn't anything I understood. My foot hovered over the brake, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I was maybe 100 yards away. I could see the texture of its surface. It wasn't smooth skin, but it wasn't clothing either. It looked rough, almost like charred bark, yet fluid, as if the shadows it was made of were constantly shifting, coalescing into that rigid form. I had a choice. Slam on the brakes, potentially jackknife the rig, and be stuck there, headlights illuminating this thing. Or swerve. But swerving meant either hitting the soft shoulder and risking getting bogged down in the sand, or crossing the center line into the opposite lane, empty now, but who knew what might be coming. Or I could just keep going. Aim slightly to the side, pass it, and get the hell out of there. Fear made the decision for me. Primal, unreasoning terror. I gripped the wheel, nudged the truck slightly to the left, just enough to pass, keeping my eyes locked on the figure, on those faintly glowing embers. As I drew level, maybe only 10 feet separating my cab from the silent sentinel, time seemed to stretch. It didn't turn its head. It didn't flinch from the roar of the engine or the rush of displaced air. It just stood there, an effigy of dread in the middle of the highway, its dull red eyes burning into the side of my vision. I swear I felt a coldness seep into the cab, a physical wave of ice that had nothing to do with the outside temperature. Then I was past it. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I risked a glance in my right side mirror. It was still there. Standing exactly as it had been, dead center in the southbound lane. And as I watched, its head slowly, deliberately, turned to follow my retreating taillights. Those 2 faint red glows, shrinking in the distance, were fixed right on me. I stomped on the accelerator, pushing the engine, wanting nothing more than to put as much distance between me and that spot on Route 66 as possible. But looking back at the mirror, just before the road curved slightly and took it out of view, I saw something else. It wasn't standing alone anymore. On the opposite shoulder, another identical shape was stepping out of the darkness. And further down the road, barely visible, were there more? My foot was welted to the floor. The engine screamed in protest as I pushed the rig harder than I probably should have, the speedometer needle climbing steadily. The curve in the road mercifully swallowed the sight behind me, but the image was burned onto my retinas, the impossibly tall, thin figure turning its head, the faint red embers of its eyes locking onto me, and the others emerging from the oppressive darkness on the roadside. How many? 2, 3, more? My mind refused to process it, recoiling from the implication. The cab felt like an icebox, but sweat was pouring down my face, stinging my eyes. My breath came in ragged gasps. Every nerve ending was alight, screaming danger. I kept glancing compulsively at my mirrors, left, right, left again, half expecting to see one of them keeping pace alongside the truck, a loping, unnatural stride matching my 70 miles per hour. Nothing. Just the endless blacktop spooling out behind me, empty under the cold starlight. But the feeling of being watched, of being pursued, was immense. It pressed in on me just like the desert darkness had earlier, only now it had teeth. I drove like a bat out of hell for what felt like an eternity, but the dashboard clock showed only 20 minutes had passed. 20 minutes of pure, adrenaline-fueled terror. My knuckles were aching from gripping the wheel so tight. My jaw hurt from clenching my teeth. The silence in the cab was deafening now, amplifying the frantic thumping of my own heart. I desperately wanted to turn the radio back on, even if it was just static, anything to break the oppressive quiet. But I couldn't bring myself to reach for the dial. It felt like admitting weakness, like letting them know they'd gotten to me. Besides, what if the static wasn't just static anymore? What if a voice came through, low and guttural, whispering my name? The thought sent a fresh wave of cold dread washing over me. Route 66 stretched on, relentlessly straight again. The landscape remained unchanged, flat, featureless desert under a vast, uncaring sky. No lights, no towns, no other vehicles. It felt like I was the only moving thing in the entire universe, fleeing from something ancient and malevolent that had woken in the dead heart of the night. Was I losing my mind? Had the fatigue finally cracked me? Sleep deprivation can do strange things, conjure up hallucinations. I clung to that thought like a lifeline. A waking nightmare, brought on by too many hours, too much caffeine, too much loneliness. It had to be. Because the alternative was unthinkable. That things like that existed, standing silently on desolate highways, waiting for what? But the memory felt too real, too visceral. The unnatural stillness of the first figure. The way it absorbed the light. Those eyes. The coldness that seeped into the cab. And the chilling certainty that I hadn't imagined the others stepping out of the shadows. It wasn't a hallucination. It was real. My bladder was screaming for relief, and the fuel gauge was dipping lower than I liked. Normally, I could push on for another hour or two, but not tonight. I needed to stop. Needed lights, people, some semblance of normalcy to anchor myself back to reality. I scanned the horizon, praying for the telltale glow of a truck stop or a 24-hour gas station. Finally, far in the distance, a faint cluster of lights appeared, shimmering weakly in the heat haze rising from the asphalt, even in the cool night air. Hope surged through me, a desperate, fragile thing. As I got closer, it resolved into a small, run-down gas station and convenience store, the kind that clings precariously to existence on these forgotten stretches of highway. Only one flickering fluorescent light illuminated the pumps, casting long, distorted shadows. The open sign buzzed erratically, half the letters dark. It wasn't exactly reassuring, but it was something. I pulled the rig off the highway, the crunch of gravel under the tires sounding unnaturally loud. I parked near the pumps but away from the main building, leaving the engine running, the headlights cutting through the gloom. I hesitated before opening the door. Was it safe? Could they follow me here? Were they watching from the darkness just beyond the feeble ring of light? Taking a deep breath, I forced myself out of the cab. The desert air was cool but carried a strange, metallic tang I hadn't noticed before. I scanned the perimeter, eyes darting towards the deep shadows surrounding the station. Nothing moved. The only sound was the hum of the ancient fuel pumps and the buzzing of the dying sign. I walked quickly towards the convenience store, the bell above the door jangling harshly as I entered. The air inside was stale, smelling of old coffee and disinfectant. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a sickly greenish pallor on everything. Behind the counter, a man sat hunched over a small, flickering television screen showing nothing but static. He looked ancient, his skin like worn leather stretched over bone, his eyes hidden behind thick, smudged glasses. He didn't look up when I came in, didn't acknowledge my presence at all. "Evening," I managed, my voice sounding hoarse. He grunted, a low, rasping sound, his gaze still fixed on the static-filled screen. I grabbed a bottle of water and a pre-packaged sandwich that looked like it had been there since the Eisenhower administration. Anything to have a reason for stopping. I went to the counter. "Just this," I said, placing the items down. He slowly, deliberately, turned his head. His eyes, magnified by the thick lenses, seemed unfocused, milky. He looked through me rather than at me. He rang up the items with agonizing slowness, his bony fingers fumbling with the keys. "See anything unusual out there tonight?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual, failing miserably. My heart was pounding again. He paused, his hand hovering over the cash register drawer. He tilted his head slightly, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. The static from the small TV seemed to intensify, filling the small store with its insistent hiss. "Unusual," he rasped, his voice dry as dust. "Depends. What you call unusual, son? Just figures. On the road. Back a ways." He stared at me for a long moment, his milky eyes unnervingly blank. A strange, faint smile touched his lips, barely visible beneath the wrinkles. "Figures," he repeated softly. "Tall ones? Dark ones?" A chill snaked down my spine. Yeah, how did you know?" The smile widened fractionally. "They walk the roads sometimes. When the night's deep enough. Been walking them a long time." He finally looked directly at me, and his eyes seemed clearer for a second, holding a disturbing glint of knowing. Best not to stare too long. Best to just keep driving. He took my money, counted up the change with the same agonizing slowness, never breaking eye contact. The static from the TV seemed to pulse in rhythm with his movements. "You be careful now," he said, his voice dropping back into that dry rasp. "Some things out here, they don't like being seen. And they remember faces." I snatched my change in the bag, mumbled a thank you, and practically bolted out of the store, the jangling bell sounding like an alarm. Back in the relative safety of my cab, I locked the doors, my hands shaking. I didn't look back at the store. I didn't want to see if the old man was watching me from the window, his smile fixed, the static on his TV screen swirling like a captured storm. I just threw the truck into gear and pulled back onto the highway, pushing the engine hard once more, fleeing the lonely gas station and the terrifying knowledge the old man had imparted. They walk the roads. They remember faces. The vast, empty desert suddenly felt terrifyingly crowded. Leaving that gas station felt like breaking the surface after being held underwater for too long. I sucked in air, my lungs burning, but the relief was short-lived. The old man's words echoed in my head, bouncing around with the image of those glowing red eyes. They walk the road sometimes. Best not to stare too long. They remember faces. Remember faces. My face. The face that had stared, wide-eyed with terror, as I drove past that first figure. The face reflected in the grimy window of the gas station door as I fled. Had they seen me clearly enough? Did these things even see like we do? Or did they just know? The miles dissolved under my wheels, but the tension didn't ease. If anything, it tightened its grip. Every flicker of shadow at the edge of my headlights became a potential threat. Was that a yucca plant, or was it one of them, crouched low, waiting? Was that heat shimmer on the distant asphalt, or the distortion of one of those figures moving with impossible speed? My eyes darted constantly between the road ahead and the mirrors, searching the darkness behind me, expecting to see those twin red lights reappear, closer this time. The metallic tang I'd noticed at the gas station seemed to linger in the air, even inside the cab. Or maybe I was imagining it, my senses overloaded and unreliable. I tried the radio again, desperate for a human voice, a song, anything. Still static. But now, the static didn't sound random. It seemed to have a rhythm, a cadence, almost like whispering, just below the threshold of understanding. I snapped it off again, the silence preferable to the maddening suggestion of hidden voices. Hours passed. The first hints of dawn began to bleed into the eastern sky, painting the horizon in bruised shades of purple and gray. Normally, sunrise is a welcome sight on a long haul, signaling the end of the lonely night watch. But this morning, the growing light offered little comfort. It only served to illuminate the vast, empty landscape more clearly, emphasizing my isolation. And it made the shadows deeper, more defined, where they lingered. Did daylight banish them? Or did they simply retreat into the places the light couldn't reach, waiting for the sun to sink again? I crossed the state line into Texas, then eventually Oklahoma. The landscape changed subtly, the desert giving way to scrubland and eventually rolling plains. Signs of civilization became more frequent, small towns, ranch houses, the occasional fellow traveler on the road. Each passing car, each lit window, felt like a small victory against the oppressive fear that had dogged me through the night. But the feeling of being watched never truly left. It was a cold weight in the pit of my stomach, a constant prickle at the back of my neck. I finally reached Oklahoma City as the sun climbed higher, the morning rush hour traffic at jarring returned to normalcy. The noise, the movement, the sheer ordinariness of it all felt alien after the profound emptiness and terror of the desert night. I delivered my load at the depot, the paperwork and procedures a welcome, mindless distraction. Forklifts beeped, other drivers shouted greetings, dispatchers barked orders over radios. It was loud, chaotic, and blessedly mundane. But as I walked back to my rig, parked under the harsh fluorescent lights of the loading bay, I saw it. Scratched into the dust and grime on the passenger side door, right where I would have looked out as I passed the first figure, was a mark. It wasn't accidental. It was deliberate. A tall, thin line intersected near the top by two smaller horizontal marks. It looked disturbingly like a stick figure representation of the things I'd seen. Crude, almost childish, yet undeniably menacing. Below it, two small, deeper gouges in the metal, spaced like eyes. Glowing eyes. My blood turned to ice water. How? When? Had one of them reached out as I passed? Had they somehow marked the truck later, silently, while I was driving, oblivious? Or had it happened at the gas station? The old man, his slow movements, his strange smile. I frantically rubbed at the mark with my sleeve, but it wasn't just dust. The lines were etched into the paint, shallow scratches gleaming dully in the artificial light. They remember faces. And apparently, they leave reminders. I finished my route, picked up my next load, and started the long drive back west. But nothing was the same. Every stretch of empty highway at night became a source of anxiety. Every shadow seemed deeper, more menacing. I found myself avoiding the truly desolate routes, sticking to major interstates whenever possible, even if it added hours to my trip. I started sleeping with the lights on in my cab at truck stops, jumping at every unfamiliar noise. I never drove that stretch of Route 66 in New Mexico again. I couldn't. Sometimes, late at night, when I'm hundreds of miles away, I turn on the radio and find only static. And in that static, I still think I hear whispering, just on the edge of hearing. And sometimes, when I glance in my mirrors, in that split second between the dark road and the reflection of my own tired eyes, I think I see them. Tall, thin figures standing patiently by the roadside, their eyes like dying embers, waiting for me to come back. Or maybe just waiting for the night to get deep enough again. Because they walk the roads. And they remember. My name's Isabella, but please, call me Izzy. Everyone does. If you called me Isabella, I'd probably look around for my mom or a teacher I'd somehow managed to annoy. Starting college was supposed to be this grand adventure, a shedding of the old skin, the awkward high school years, and stepping into the bright, shiny future everyone kept promising. Excitement was practically fizzing in my veins, mixed with that inevitable tremor of nerves that comes with packing up your entire life and moving hours away from everything familiar. My destination? Blackwood University, a respectable institution with sprawling green lawns, Gothic Revival architecture, and, as I was about to discover, a rather unhealthy obsession with its own history, particularly the darker chapters. My assigned dormitory was Hemlock Hall. Even the name had a slightly pretentious, vaguely ominous ring to it, like something out of a Victorian novel where someone inevitably wastes away from consumption or falls down a poorly lit staircase. It was one of the older buildings on campus, a hulking structure of dark brick and stone, partially obscured by ancient, grasping ivy that looked like skeletal fingers clutching the walls. It loomed over the newer, more cheerful-looking residence halls like a brooding grandparent silently judging the younger generation. Still, it had character, I told myself, trying to inject some positivity into my first impression. It had history. What I didn't appreciate at the time was what kind of history. Check-in was a blur of paperwork, getting my student ID, and hauling boxes up seemingly endless flights of stairs. Hemlock Hall, despite its age and grandeur, lacked elevators, Or perhaps they just reserved them for moving heavier furniture, not breathless freshmen. Finally, I arrived, slightly sweaty and decidedly less enthusiastic than when I started, outside room number 413. 413. My brain, already overloaded, snagged on the number. Wasn't 13 supposed to be unlucky? And wasn't 4 considered unlucky in some Asian cultures due to its association with death? Great combo, I thought wryly, dismissing the flicker of unease as first aid jitters and exhaustion. It was just a room number. Inside, number 413 was aggressively average. Standard institutional beige cinder block walls painted over so many times you could see the layers near the trim. 2 sturdy, uninspired wooden desks and beds, 2 wardrobes, a shared sink and mirror combo near the door, and a window that overlooked a less than picturesque service alley. It smelled faintly of disinfectant and something else, something vaguely dusty and old, like forgotten books. My assigned roommate hadn't arrived yet, leaving me alone with my boxes and the palpable sense of emptiness. It wasn't spooky, not yet. It was just bland. Impersonal. A blank canvas waiting for cheap posters and fairy lights. The story started almost immediately. You know how colleges are. Every old building, every shadowed quad, every creaky floorboard seems to come with its own whispered legend. Hemlock Hall, however, seemed to be the undisputed champion of campus ghost lore. And room number 413? Apparently, it was the VIP suite of the spectral residence. It began subtly. During orientation week, an overly cheerful resident advisor, handing out welcome packets, leaned in conspiratorially after noticing my room number. "Oh, 413, she chirped, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "Got yourself the famous one. Don't worry, it's probably just old pipes." "Famous for what?" "Old pipes causing what?" Her vague reassurance did the opposite of reassuring. Later, chatter in the dining hall, snippets overheard between bites of mediocre pizza. "Yeah, my cousin's friend lived in Hemlock, said weird stuff happened all the time. Someone told me a girl died in one of the rooms on the 4th floor, like ages ago." The details were always fuzzy, third-hand accounts shifting like smoke, but the theme was consistent. Hemlock Hall, particularly the 4th floor, particularly room number 413, was not right. My roommate, Chloe, finally arrived a day later, a bubbly, energetic girl who immediately started plastering our walls with band posters. She heard the rumors too, relaying them with wide-eyed fascination rather than fear. "They say," she whispered dramatically one evening, perched on her bed, "that a student back in the 70s, well, she had a breakdown. Right here. In this room. Some say she vanished, others say, worse. Worse was left hanging in the air, undefined but heavy. People have heard things," she continued. "Whispering, crying, footsteps when no one's there. And sometimes, things go missing. Small things. Then they turn up in weird places." I laughed it off. Honestly, I did. I've always been the pragmatic one, the skeptic. Ghosts? Whispers in the dark? Please. Old buildings creak. Drafts happen. Stress and lack of sleep, staples of college life, can make your mind play tricks on you. Missing keys probably just meant someone was forgetful. Every story had a logical explanation, a mundane route obscured by years of embellished retelling. Sounds like classic college folklore, I told Chloe, shrugging. Every campus needs a ghost story to freak out the freshmen. It's practically tradition. I made jokes about charging our ghost rent, asking if it preferred indie rock or pop punk, based on Chloe's poster choices. For the first few weeks, my skepticism felt entirely justified. Life fell into a rhythm. Classes, studying, navigating the labyrinthine campus, late-night talks with Chloe, the occasional party. Room number 413 remained stubbornly normal. The pipes gurgled sometimes, sure. The heating was temperamental, occasionally leaving one side of the room noticeably colder than the other. The floorboards in the hallway outside sometimes creaked under phantom weight. But it was an old building. Of course it made noise. Of course it had cold spots. I explained away every little oddity, reinforcing my own rational worldview. The ghost stories became a running joke between Chloe and me. We'd blame the hemlock haunter if one of us misplaced our phone charger or if the ancient radiator clanked too loudly. It was funny. Harmless. I prided myself on not being spooked. While others might jump at shadows or whisper nervously about the legends, I slept soundly, secure in my belief that the only horrors in Hemlock Hall were the communal bathrooms and the price of textbooks. The stories were just stories, woven from loneliness, homesickness, and the overactive imaginations of stressed-out students needing a distraction. Nothing more. How wrong I was. How terrifyingly, utterly wrong. The universe, it seems, has a particularly nasty way of shattering smug certainty. My dismissal, my jokes, my rationalizations, they were all just defenses waiting to be breached. The foundations of my comfortable reality were about to be shaken, not by a gradual accumulation of eerie events, but by a sudden, paralyzing plunge into inexplicable terror. It happened about a month into the semester. Midterms were looming, stress levels were high, and sleep was becoming a precious, rationed commodity. I'd pulled a near all-nighter studying for a particularly brutal history exam, finally crawling into bed well after 2 a.m. Chloe was already asleep, her breathing soft and even across the room. The dorm was quiet, wrapped in that deep, muffling silence that only falls in the dead of night. Exhaustion pulled at me like a physical weight. I remember thinking, just before drifting off, how mundane it all was. Just another night in a boring dorm room. No ghosts, no whispers, just the promise of a few hours of oblivion before the morning alarm. I closed my eyes, oblivious, unprepared, completely and foolishly unaware of the icy presence waiting in the darkness beside me. Sleep claimed me quickly, but it wasn't the restful escape I craved. It was merely the doorway through which the real horror of room number 413 was about to step. It wasn't a gradual awakening. There was no gentle transition from the depths of sleep to hazy consciousness. One moment, I was lost in the heavy, dreamless void of exhaustion. The next, my eyes snapped open to the near-pitch blackness of the dorm room, my mind instantly, terrifyingly alert. But that was all that responded. My body remained utterly, horrifyingly still. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through me. I tried to sit up, to gasp, to even twitch a finger, but nothing happened. It was like my brain was disconnected from the rest of me, screaming commands into a void where the wires had been cut. My limbs felt like lead weights, impossibly heavy, fused to the mattress. My chest was tight, breathing shallow and rapid, the only physical response I seemed capable of. I couldn't turn my head, couldn't make a sound. My eyes darted wildly in their sockets, frantically scanning the familiar shadows of the room, the looming shape of the wardrobe, the faint rectangle of the window, the silhouette of Chloe's sleeping form across the room, searching for a source, an explanation, anything. Sleep paralysis. The rational part of my brain, small and trembling but still functional, supplied the term. I'd read about it, a temporary inability to move or speak while falling asleep or waking up, often accompanied by hallucinations. Stress and sleep deprivation were known triggers. Okay, Izzy, okay, I told myself, clinging to the explanation like a life raft. It's just sleep paralysis. Stress from midterms. You pulled an all-nighter. It's scary, but it's natural. It will pass. But the explanation felt thin, flimsy, wholly inadequate in the face of the sheer, primal terror gripping me. This wasn't just immobility. This felt imposed, malign. And then I felt it. Beside me. On the empty side of my twin bed, where there should have been nothing but slightly rumpled sheets, there was a patch of intense, unnatural cold. It wasn't just a draft from the notoriously fickle Hemlock Hall heating system. This was a focused, penetrating chill, radiating outwards like a block of dry ice had been placed directly onto the mattress. It seeped through the thin blanket, through my pajamas, leaching the warmth from my skin, raising goosebumps despite my paralysis. My eyes, still locked forward, couldn't see it, but I could feel its presence, its distinct shape, roughly the size and impression of a person lying curled on their side, facing away from me. The cold wasn't static. It seemed to pulse, faintly, intensifying the terrifying intimacy of its proximity. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating silence. It's not real. Hallucination. Sleep paralysis, my mind chanted, a desperate mantra losing its power with every icy wave that washed over my side. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. And then came the laughter. It started almost imperceptibly, a faint, sibilant whisper right next to my ear. So close I could almost feel the phantom puff of breath against my skin, though there was no warmth to it, only that same pervading cold. At first, I thought I was imagining it, my overtired brain manufacturing sounds in the dark. But it grew, slowly, steadily, coalescing from a vague hiss into distinct, soft chuckles. It wasn't human laughter. There was no warmth, no mirth, no joy in the sound. It was thin, dry, and brittle, like rustling dead leaves or the skittering of insects in a wall cavity. It held an undercurrent of cruel amusement, a mocking delight that seemed directed solely at my terror, my helplessness. It whispered and giggled, a private joke shared between the unseen presence and the suffocating darkness, with me as the unwilling, paralyzed audience. Ha, ha, ha. The sound scraped along my nerves, bypassing my ears and resonating deep within my skull. Every instinct screamed at me to recoil, to lash out, to scream Chloe's name, but I was trapped, a prisoner in my own body, forced to endure the icy presence beside me and the chilling, intimate mockery whispered directly into my ear. Tears pricked at the corners of my eyes, blurring the shadows into meaningless shapes, but they couldn't fall. Even crying was a physical act denied to me. Time lost all meaning. Seconds stretched into agonizing eternities. Was it minutes? An hour? The cold patch remained, a constant, chilling pressure against my side. The whispering laughter continued, sometimes fading slightly, only to return with renewed, mocking intensity, as if savoring my fear. My rationalizations crumbled completely. This wasn't sleep paralysis. Not like anything I'd ever read about. The sheer physicality of the cold, the undeniable proximity of the laughter, it felt utterly, terrifyingly real. The ghost stories, the legends of room number 413 I had so casually dismissed, flooded back into my mind, no longer amusing anecdotes but horrifying possibilities. The girl who had a breakdown. The whispers. The feeling of being watched. It wasn't just folklore. It was here. Lying next to me. Laughing at me. My frantic gaze flickered again towards Chloe's bed. She hadn't moved. Her breathing remained slow and even, oblivious to the nightmare unfolding just a few feet away. A desperate sense of isolation washed over me, colder even than the patch on the bed. I was utterly alone with this thing. Just when I thought the terror would literally stop my heart, just when the last vestiges of my sanity felt like they were fraying, it stopped. Abruptly. The laughter ceased mid-chuckle, cutting off into absolute silence. Simultaneously, the intense cold beside me dissipated, not gradually, but instantly, as if a switch had been flipped. And just like that, I could move. With a choked gasp that ripped through my throat, I lurched upright, scrambling backwards against the headboard, pulling my knees to my chest. My breath came in ragged, painful sobs. My whole body trembled violently, an uncontrollable reaction to the adrenaline dump and the release from paralysis. My eyes scanned the bed beside me, white with terror. There was nothing there. The sheets were slightly indented, perhaps from my own thrashing attempts to move earlier, but there was no lingering cold, no visible presence. Just an empty space on the bed. I reached out a shaking hand, palm hovering over the spot where the icy patch had been. Normal temperature. Cool dorm room air, nothing more. But the feeling lingered. The memory of that penetrating chill. The echo of that dry, whispering laughter burned into my brain. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a hallucination. I knew it with a certainty that chilled me to the bone. I sat there, huddled against the headboard, shaking and gasping in the dark for what felt like hours, watching the empty space beside me, listening to the silence that now felt heavy, pregnant, waiting. The first gray hints of dawn began to creep through the window, diluting the oppressive darkness, but offering little comfort. My skepticism, my carefully constructed rational world, lay in ruins around me. The jokes were over. Hemlock Hall number 413 wasn't just a room with old pipes and creepy stories. It was haunted. And whatever resided there knew I was awake. It had touched me. It had laughed at me. And I had the sickening feeling that this was only the beginning. Dawn broke fully, painting the sky in pale, in different shades of gray and pink, but the light offered no sanctuary. It merely illuminated the scene of my terror, making the ordinary objects in the room, the desks, the posters, Chloe still sleeping peacefully, seem alien and menacing in their normalcy. The memory of the icy cold and the dry, whispering laughter was branded onto my mind, a visceral horror that refused to fade with the darkness. Sleep was impossible now. Every creak of the old building, every sigh of the wind outside the window, sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I remained huddled against the headboard, eyes wide, scanning the empty air beside my bed, convinced that the moment I relaxed, The moment I dared to believe it was over, it would return. When Chloe finally stirred, stretching and yawning, completely oblivious, I almost burst into tears of relief and renewed fear. How could she not know? How could she not feel the wrongness that now saturated the very air of room number 413? I watched her go through her morning routine, brushing her teeth at our shared sink, humming tunelessly, complaining about an early class, and the sheer normality of it felt like a scene from another lifetime. My own reality had fractured during the night, leaving me stranded on the terrifying side of the divide. Should I tell her? The question hammered at me. Part of me desperately wanted to pour it all out, to share the burden of the terror, to have someone validate my experience. But the skeptic I used to be, though battered and bruised, whispered doubts. She'll think you're crazy. She'll say it was a nightmare, sleep paralysis, just like you tried to tell yourself. The ghost stories had been a fun, spooky diversion for her. Would she believe they were real, especially when the horror had focused solely on me? What if telling her somehow made it worse? What if the entity, because I couldn't deny it was an entity now, took offense? I opted for a shaky middle ground. Hey, Chloe. I started, my voice hoarse and trembling slightly. Did you hear anything weird last night? Or feel anything? She paused, mid-eyeliner application. Weird? Like what? Old man Hemlock's pipes groaning again? She laughed, a light, easy sound that felt like a physical blow. Nah, I slept like a log. Totally crashed after that study session. Why? Did the haunter pay you a visit? She winked, turning back to the mirror. My stomach plummeted. The casual dismissal, the joking reference to the haunter, it solidified my isolation. No, I mumbled, forcing a weak smile. No, just thought I heard something. Must have been dreaming. The lie felt heavy and sour in my mouth. But denying it didn't make it go away. The experience lingered, a constant, low-level hum of anxiety beneath the surface of everyday college life. I threw myself into my studies with a desperate fervor, hoping exhaustion and distraction would keep the nights quiet. I avoided being alone in the room whenever possible, studying in the library until it closed, lingering in the common areas, delaying the inevitable return to number 413 for as long as I could each evening. Sleep became a dreaded necessity, approached with trepidation. I started leaving the small desk lamp on, casting long, dancing shadows that were almost as unnerving as the pitch blackness, but somehow felt marginally safer. The entity didn't manifest with the same intensity as that first night, not immediately. Instead, it seemed to toy with me, its presence felt in subtle, insidious ways. Objects would be slightly out of place, a textbook moved from the desk to the floor, a pen missing only to reappear under my pillow, the closet door left ajar when I knew I had closed it. Small things, easily dismissible on their own, but accumulating into a pattern of quiet, deliberate manipulation. Plausible deniability. Was it Chloe being messy? Was it my own stressed-out forgetfulness? Or was it reminding me it was still there, watching, waiting? The cold spots became more frequent, no longer confined to my bed. Sometimes, sitting at my desk, an icy patch would bloom on the wall beside me, radiating a chill that made my teeth chatter before vanishing as quickly as it appeared. The air would occasionally grow heavy and still, thick with a palpable sense of being watched, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling for no discernible reason. And the sounds. Not the overt laughter from that first night, but fainter, more ambiguous noises. Soft whispers that seemed to come from the corners of the room, always too indistinct to make out any words, vanishing the moment I turned my head. A faint scratching sound from inside the walls, like fingernails dragging across drywall. Footsteps in the hallway outside our door late at night, pausing right outside, followed by silence when I held my breath to listen. Chloe never seemed to notice, or if she did, she dismissed them as the building's usual quirks. My attempts to point them out were met with shrugs or reassurances that it was just the wind or students in the hallway. My fear was isolating me further, making me feel like I was losing my grip. My grades started to slip. Concentration became difficult, my mind constantly drifting back to the fear, analyzing every creak and shadow. Friends commented that I looked tired, jumpy. I forced smiles, made excuses about midterms, but the carefully constructed facade of the pragmatic, unfazed Izzy was crumbling fast. The lack of sleep gnawed at me, leaving me perpetually exhausted and on edge. The room itself began to feel oppressive, the beige walls closing in, the air thick with unspoken menace. The breaking point came about 2 weeks after the paralysis incident. It was another late night. Chloe was out with friends, and I was alone, trying desperately to focus on an essay. The room was quiet, almost too quiet. The only sounds were the tapping of my keyboard and the frantic thumping of my own heart. Suddenly, the desk lamp flickered violently. Once, twice, then went out completely, plunging the room into near darkness, save for the glow of my laptop screen. Annoyance warred with immediate fear. Just the bulb, I told myself, reaching for the lamp switch. Or faulty wiring in this ancient building. But as my fingers brushed the switch, a sound emanated from the corner of the room, near the wardrobe. A distinct, drawn-out sigh. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the pipes. It was the sound of breath being released, slow, deliberate, and filled with an ancient weariness, yet somehow menacing. It was undeniably inside the room with me. I froze, hand hovering over the lamp, every muscle tensed. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by my own ragged breathing. My eyes strained against the darkness, trying to pierce the shadows in the corner. Nothing. Just the dark shape of the wardrobe. Then, softly, from that same corner, came a whisper. Clearer this time. Not laughter, not a sigh, but a single, chilling word that slid into the silence like ice down my spine. Izzy. It knew my name. My nickname. That was it. Rationalization shattered. Denial evaporated. This wasn't random phenomena. This was personal. It knew me. It was addressing me. I didn't scream. I didn't move. Pure, unadulterated terror held me captive, more effectively than any sleep paralysis. I sat there, bathed in the cold glow of the laptop screen, staring into the oppressive darkness of the corner, waiting for whatever came next. The silence stretched, thick and heavy with anticipation. It didn't speak again, didn't sigh, didn't move anything. It just let its presence, its knowledge of me, hang in the air. I don't know how long I sat there, paralyzed by fear. Eventually, the need to escape, to get out, overwhelmed the paralysis. With a strangled sob, I bolted from the chair, fumbled for the door handle, wrenched it open, and stumbled out into the brightly lit hallway, slamming the door shut behind me. I didn't stop running until I reached the crowded common room downstairs, collapsing onto a worn sofa, shaking uncontrollably, surrounded by the noise and light of other students who had no idea I had just fled from a darkness that knew my name. I couldn't go back. Not alone. Not tonight. But the chilling realization settled deep in my bones. Leaving the room offered only temporary respite. My name was Isabella, Izzy for short. And whatever haunted Hemlock Hall number 413, whatever whispered my name in the dark, wasn't finished with me yet. The true Dark Night horror stories weren't just stories anymore. I was living in one. And I had no idea how it would end. My name's Mason. Most folks I know are winding down by 10 p.m., maybe catching a late show or getting ready for bed. Me? That's usually when my workday is just getting started. I pull the overnight shift doing security at the city's historical museum. Sounds pretty tame, maybe even a little prestigious if you squint right, but mostly, it's quiet. Dead quiet. That's the main perk, and sometimes the main problem. You get a lot of time alone with your thoughts in a place like this, surrounded by things that have seen more history than you could read in a lifetime. The building itself is old, a grand stone structure with high ceilings, echoing marble floors, and the kind of deep, settled silence that only decades upon decades can create. During the day, it buzzes with school groups, tourists, the hushed whispers of people looking at exhibits. But at night, it's a different beast altogether. The emergency lights cast long, dancing shadows that make familiar shapes seem alien. The portraits on the walls? Their eyes seem to follow you as you walk past with your flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. The clicks of my boots on the polished stone, the jingle of keys on my belt loop, the occasional hum of the ancient HVAC system kicking in, those are usually the loudest things you hear for 8 solid hours. It's peaceful, in a way. Isolated. You feel like the last man on Earth sometimes, walking these deserted halls filled with the ghosts of the past. Figuratively speaking, of course. At least, that's what I always told myself. My rounds are pretty standard. Check the main entrances, make sure all gallery doors are secure, walk the perimeter of each floor, punch a clock key at designated points. The Egyptian exhibit is always a bit creepy, even during the day. Those sarcophagi look unnervingly like they're just waiting for someone to turn their back. The dinosaur hall feels vast and skeletal, the shadows making the T-Rex look like it might just take a step off its platform. But usually, the wing that feels the most heavy is the Civil War exhibit. It's on the second floor, tucked away in the West Wing. It's not one of the flashier exhibits. No giant dinosaur bones or glittering pharaoh masks. It's somber. Glass cases filled with tarnished belt buckles, faded letters written in looping cursive, mini balls dug out of battlefields, stiff old uniforms on faceless mannequins that seem frozen mid-stride, and photographs of young men staring out with impossibly old eyes. There's a weight in that room, a sense of profound sadness that clings to the air like the faint smell of dust and old paper. Even on a bright afternoon, it feels dimly lit, hushed. At night, it's downright oppressive. The darkness seems thicker in there, swallowing the beam of my flashlight faster than anywhere else in the museum. So, last week, Tuesday night, I think. Or maybe Wednesday. The nights tend to blur together on this shift. It was raining outside, one of those steady, drumming rains that makes the isolation feel even more complete. I was doing my 2 a.m. round. Everything was normal. Checked the doors, scanned the galleries on the first floor. Headed up the grand staircase, the only sound my own footsteps and the distant drumming of rain on the roof. I reached the second floor, checked the Renaissance art section, the local history display, and then made my way towards the West Wing, towards the Civil War exhibit. As I approached the entrance archway, pushing through the heavy oak door that always groaned like an old man getting out of bed, I stopped. Faintly, so faintly I thought I might be imagining it, I heard music. It was a thin, reedy sound. A fife. Playing a simple, almost mournful tune. It wasn't coming from the hallway I was in, but from inside the exhibit hall. From the far end, near the display about field musicians. My first thought was, well, confusion. There's no audio system in that wing. None at all. It's one of the oldest parts of the museum, and the budget never stretched to wiring it for sound or interactive displays. It's all static exhibits, artifacts under glass, and information placards. No speakers, no hidden projectors, nothing. I strained my ears. The rain was still drumming, but underneath it, yes, there it was again. A fife. Playing softly, intermittently, like someone was practicing, or maybe just remembering a tune. Hello? I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the cavernous space. The only answer was the echo of my own voice bouncing off the far walls. The music stopped. Silence flooded back in, heavy and absolute, broken only by the rain. Okay, weird. Maybe it was the wind? An odd draft whistling through a vent or a crack somewhere, creating a flute-like sound? Possible, I guess. Old buildings make strange noises. Or maybe it was sound carrying from somewhere else entirely. From outside? But the windows in that wing are sealed shut, thick old glass, and the rain was making enough noise to drown out most distant sounds. And it had sounded so close, so distinctly like a fife, coming from right down the hall. I took a breath, gripped my flashlight a little tighter, and stepped fully into the exhibit hall. My beam swept across the displays. Mannequins in blue and gray stood silent sentinel. Glass cases reflected the light back at me. Everything was still, exactly as it should be. I started walking slowly down the central aisle, my boots soft on the worn wooden floorboards in this section. The air was cool and still. I scanned every corner, peered behind the larger displays, shone my light up towards the high ceiling. Nothing. I reached the far end, where the display about fifers and drummers was located. There was a glass case containing a dented brass drum, cracked leather straps hanging loose. Next to it, another case held a simple wooden fife, dark with age, resting on a bed of faded velvet. It looked inert, ancient. Behind the cases, more mannequins, one posed as if holding a fife to its lips, though its hands were empty wood. Nothing else. No hidden speaker, no open vent nearby, no sign of anything that could have made that sound. I stood there for a long moment, just listening. Only the rain. My own breathing sounded loud now. I felt uneasy. Not scared, exactly, but deeply unsettled. It's one thing to deal with the usual creaks and groans of an old building settling. It's another thing entirely to hear something as specific and out of place as a fife playing in a sealed, silent room with no explanation. I forced myself to rationalize. Acoustics are weird. Maybe the sound had come from outside, bouncing strangely through the ventilation shafts, even if I couldn't hear it clearly from the hallway. Maybe I was just tired, the graveyard shift playing tricks on my ears. Yeah, that had to be it. Just tired. But as I continued my rounds, walking away from the Civil War exhibit and back into the main, marble-floored sections of the museum, I couldn't shake the feeling. The silence of the museum didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt watchful. And every so often, I thought I could almost hear it, just at the edge of my hearing, the faint, ghostly echo of a fife. I spent the rest of that shift feeling like I wasn't quite alone in the vast, dark building, the weight of history feeling heavier, and somehow more present than ever before. The memory of that thin, lonely music lingered long after the sun came up. The next few nights were tense. I'd be lying if I said the fife incident didn't get under my skin. Every creak of the floorboards, every sigh of the old building settling, every distant siren wail seemed amplified, carrying a potential threat it never had before. I tried to laugh it off during the daylight hours, telling myself it was fatigue, the rain, an overactive imagination fueled by too many late nights surrounded by relics of the dead. But when the sun went down and the heavy museum doors clicked shut behind the last staff member, leaving me alone in the echoing silence, the memory of that thin, reedy music returned. Especially when my rounds took me towards the second floor, towards the west wing. I found myself delaying that part of my patrol. Taking a little longer checking the ground floor exhibits, lingering by the windows overlooking the now quiet city streets, double-checking locks that I knew were secure. It wasn't conscious, not at first, but I realized I was subconsciously putting off the walk towards the Civil War exhibit. The thought of hearing that fife again, faint and ghostly in the oppressive darkness, sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the building's nighttime temperature. When I finally couldn't delay it any longer, usually around the 1:30 a.m. or 2 a.m. mark, I'd approach the West Wing with a sense of dread I hadn't felt since I was a kid, daring myself to walk past a supposedly haunted house. My flashlight beam felt inadequate, pushing back the shadows but never quite dispelling the feeling of being watched. The air always seemed colder as I got closer, the silence deeper, more profound. Pushing open the heavy oak door to the exhibit still produced that groan, but now it sounded less like an old man and more like a warning. I'd step inside, sweeping my light across the familiar scene, the impassive mannequins in their blue and gray uniforms, the glint of light on glass display cases, the somber photographs staring out from the walls. And I would listen. Listen with an intensity that strained my ears, waiting for that phantom melody to start up again. But it didn't. Night after night, the Civil War exhibit remained silent. Utterly, unnervingly silent. The absence of the sound was almost as unsettling as hearing it had been. It made me question my own sanity again. Had I really heard it? Or had the combination of rain, isolation, and the inherent creepiness of the place just conjured it from my tired mind? Yet, other things started to happen. Small things. Things easily dismissed on their own, but taken together, they began to weave a pattern of wrongness. One night, as I was walking down the main aisle of the exhibit, I heard a distinct scuffing sound behind me, like a boot heel dragging slightly on the wooden floor. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Nothing. Just a row of mannequins, frozen in their historical tableau. I checked the floor, no debris, nothing I could have kicked, nothing that could have fallen. I told myself it was a rat, maybe, or the building settling. But it had sounded so close, so deliberate. Another night, I was standing near the display case containing the letters home, faded pages filled with soldiers' hopes and fears. My flashlight beam was steady on the case, illuminating the careful script. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement further down the hall, near the entrance. A flicker of shadow, low to the ground, like something darting quickly out of sight. Again, I swung the light, heart pounding. Again, nothing. Just the empty archway leading back out into the main corridor. A trick of the light? A shadow cast by my own movement? Probably. Almost certainly. But the feeling of not being alone intensified. I started paying closer attention to the details. Were the mannequins exactly where they were supposed to be? It's hard to tell for sure. You see the same things night after night, and your memory can play tricks. But sometimes, the angle of a head seems slightly different. The position of a stiff, wool-clad arm seemed minutely adjusted. Was the Pfeiffer mannequin's head tilted a fraction more towards me tonight than it was last night? Impossible to say for sure. Easy to dismiss. But the doubt lingered, gnawing at the edges of my rational mind. The most concrete thing happened towards the end of the week. I was nearing the end of my rounds in the exhibit, standing once again before the display case holding the old wooden fife. I shone my light on it, just like I did every night now, half expecting it to start playing on its own. It sat there, inert on its velvet bed. But as my light lingered, I noticed something. On the dusty glass of the case, right near the fife, there was a smudge. A small, distinct smudge on the inside of the glass. It looked almost like a thumbprint. My blood ran cold. These cases hadn't been opened in years, not according to the museum records I discreetly checked after the first incident, under the guise of reviewing cleaning schedules. They were sealed for preservation. The curators were meticulous. No one went into these cases without extensive paperwork and specific reasons. Certainly not overnight. And definitely not leaving smudges on the inside. I leaned closer, my breath fogging the exterior glass. It was faint, but it was undeniably there. A creasy whirl against the clean interior surface, right where someone might press their thumb if they were holding the fife. Or perhaps putting it back down? My carefully constructed rationalizations, the wind, fatigue, acoustics, tricks of the light, crumbled. A sound could be imagined. A shadow could be misinterpreted. But a fingerprint on the inside of a sealed display case? That was physical. That was real. I backed away slowly, my flashlight beam trembling slightly. The silence of the room pressed in on me, no longer empty but charged, expectant. The mannequins seemed to loom larger in the darkness, their faceless heads turned slightly towards the case, towards the smudge, towards me. The air felt heavy, thick with unspoken history and something else, something watchful and ancient and not entirely gone. The fife remained silent in its case, but I had the sudden, terrifying certainty that it hadn't been silent all along. Someone, or something, had been here. And the smudge on the glass felt less like a clue, and more like a message. Or maybe a territorial marking. I finished my rounds that night with my hand hovering near my radio, glancing over my shoulder at every corner, the silence now screaming louder than any phantom music ever could. The museum didn't feel empty anymore. It felt occupied. Reporting the smudge felt ridiculous. Who was I going to tell? My supervisor, Dave? A portly guy nearing retirement who mostly cared about whether the coffee machine was working and if I clocked in on time? Hey Dave, I think a ghost left a fingerprint inside a sealed Civil War display case after playing a Phantom 5. Yeah, right. I could practically hear his dismissive chuckle already. Or the police. They'd laugh me out of the building. No, reporting it wasn't an option. I wiped the outside of the glass clean where my breath had fogged it, leaving the faint, ghostly whirl undisturbed on the inside, a silent testament to something. I was on my own with this. Sleep became difficult. During the day, the memory of that smudge, the scuffing sound, the fleeting shadow, and the Phantom 5 music would replay in my mind. Every shadow in my apartment seemed a little too deep. Every creak of my own floorboards made me jump. I started drinking more coffee before my shifts, hoping the caffeine would keep me sharp, but it mostly just frayed my nerves further. Walking into the museum each night now felt like stepping into enemy territory. The familiar marble halls seemed colder, the portrait's eyes more accusatory, the silence more suffocating. My rounds in the Civil War exhibit became exercises in controlled terror. I forced myself to do them, to walk the perimeter, check the corners, punch the key. But I did it faster now, my flashlight being constantly flicking back and forth, my ears straining for any sound over the frantic pounding of my own heart. The feeling of being watched was no longer subtle. It was a palpable pressure on the back of my neck, a prickling sensation across my skin. It felt concentrated near the mannequins. Those damn mannequins. Faceless, lifeless figures clad in the uniforms of men long dead. Before, they were just part of the scenery. Now, they felt like the main audience. I started avoiding looking directly at them, instead using peripheral vision, catching glimpses of their stiff postures as I swept my light past. Because when I did look directly, sometimes I wasn't sure if they were exactly where they'd been moments before. One night, I was checking the display case with the tarnished belt buckles. I distinctly remember the mannequin nearest to it, a Union soldier, posed as if loading a rifle, was facing slightly towards the center of the aisle. I turned my back for maybe 10 seconds to examine the lock on a nearby emergency exit. When I turned back, the mannequin's head was angled directly towards me. Its blank, featureless face seemed to be staring right into my soul. My breath hitched. I shone the light directly on it. It was perfectly still. Had it always been facing that way? Was my tired, paranoid mind just manufacturing these shifts? I couldn't be sure. But the fear was cold and real in my gut. Then came the fife music again. It wasn't like the first time, faint and distant. This time, it started abruptly while I was in the middle of the exhibit hall. Clear as day, sharp and piercing, the same mournful tune, but louder now. And it wasn't coming from the far end of the hall. It sounded like it was coming from right behind me. I whipped around, flashlight held like a weapon. The sound stopped instantly. Silence crashed back in. Behind me was the display of Confederate uniforms, the mannequins standing stoically. Nothing else. No source for the music. My hands were shaking now. This wasn't acoustics. This wasn't the wind. This was in the room with me. Who's there? I yelled, my voice cracking. Show yourself. Only silence answered. But the air felt thick, charged with static electricity. And the mannequins. I swear, the one representing the Pfeiffer boy, the one near the case with the smudge, its head was tilted slightly, as if listening. Its empty wooden hands seemed poised, as if it had just lowered the instrument. I started backing away towards the entrance, flashlight beam dancing nervously across the figures. They stood frozen, yet they seemed intensely alive, watchful. Their collective, sightless gaze felt like a physical weight. As I reached the heavy oak door, my hand fumbling for the handle, I heard one final sound. Not music this time. A single, soft, drawn-out sigh, like air escaping old lungs. It seemed to come from the center of the room, from the midst of the silent, uniformed figures. I didn't wait. I yanked the door open and practically fell out into the main corridor, slamming the door shut behind me. The groan it made echoed down the empty hall. I leaned against the cool marble wall, gasping for breath, my heart hammering against my ribs. I finished the rest of my shift in the main security office, watching the monitors, jumping at every flicker of static. I didn't do any more rounds on the second floor that night. The smudge, the sounds, the movement, it all pointed to something deeply wrong in that exhibit, something tied to the artifacts, to the history, to the silent figures standing guard over it. I don't know what's in that room. A ghost? The residual energy of the soldiers who wore those uniforms, who held that fife. Maybe something drawn to the sadness and violence represented there? All I know is that it's not empty. It's occupied, just like I felt before. And it's aware. It knows I'm there. I put in my 2 weeks' notice the next morning. Dave just grunted, probably figured I couldn't handle the late hours. I didn't try to explain. How could I? Some nights, when the wind whistles just right, I think I can almost hear a faint, reedy tune carried on the breeze. And I never, ever visit the City Historical Museum anymore. Some history is better left undisturbed, locked away in the dark with its watchful guardians. Let someone else walk those halls at night. Let someone else listen to the silence. I've heard enough. My name is Dave Miller. Just a few weeks ago, if you'd asked me, I would have said I was living the dream. Or at least, finally stepping onto the path toward it. We just bought our dream house out here in suburban Ohio, Westfield, technically, though it felt miles away from any city bustle. It was everything Maria and I had talked about for years, a sprawling colonial with character, perched on a generous lot with ancient oak trees, a big yard perfect for the kids, Ellie and Sam, to run wild in. Even had the cliché white picket fence, freshly painted. The whole 9 yards, just like the brochures promised. It took every single penny we had, scraped together from savings, a small inheritance Maria received, and cashing in some bonds we'd earmarked for retirement. Every last cent. But standing there on closing day, keys heavy in my hand, watching Ellie chase Sam across the overgrown lawn, Maria's tired but beaming smile reflecting in the pristine window panes, we figured it was worth it. More than worth it. It was a fresh start, a clean slate desperately needed after that whole mess back east. I still don't like thinking about it, the whispers, the sideways glances, the feeling of being judged wherever we went. It wasn't anything criminal, not really, just a spectacular flame out of a business venture mixed with some bad blood and misunderstandings that seemed to follow us like a stray dog. Ohio felt like liberation. A place where nobody knew the name Miller, or we could just be a normal family. We'd only been here a week, maybe 10 days. Life was a chaotic symphony of cardboard boxes, misplaced tools, and the echoing laughter of the kids exploring their new domain. We were still figuring out which light switch controlled what, where the nearest decent pizza place was, the usual settling in dance. The house itself felt solid. Old, certainly, built sometime in the early 20s, the realtor had said, but with good bones. It had quirks, sure. Floorboards that groaned underfoot like an old man settling into a chair, a faint, musty smell in the basement we were airing out, drafts that sneaked through hallways even with the windows shut. But it felt like our quirks now, part of the charm we bought into. Maria was already planning garden layouts, Ellie had claimed the attic room with the slanted ceilings as her castle, and Sam was obsessed with the ancient-looking dumbwaiter we found sealed up in the pantry wall. Normalcy was slowly asserting itself over the chaos of the move. Then I found the first letter. It was tucked amongst the junk mail and a welcome to the neighborhood flyer from a local church. Plain white envelope, standard size. No return address. My own address, 657 Boulevard, was typed, slightly crooked, across the front. But it wasn't addressed to me, not by name. Just the new owner. Odd, I thought. Maybe a neighborly welcome, albeit an anonymous one. I slid it open with my car key right there at the end of the long driveway, the late afternoon sun warming my back. Inside was a single sheet of cheap, thin paper, folded neatly in thirds. The text was typed, stark black letters from what looked like an old manual typewriter, some characters slightly raised, others fainter, the E consistently punched a little harder than the rest. Dearest new neighbor at 657 Boulevard, it began. Okay, friendly enough, I suppose. Allow me to welcome you to the neighborhood. Standard pleasantries. Then, the shift. It wasn't abrupt, more like a slow, creeping change in temperature. 657 Boulevard has been the subject of my family for decades now, it continued. And as it approaches its 110th birthday, I have been put in charge of watching and waiting for its second coming. My grandfather watched the house in the 1920s and my father watched in the 1960s. It is now my time. My blood ran a little cold. Watching. What the hell did that mean? It sounded possessive, proprietary. Like the house wasn't really mine. I read on, the friendly tone now feeling like a thin veneer over something unsettling. Do you know the history of the house? Do you know what lies within the walls of 657 Boulevard? Why are you here? I will find out. It ended abruptly. No signature, no closing. Just those questions hanging in the air. I stood there for a long moment, the envelope dangling from my fingers. The cheerful sounds of Ellie and Sam playing tag on the lawn suddenly seemed distant, fragile. Watching. For decades. Grandfather, father, now, them. Who? I crumpled the letter instinctively, shoving it into my pocket. My first thought was a prank. Some local crank, maybe bored teenagers, trying to spook the new family on the block. It had to be. People did weird things. But the specificity. Within the walls, it tapped into that primal fear of the unknown lurking just beneath the surface of the ordinary. I glanced back at the house. The windows looked like dark, vacant eyes staring back at me. Suddenly, the peeling paint on one of the shutters seemed less like charming imperfection and more like a festering wound. I decided not to mention it to Maria just yet. Why worry her? It was probably nothing. A stupid, tasteless joke. I forced a smile as I walked back towards the house, calling out that dinner would be ready soon, trying to inject a cheerfulness into my voice that I no longer felt. That night, though, lying in bed, the house's normal creaks and groans sounded different. Less like settling wood, more like furtive footsteps, whispers just beyond the range of hearing. Do you know what lies within the walls? The question echoed in the darkness. The crumpled first letter stayed in my pocket for a day before I smoothed it out and hid it away in my desk drawer, underneath a stack of old tax returns. Out of sight, maybe out of mind. For a few days, it almost worked. Life's relentless pace, unpacking the seemingly infinite remaining boxes, setting up utilities, figuring out the baffling recycling schedule, pushed the anonymous welcome to the nightmare note to the back burner. I tried to rationalize it. Westfield seemed like a quiet town, maybe too quiet. Perhaps generating a bit of low-level mischief was how someone got their kicks. A lonely eccentric, a bored teenager with access to a vintage typewriter. I even did a cursory online search for the house history, plugging 657 Boulevard, Westfield, Ohio history into Google. It yielded nothing more dramatic than old property listings and census records mentioning previous occupants with unremarkable names. No dark secrets, no unsolved mysteries jumped out. See? Nothing, I told myself. Just a crank. But the unease lingered, a low hum beneath the surface of daily life. I found myself pausing by the window, watching neighbors retrieve their mail or walk their dogs, scrutinizing their faces for any flicker of malice, any sign that they were the author. Was it Mr. Henderson from across the street, who always seemed to be trimming his already immaculate hedges? Or the quiet woman 2 doors down who rarely made eye contact? Every passing car felt like an observation post. I started noticing just how many windows faced our property, from the houses opposite, the ones flanking us, even glimpses from houses further down the block through gaps in the trees. We were exposed, sitting ducks in our dream house. I mentioned the letter to Maria one evening, trying to sound casual, framing it as a weird but ultimately harmless prank. She frowned, read the smoothed-out paper, and her reaction mirrored my initial chill. That's creepy, Dave, she'd said, folding it carefully. Decades? Watching. Who talks like that? But, like me, she initially leaned towards the prank explanation, albeit a particularly unsettling one. We agreed not to dwell on it, not to let it spoil our fresh start. Then, exactly 2 weeks after the first, the second letter arrived. Same cheap envelope, same typed, slightly uneven address, the new owner, 657 Boulevard. My stomach plummeted when I saw it in the mailbox, nestled innocently between a credit card offer and a grocery store flyer. It felt calculated, deliberate. Not random. I waited until the kids were engrossed in a cartoon upstairs before opening it, my hands trembling slightly. The friendly pretense of the first letter was gone. This one dove straight into the unnerving. It started by referencing our move, then twisted it horribly. 657 Boulevard is anxious for you to move in, it read. It has been years and years since the young blood ruled the hallways of the house. Have you found all of the secrets it holds yet? Will the young blood play in the basement? Or are they too afraid to go down there alone? My breath hitched. Young blood. Ellie and Sam. He was talking about my children. A primal wave of fury washed over me, quickly followed by icy fear. This wasn't a prank anymore. This felt targeted, predatory. It got worse. I am pleased to know your names now and the names of the young blood you have brought to me. How? How could they know our names? We hadn't put up a personalized mailbox yet. We were still using the generic occupant labels on some things. Had they overheard us in the yard? Been closer than I thought? The letter continued with chilling specificity. You have children. I have seen them. So far, I think there are 3. We only have 2, Ellie, who's 8, and Sam, who's 6. Was the writer mistaken, or were they trying to imply they'd seen another child, perhaps one that wasn't ours, inside the house? The ambiguity was horrifying. Was your old house too small for the growing family? It asked mockingly. Or was it greed to bring me your children? Once I know their names, I will call to them and draw them to me. I felt physically sick. Then came the detail that shattered any remaining illusion of safety, any hope this was just guesswork. I see you have started renovations. That dumpster in the driveway is convenient. We did have a dumpster, rented for the debris from tearing out some old, water-damaged drywall in the laundry room and the remnants of the dilapidated shed out back. It was a bright yellow eyesore sitting right there for anyone to see. But then, and the choice of wood for the deck, Brazilian walnut, I believe. An interesting choice. Maria and I had spent an entire evening discussing deck materials, spreading samples across the kitchen table, weighing the cost versus durability of IPE, Brazilian walnut versus composite. We'd settled on the IPE just 2 days prior. That conversation happened inside the house, with the curtains drawn. How could anyone know that? Were there listening devices? Had someone been peering through a gap in the curtains with binoculars? Or, the most terrifying thought, had someone been inside? The letter ended with a chilling flourish of omnipresence. 657 Boulevard is a busy street. Cars pass by constantly. Who am I? Maybe I am the garbage man. Maybe I am the delivery driver bringing your mail. Look at all the windows you can see from 657 Boulevard looking back at you. Maybe I am in one. That's when the real paranoia took root, sinking its claws deep into our lives. I showed the letter to Maria, and the color drained from her face. Her earlier attempt at nonchalance evaporated instantly, replaced by sheer terror. Young blood? He knows about the deckwood? Dave, this isn't a joke. Her voice trembled. That night, neither of us slept much. Every creak of the old house sounded like an intruder. Every shadow in the hallway seemed to lengthen and shift. The next morning, Maria refused to let the kids play in the yard, even the fenced-in back part. Allie and Sam, sensing the tension, became subdued, their usual boisterous energy replaced with wide-eyed questions we couldn't answer. We immediately invested in new locks, heavy-duty deadbolts for every exterior door. I installed motion sensor floodlights around the perimeter. We ordered a basic security camera system online, though the wait for installation felt agonizingly long. But these measures felt like flimsy paper shields against a ghost. How do you protect yourself from someone who knows what you discuss in your own kitchen? Someone who watches from unseen vantage points, who could be anyone, anywhere. Every car that slowed down on the boulevard became a potential threat. Every jogger, every dog walker, every neighbor waving from their porch felt suspect. The friendly waves we'd received in that first week now seemed menacing, potentially masking the watcher. Our dream house, our sanctuary, had transformed into a fishbowl, and we were the terrified specimens trapped inside, watched by an unseen collector. The fresh start felt like a cruel mirage, replaced by a suffocating, ever-present dread. We were isolated, vulnerable, and utterly terrified, knowing that the watcher was out there, patient and seemingly drawing closer. The days following the second letter bled into a monotonous cycle of fear and hypervigilance. Our dream house became a fortress, but it felt more like a prison. We existed behind drawn blinds and locked doors. The security cameras I hastily installed offered little solace. Mostly, they showed empty stretches of lawn, swaying trees, and the occasional oblivious delivery truck rumbling past on the boulevard. Sometimes, late at night, reviewing the footage, I'd see flickers of movement at the edge of the frame, branches dancing in the wind, a stray cat darting across the driveway. Or was it? My sleep-deprived mind started playing tricks, seeing figures in shadows, convinced that the watcher was just clever enough to stay out of direct sight, observing from the periphery. Allie and Sam, confined mostly indoors, grew fractious and withdrawn. Their questions changed from "why can't we play outside" to "Mommy, is the man watching us now?" Maria and I moved through the house like ghosts, whispering, arguing in hushed tones, the constant stress fraying our nerves raw. The fresh start we desperately sought had curdled into a waking nightmare. Every floorboard creak, every rattle of the old pipes, every gust of wind against the windows sent jolts of adrenaline through me. We were living under siege, besieged by an enemy we couldn't see or understand. Then, the third letter came. Like clockwork, 2 weeks after the second. Same cheap envelope, same typed address to the new owner. This one, however, felt like a deeper violation, a more intimate intrusion. It referenced things, private things. 657 Boulevard is happy you are arguing, it stated baldly. It means you are investing passion into the house. My blood ran cold. Just the night before, Maria and I had had a terrible fight, standing right by the imposing stone fireplace in the living room. Voices low but intense, fueled by fear and helplessness. I'd wanted to call the police, demand they do something, anything. Maria, terrified of escalating things, of provoking the watcher further, had argued against it, wanting instead to just leave. Abandon the house, cut our losses, run. Our words, sharp and desperate, were meant only for each other in the supposed privacy of our own home. How could this person know? The letter didn't quote us directly, but the timing, the reference to arguing, was undeniable. Were there bugs? Had someone been crouched outside the window in the dark, listening? The letter then returned to the children, its tone becoming even more menacing. The young blood, they explore, it said. Have they found what is in the walls yet? In time they will. It then reiterated its earlier, terrifying threat regarding the basement. Will the young blood play in the basement? Or are they too afraid to go down there alone? I would be very afraid if I were them. It is far away from the rest of the house. If you were upstairs, you would never hear them scream. That one was it. The basement door, already kept locked, now had a heavy bolt added. The kids were explicitly forbidden from even going near the stairs leading down. The thought of their screams echoing unheard from the depths of the house while we were oblivious upstairs, it was paralyzing. The watcher wasn't just outside anymore. They were invoking the hidden spaces within the house itself, turning our sanctuary into a potential death trap. But there was something else about this third letter, something almost overlooked amidst the chilling content. The address line. It wasn't addressed to the new owner this time. It used a last name. Except it wasn't ours. The typed letters spelled out Mr. and Mrs. Prattis, 657 Boulevard. Prattis? Not Miller. A typo? A mistake? It felt deliberate, somehow. Significant. Why that name? The rawness of it gnawed at me. Later that night, unable to sleep, I found myself back at the computer. I didn't search for the owl's history this time. Instead, I typed in variations of phrases from the letters, combined with house watcher letters and family watching house. And then I found it. News articles, blog posts, forum discussions about a family named Broadus. Not Prattis, but close. A family in Westfield, New Jersey, not Ohio, who had bought their dream house and received terrifying, anonymous letters from someone calling themselves the Watcher. Letters that mentioned their children, called them young blood, letters that spoke of watching the owls for years, letters that knew intimate details. My heart hammered against my ribs. The similarities were uncanny, chilling. Was our Watcher mimicking that case? Were they inspired by it? Or was it somehow connected? Had the original Watcher moved? Or was this a copycat, playing a sick game based on those events? The realization that this might be a pattern, a known phenomenon, didn't bring comfort. It brought a new wave of dread. This wasn't just a random act. It felt like we'd stumbled into a pre-existing horror story. That was yesterday. The knowledge sat like a lead weight in my gut all day. I hadn't told Maria about the Broadus connection yet. How could I? Tonight, exhausted and numb, I made my ritualistic, fearful walk to the mailbox at the end of the drive. My fingers brushed against another envelope. Same cheap paper. Same typed font. My breath caught in my throat. But this one was different. The address was perfect. Laser sharp, aligned correctly. No mistakes. Mr. David Miller. It knew my name. Correctly spelled. The deliberate error on the previous letter, now corrected with chilling precision, felt like a calculated move. A demonstration of control. My hands were slick with sweat as I tore it open, right there under the cold glare of the newly installed motion sensor light, which had flicked on as I approached. Inside, a single sheet of paper. But it wasn't filled with the usual unnerving questions or pronouncements. There were only 5 words, typed starkly in the center of the page. 5 words that stopped my heart. I see you reading this. My name's Rick Thompson. If you're reading this, maybe it means I didn't just imagine everything. Maybe it means I got out, or at least, that this story did. But sitting here now, with the pines pressing in close and the creek whispering secrets I don't want to understand, getting up feels like a pipe dream cooked up in a saner world. I took this seasonal ranger job up in the Plumas National Forest because sanity felt like a foreign country I'd been deported from. Back home, well, let's just say things went south in a way that leaves scars you can't see but feel every damn time you look in the mirror. A messy divorce, a job that evaporated, the kind of downward spiral that makes the deep woods look like a welcome embrace rather than a lonely exile. I needed quiet, the kind that sinks into your bones and maybe, just maybe, silences the noise rattling around in your skull. The job description sounded perfect: trail maintenance, checking on the odd hiker, minimal human interaction, living in a remote ranger station miles from the nearest town. Communing with nature, they called it. Sounded like just what the doctor ordered. The ranger station is in one building, but a small cluster of old cabins huddled down by a bend in Feather River, nestled deep in a canyon where the sun struggles to break through the canopy even at midday. It's beautiful, in a brooding, ancient kind of way. The air smells perpetually of damp earth, pine needles, and wood smoke, even when there's no fire lit. My assigned dwelling is Cabin 9. It's basic, rough-hewn logs chinked with something that looks suspiciously like old concrete, a stone fireplace that draws more smoke than heat, and furniture that probably saw duty in the Roosevelt era. But it's solid enough, got a door that locks, and a roof that mostly keeps the rain out. It's mine, my little box of solitude in the vast wilderness. That's all I wanted. But then there's Cabin 12. It sits just next door, maybe 50 yards through a stand of particularly dense, dark pines. And sits is the wrong word. It lurks. Even in broad daylight, it looks wrong, like a blight on the landscape. It's been empty for years, decades maybe, boarded up tighter than a drum. The planks across the windows and door are thick, weathered gray, and look like they were nailed in place with grim determination, meant to keep something out, or maybe something in. The roof sags in the middle, shingles are missing like knocked out teeth, and the whole structure leans just slightly towards the creek, as if contemplating sliding into the water and disappearing forever. Locals, the few I've encountered on supply runs into the tiny hamlet miles down the mountain, get cagey when you mention the old ranger station cabins. They talk about the woods, the river, the weather, anything but the cabins themselves. But sometimes, after a beer or two, the whispers start. They don't look you in the eye when they talk about Cabin 12. They mention something bad. Something that happened there a long time ago, back in the 80s. Multiple murders, they say. Brutal. Never solved. The kind of story that sinks into the local bedrock and becomes a dark legend, something to frighten kids and make grown men cross themselves. I tried to shrug it off. Every remote place has its ghost stories, right? Tragedies happen. Time passes. But cabin 12, it has a presence. You feel it when you walk past, a cold spot in the air even on a warm day. A stillness that's different from the quiet of the surrounding forest. It's a dead, heavy silence that seems to absorb sound. Sometimes, fetching water from the pump or heading towards the trailheads, I'd find myself taking the long way around, avoiding the path that led too close to its rotting porch. It just feels wrong. It was maybe my second week here, just starting to settle into a routine, letting the rhythm of the forest work its supposed magic. The quiet was finally starting to feel less like emptiness and more like peace. Then came the first night I couldn't ignore cabin 12. It was late, moon hidden behind thick clouds, the kind of pitch black that feels like velvet pressing against your eyes. I was reading by the weak light of a propane lantern when I heard it. Noises from the direction of the boarded-up cabin. At first, it was just muffled thuds, heavy and irregular, like furniture being dragged across a wooden floor, or maybe something heavy falling. Thump, drag, thump. I told myself it was an animal, a bear maybe, clumsy and strong, trying to get into the derelict structure. Makes sense, right? Then came a sharper sound, a distinct, jarring crack, like metal striking wood with force. Followed by another and another. It wasn't rhythmic, more like frustrated, angry blows. My heart started doing a little drum solo against my ribs. That wasn't a bear. Bears rummage, they don't pound metal on wood. My hand hovered over the heavy flashlight on the table. Should I go investigate? Protocol probably said yes. Self-preservation screamed hell no. As I sat there, frozen, listening, another sound drifted through the trees. Fainter this time, almost lost in the sigh of the wind through the pines, but unmistakable. A high-pitched cry, thin and reedy, abruptly cut off. It wasn't quite human, but it wasn't quite animal either. It was a sound of pure terror, choked into silence. Silence fell after that. Absolute, deafening silence. More profound than the usual forest quiet. I sat there for what felt like hours, straining my ears, every nerve ending alight. Nothing. Eventually, exhaustion won out over fear. I wrote it off, or tried to. A deer caught in something, its legs snapping. A bear finally breaking a board. The wind playing tricks. This place, the deep woods at night, it messes with your head, makes you hear things that aren't there. That's what I told myself as I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep, the memory of that choked cry echoing in my dreams. But the unease lingered, settling over me like the morning mist in the canyon. And then things got weirder, harder to explain away. A few mornings later, I went to step outside for my morning coffee, the weak sun filtering through the trees, birds starting their calls. Tucked right under the edge of my cabin's pathetic excuse for a welcome mat was a piece of paper. Folded clumsily. Not weathered, like it had been there long, but placed deliberately. I picked it up. It was a kid's drawing, done in thick crayon lines on cheap paper. Stick figures, crude and childlike. But the scene depicted sent a jolt of ice through my veins. There was one large stick figure standing tall, arms raised. In one hand, it held something long and sharp, a knife, a spike. Hard to tell from the clumsy rendering. Below it, several smaller stick figures were lying down, flat on the ground, colored red around them. Like they were bleeding. or already dead. The big figure seemed to be standing over them, triumphant or maybe just finished. There were no smiles, no sun in the corner, just the stark, brutal tableau. Who would draw something like this? And more importantly, who would leave it on my doorstep? My first thought was a prank, maybe some local kids trying to spook the new ranger. But there were no kids around here, not that I'd seen. And the feeling I got from the drawing wasn't mischievous, it was malevolent. Cold. I crumpled it up, then immediately smoothed it out again, tucking it away in my pocket, feeling like I was hiding evidence of a crime yet to happen. Later that day, inspecting the trees near the trail leading past Cabin 12, I noticed something else. On the thick bark of the largest pine, the one standing like a silent sentinel exactly halfway between my cabin and the boarded-up horror next door, were scratches. Not the work of a bear sharpening its claws. I've seen plenty of that. These were different. Deeper, narrower gouges, clustered together. Some looked older, faded, but others seemed unnervingly fresh. Slivers of pale wood exposed beneath the dark bark. They looked like someone had been throwing something sharp, repeatedly, perhaps knives, perhaps something else, at the tree. Practicing? Or just venting some furious energy? Standing there, staring at the scarred pine, the image from the kid's drawing flashed in my mind, the big figure, the sharp object, the little figures lying down. The woods suddenly felt less like a refuge and more like a place where unseen things watched, and waited, and remembered. The quiet I came here for was long gone, replaced by a silence that screamed. I knew then I couldn't ignore Cabin 12 any longer. I had to know what really happened there. Getting reliable internet access out here is a joke. The signal comes and goes like a fickle ghost, usually choosing to vanish entirely when you need it most. But after finding that drawing and seeing those unnerving scratches on the pine, the need to know overshadowed the frustration. I spent the better part of an evening nursing weak coffee, moving my laptop around the small cabin like some tech diviner, chasing the elusive signal bars. Finally, near the window facing away from Cabin 12, maybe that was coincidence, maybe not, I got a connection stable enough to start digging. I typed in variations: Plumas National Forest Ranger Station murders, Cabin 12 Feather River killings, Ketty Resort crime 1981. It took a while, sifting through unrelated forestry reports and tourist sites, but then the name surfaced, the Ketty murders. And the blood ran cold. The dry, factual tone of the old news articles and sparse wiki entries somehow made it worse. April 11th, 1981. Right next door, in Cabin 28, they must have renumbered them at some point, but the location descriptions, the layout matched Cabin 12 precisely. Glenna Sue Sharp, her 15-year-old son John, and his 17-year-old friend Dana Wingate were found brutally murdered. They'd been bound with electrical tape and appliance wire. Stabbed, repeatedly. Bludgeoned, likely with a claw hammer. The scene was described as exceptionally bloody, a frenzy of violence contained within those now rotting walls. Sue's 12-year-old daughter, Tina, was missing from the scene. Her skull and some other bones wouldn't be found for 3 long years, discovered miles away near Feather Falls. Abducted and murdered, just like the others. 4 victims. Right there. 50 yards from where I was trying, and failing, to sleep. Reading the details felt like swallowing shards of glass. The clinical descriptions of the bindings, the estimated time of death, the mention of a bent steak knife found at the scene, it made the noises I heard that night take on a horrifying new context. The thuds weren't furniture, they were bodies falling. The sharp crack of metal on wood, was that a hammer? And the high-pitched cry. Tina? Or Sue? Or one of the boys? My stomach churned, and the coffee threatened to come back up. I had to step outside, gulping the cold night air, trying to push the images away, but they were seared into my brain. The sheer brutality, happening in a place I now inhabited, felt like a contamination. But the part that truly burrowed under my skin, the detail that defied all logic and reason, was the other occupants of the cabin that night. In the adjacent bedroom, unharmed, apparently undisturbed, were Sue's two younger sons, Rick and Greg, aged 10 and 5, and their friend, Justin, who was staying the night. 3 young children. They were found the next morning, physically untouched. How? How did 3 kids sleep through a massacre happening in the next room? Through the screams, the struggle, the sheer noise that such violence must have entailed? The reports mention no signs of forced entry. The killers didn't break down the door. They were either let in, or they had a key, or they simply walked in. Did they know the family? The articles mention suspects, neighbors, murky connections, theories involving drug debts and local grudges, but nothing concrete. No arrests were ever made for the murders themselves. The case remained cold, a festering wound on the community's history. The knowledge changed everything. Cabin 12 wasn't just creepy anymore. It was a place of profound horror, a sealed tomb radiating unresolved violence. My own cabin 9 felt flimsy, inadequate. Every creak of the floorboards, every scritch of a branch against the window pane became magnified, sinister. The forest at night transformed from a place of quiet solitude into a vast, dark theater where the final, terrible act of the Sharp family's life might still be echoing, unheard by anyone but the trees and, now, maybe me. The peace I'd sought here felt like a naive illusion, shattered by the weight of what those woods had witnessed. It was a few days after my Creme Online discovery that I became fully aware of the family in cabin 14. It sits further down the path, partially hidden by a curve in the creek and a thicket of willows. I'd seen signs of occupancy, a battered pickup truck sometimes parked nearby, smoke occasionally curling from the chimney, but hadn't encountered the residents directly. Then I learned, through a brief chat with the gruff guy who delivers propane tanks once a month, that they were distant relatives of the Sharps. He muttered it like it was common knowledge, maybe even a prerequisite for staying in that particular cabin. Relatives. Living down the path from where their family members were slaughtered. The idea sent a fresh wave of unease through me. Were they drawn here by the history? Or were they just unlucky enough to be assigned that cabin? I started seeing them more clearly after that, maybe because I was looking. The parents looked weathered. Not just tired, but worn down to the bone, moving with a kind of heavy resignation. They offered curt nods if our paths crossed, but never initiated conversation, their eyes sliding away quickly. And the kids, the prompt mentioned them being quiet, but that doesn't capture it. There were 2, a girl maybe slightly younger than the boy, who looked around 10. They were unnaturally still, unnervingly contained. They didn't run or shout or play like normal kids. They drifted silently around the edges of their cabin or sat on the porch steps, watching the trees, watching the creek, watching everything and nothing. Then came the encounter that solidified my dread. I was out near the scarred pine tree, clearing some fallen branches from the path, my mind inevitably drifting back to the murders, the drawing, the impossibility of it all. I had that prickly sensation on the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched. I straightened up slowly and scanned the woods. And there he was. The boy from cabin 14. Standing just inside the tree line, maybe 30 feet away, partially obscured by the shadows between the pines. He was staring. Not at me, but directly at cabin 12. His focus was absolute, intense, unwavering. He wasn't fidgeting, wasn't blinking. He just stood there, a small, silent figure locked onto the boarded-up horror. He looked less like a 10-year-old boy and more like an old man contemplating a painful memory, or perhaps a familiar ghost. I raised a hand, a tentative wave, maybe force a little normalcy into the moment. "Hey there," I called out softly. He didn't react. Didn't turn his head, didn't acknowledge my presence in any way. It was like I wasn't even there. His gaze remained fixed on cabin 12, his expression utterly blank, unreadable. It was profoundly chilling. After a long moment, maybe 30 seconds that felt like an eternity, he simply turned, smoothly and silently, and melted back into the deeper shadows of the forest. Gone without a sound. After that, the paranoia cranked up several notches. Was I just imagining things, spooked by the history and the isolation? Or was there more to it? I started hearing things more often, faint whispers that seemed to ride on the wind, skittering sounds in the walls at night that weren't mice, the distinct impression of footsteps outside my door when I knew no one should be there. Shadows in my peripheral vision seemed to dart away when I turned. Cold spots seemed to drift through my cabin, raising goosebumps despite the warmth from the hesitant fireplace. I began wedging a thick log against my door at night, alongside the flimsy lock. Sleep became a battleground, filled with fragmented nightmares, bindings made of electrical tape, the vacant stare of the boy, the crude stick figures from the drawing dancing behind my eyelids, the glint of a hammer falling in the dark. I found myself questioning my own mind, wondering if the solitude and the grim knowledge were combining to create a phantom narrative. But the feeling of being watched, the sheer rawness emanating from cabin 12, and the unnerving presence of the silent family down the path, it all felt too real, too persistent, to be mere imagination. The forest wasn't just holding onto its secrets, it felt like it was actively trying to share them, and I was trapped in the heart of its dark stage. The rains came a few days later, not a gentle spring shower, but a deluge. For 2 days, the sky opened up, turning the creeks into muddy torrents and the forest floor into a sodden sponge. When it finally stopped, the air was thick with the smell of wet earth and bruised pine needles, and the main creek bordering the cabins was running high and fast, choked with debris washed down from higher elevations. Part of my job, the less glamorous part, involved clearing hazards and ensuring the waterways weren't completely blocked. So, clad in rain gear despite the now clear sky, I headed down to the creek bed nearest to the cabin cluster, specifically the stretch flowing between my cabin 9 and the looming presence of cabin 12, passing cabin 14 nestled further along the bend. The ground sucked at my boots, and the roar of the water was a constant, low growl that seemed to vibrate in my chest. Logs, branches, unidentifiable trash tangled with rocks and mud along the banks. It was going to be a long morning. I worked my way downstream, wrestling with waterlogged branches, pulling heaps of slick, rotting leaves away from culverts. The air felt heavy, charged, the aftermath of the storm leaving an unsettling energy in its wake. I was near a particularly thick jam of debris, old tires somehow washed down, plastic sheeting, splintered wood, when something caught my eye. Just a flicker, a dull glint of metal half buried in the thick, gray mud near the water's edge, snagged against the gnarled roots of an ancient cedar that leaned out over the creek. Curiosity, or maybe just the ingrained habit of clearing anything unnatural from the landscape, made me stop. I knelt down, pushing aside slimy leaves and muck. My fingers closed around cold, hard metal. I pulled. It came free with a sucking sound, heavy and coated in mud. I rinsed it in the cold, rushing water of the creek. And I froze. It was a claw hammer. Old, definitely. The head was deeply rusted, pitted and stained dark in patches that the water didn't seem to wash away. The claw was thick, functional, brutally simple. The wooden handle, dark and smooth from years of being submerged or buried, felt unnaturally heavy in my hand. But it wasn't the age or the rust that made my breath catch in my throat. It was the feel of it. It radiated a palpable coldness, a dead chill that seeped into my glove and up my arm, completely at odds with the warming morning air. It felt wrong. Inherently, profoundly wrong. Like holding a piece of solidified darkness. And then the connection slammed into me, hitting with the force of a physical blow. The Teddy murders case files I'd read online. The weapons used, knives and a claw hammer. A specific claw hammer. One of the prime suspects, a neighbor named Marty Smart, whose wife had supposedly been having an affair with Sue Sharp, had reported his claw hammer missing around the exact time of the murders. He claimed it vanished from his property. It was never found. Never recovered. Until, maybe, now. Standing there knee-deep in mud, the roaring creek sounding suddenly distant, I stared at the object in my hand. This wasn't just any old rusted tool discarded by a careless workman decades ago. The weight, the coldness, the location, found practically between the scene of the crime and the suspect's former residence area. It all screamed one horrifying possibility. This could be it. The hammer. The instrument that had delivered some of the brutal, fatal blows that echoed through the history of this place. A wave of something utterly alien washed over me. It wasn't just fear, it was more primal, more compelling. An overwhelming, suffocating urge to just let it go. To open my hand, let the hammer slide back into the muddy water, let the current take it, bury it deeper than it had been before. To stand up, walk away, and forget. Forget I ever saw it, ever touched it. The feeling was so strong it was almost physical, like invisible hands pushing down on my arm, whispering directly into my mind, leave it. It's not yours to find. Let the river keep its secrets. Just walk away. The compulsion was terrifying in its intensity. It felt like the woods themselves, the spirit of the place, that lingering violence, was actively trying to conceal its own evidence, using me as its unwilling instrument. My arm trembled, caught between the rational knowledge that this could be crucial evidence, a key to unlocking a decades-old nightmare, and this powerful, irrational desire to obey the unseen command, to maintain the status quo of silence and ignorance. I almost did it. My fingers actually loosened for a split second. The image of the hammer tumbling back into the dark water, disappearing forever, flashed in my mind, bringing a perverse sense of relief. What stopped me? Maybe it was the sudden, sharp cry of a hawk circling overhead, its wild sound cutting through the oppressive atmosphere. Maybe it was a flash of the crude stick figures from the drawing, the small ones lying helpless. Or maybe it was just a stubborn spark of defiance, a refusal to be manipulated by whatever haunted these woods. With a gasping breath, I clenched my fist tighter around the cold handle. No! I wouldn't throw it back. My heart was pounding like a drum against my ribs. Carefully, deliberately, I wrapped the hammerhead in a thick piece of discarded canvas I found snagged on a branch, trying to create a barrier between my skin and that unnerving coldness. Its weight felt obscene now, heavy with implication. Stuffing the wrapped object into the large inner pocket of my jacket, I abandoned the cleanup work. I had to get back to the cabin. The walk back was the longest of my life. Every rustle of leaves, every shadow thrown by the pines, seemed menacing. The forest felt awake, aware, and deeply displeased. I had the unnerving sensation of being watched not just by unseen eyes, but by the trees themselves, by the very air. I avoided looking towards cabin 12, but I could feel its presence, a silent, brooding accusation. As I passed the area near cabin 14, I caught a flicker of movement by their porch. It was the boy. He wasn't staring at cabin 12 this time. He was staring directly at me. His expression was still blank, unreadable, but as my eyes met his, I could have sworn I saw something flicker deep within them, not hostility, not fear, but a kind of ancient, knowing sadness. Then he turned, just as silently as before, and disappeared inside. Back in the relative safety of cabin 9, I locked the door, wedged the log against it, and pulled out the wrapped hammer. Laying it on the rough wooden table, I stared at it. It looked inert, just a rusted tool. But I could still feel that unnatural coldness emanating from it, could still feel the lingering echo of that urge to discard it. I had found something that was meant to stay lost. What now? Take it to the authorities miles away? Risk them dismissing me as a spooked seasonal ranger with an overactive imagination? Or worse, risk drawing attention, dredging up things that powerful forces, human or otherwise, wanted to remain buried? I couldn't shake the feeling that possessing this hammer had made me a target, had drawn me deeper into the vortex of the Keddy tragedy. I ended up hiding it, wrapped tightly, beneath a loose floorboard under my bunk, the cold seeping even through the wood. But I know it's there. A tangible piece of the horror, pulsing silently in the darkness beneath me. I came to Plumas seeking quiet, a place to heal from my own broken past. Instead, I found echoes of a far greater, more brutal wound, one that refuses to heal, refuses to stay silent. The murders in cabin 12 remain unsolved. The quiet family in cabin 14 watch and wait. And I, Rick Thompson, seasonal ranger, am now the keeper of a cold, rusted secret that feels like it could shatter everything. The woods are no longer quiet. They whisper. They watch. And I'm afraid that finding the hammer wasn't the end of the story, but the beginning of something far worse. My name's Chloe Davis. 26, armed with a half-finished screenplay I was convinced was the next big indie hit, and running on fumes and instant ramen. I packed my life into a beat-up Honda Civic and drove west, chasing the neon mirage of Los Angeles. Like countless others before me, I was trying to make it as a screenwriter, fueled by a naive optimism that the city's smog hadn't yet choked out. Finding a place to live, however, was proving to be a harsh dose of reality. Every apartment listing felt like a cruel joke, shoeboxes demanding a king's ransom. My savings were dwindling faster than my hopes. Then I found it, a listing for a room at the Stay on Main. Downtown LA, price almost suspiciously low. The pictures online were functional. Dated, sure, but clean enough. It was the history I wasn't aware of initially, the dark cloud hanging over its very foundations. Back then, it was just a name, a potential roof over my head that wouldn't require selling a kidney. Pulling up to the building was an experience. The grandeur was still there, buried under layers of crime and neglect. A faded, slightly mournful elegance clung to the ornate stonework, like a forgotten silent film star still wearing her tattered finery. The sign, Stay on Main, looked newer, brasher, slapped onto the old facade. It felt less like a rebranding and more like a flimsy disguise. The lobby confirmed this feeling. High ceilings, yes, but water-stained. Marble columns, chipped and scarred. The air hung thick with the scent of stale cigarette smoke, cheap disinfectant, and something else, something metallic and vaguely unsettling, like old pennies or dried blood. It smelled like a place where hope came to die, or at least to check in indefinitely. The receptionist, a woman with eyes that had seen too much and hair dyed an improbable shade of burgundy, barely glanced up from her crossword puzzle as I signed the lease. She slid a tarnished brass key across the counter. Room 1408. 14th floor. Elevators are down the hall to the left, she mumbled, already lost in her clues again. Sometimes they stick. Just give him a minute. An understatement, as I'd soon learn. The elevators. God, the elevators. There were two, set side by side, encased in dark, vaguely gothic metalwork. They looked like ancient confessionals or miniature Iron Maidens. Calling one involved pressing a button that felt loose in its socket. When a car finally arrived, it did so with a groan that seemed to reverberate up from the building's very bowels, followed by a shuddering clang as it settled unevenly with the floor. Stepping inside felt like entering a time capsule, albeit one heading to a rather depressing past. The interior was cramped, paneled and scratched, dark wood veneer. The air was even staler in here, thick with the ghosts of 1,000 sighs and the faint, lingering aroma of desperation and decay. The fluorescent light overhead flickered erratically, casting long, dancing shadows that made the small space feel even more claustrophobic. For the first few days, I managed to avoid any major incidents. Sure, the elevator occasionally stopped a foot above or below my floor, requiring a careful hop. Sometimes it made noises that sounded suspiciously like muffled weeping. Once, the doors opened onto a completely dark, empty floor that definitely wasn't mine, before abruptly slamming shut again. I chalked it up to the building's age, the charming quirks of vintage machinery. Old buildings groan, settle, have personality, right? I was living in a piece of LA history, I told myself, trying to romanticize the decay. It had atmosphere. That's what I craved for my writing, wasn't it? Inspiration drawn from the gritty reality, the faded glamour. But the atmosphere here felt less inspiring and more suffocating. Then came that night. It was late, maybe 2 a.m. I'd been at a dingy coffee shop, hammering out a scene, fueled by caffeine and dwindling self-belief. The streets downtown were mostly deserted, bathed in the sickly orange glow of the streetlights. The hotel lobby was empty except for the night clerk, who looked even more spectral than the day lady. I nodded, heading straight for the elevators, my footsteps echoing unnervingly on the worn linoleum. I pressed the up button. Waited. The familiar groan echoed from the shaft, and eventually, one of the metal coffins lurched into view, doors rattling open. I stepped inside, the familiar stale air hitting me. I pressed the button for my floor, 14. The button lit up briefly, then flickered out. Nothing happened. The doors remained open. "Come on," I muttered, pressing 14 again, harder this time. Still nothing. The light didn't even acknowledge the press. Annoyed, thinking the panel was just being finicky, I tried again. 14, dead. Okay, maybe a different floor would register. Just to get it moving? Almost randomly, playing this sort of frustrated elevator roulette, I stabbed at other buttons. 10, it lit up. 7, lit up. 4, lit up. The panel now glowed with these 3 numbers, mocking my inability to select my own floor. The doors finally slid shut with a reluctant groan, only to immediately slide back open with a soft hiss. Just the hum of the motor and the flickering light above. I stood there, confused. "Okay, weird," I whispered to the empty car. I waited. The door stayed open, gaping into the dimly lit, empty hallway. Maybe I was standing too close to the sensor. I shuffled back, pressing myself against the cool, grimy veneer of the back wall. Still, the doors refused to close. They remained wide open, an invitation to what? I peered out cautiously into the hallway. Nothing. Just the threadbare carpet, the water-stained wallpaper, the silence. It felt wrong, though. Charged. Like the air before a lightning strike. I ducked back inside, feeling a prickle of unease crawl up my spine. Why wouldn't they close? It wasn't like someone was holding the button outside. The hallway was deserted. I jabbed the door close button, the one shaped like 2 arrows pointing towards each other. I jabbed it once, twice, then hammered it repeatedly. Nothing. It was completely unresponsive. The doors remained stubbornly, unnervingly open. And then I saw it. Or thought I saw it. For the briefest fraction of a second, caught in the reflection on the tarnished, polished brass of the inner door panel. It wasn't a clear image, more of a distortion in the warped metal, aided by the flickering light. But it looked like someone standing behind me, just inside the elevator car, near the corner. A dark shape, indistinct, but undeniably there in my peripheral vision's reflection. My breath hitched. I spun around so fast I almost tripped over my own feet. Empty. Absolutely, utterly empty. Just me, the flickering light casting my own elongated, trembling shadow, and the oppressive silence of the stalled elevator car. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs. The air felt suddenly ice cold. Was I losing my mind? Exhaustion? Too much coffee? But the image, however fleeting, had felt so real. The sense of presence was overwhelming. Panic flared, hot and sharp. I lunged for the door close button again, mashing it with the palm of my hand, desperation overriding reason. Still nothing. The open doors felt like a gaping maw. The hallway outside no longer looked empty, but watchful. I couldn't stay in here. Not another second. Abandoning all attempts at logic or coaxing the machine, I bolted. I scrambled out of the elevator car and practically threw myself at the heavy fire door leading to the stairwell. It groaned open, and I plunged into the relative darkness of the concrete steps, the door slamming shut behind me with a boom that echoed up and down the shaft. I didn't stop running until I reached the landing for the 14th floor, my lungs burning, heart pounding like it wanted to escape my chest. I fumbled with my key, jammed it into the lock of 1408, and slammed the door shut behind me, throwing the deadbolt and leaning against the wood, gasping for air. Stupid. I felt stupidly, profoundly spooked. It was just an old elevator. Malfunctioning. And a trick of the light. Wasn't it? Back in the relative safety of room 1408, with the deadbolt thrown and the flimsy chain secured, my rationality slowly started to reassert itself, battling the primal fear that still had my hands trembling. It was just an old hotel, I told myself again, pacing the small space. Faulty wiring. Glitching sensors. Stress and exhaustion playing tricks on my eyes. Downtown LA wasn't exactly known for its state-of-the-art maintenance, especially not in buildings that offered rooms at suspiciously low rates. The stay on Main was probably riddled with electrical gremlins and mechanical ghosts born of decades of neglect. The reflection? A smudge on the brass, distorted by the flickering light and my own overtired imagination. Perfectly logical explanations. Except they didn't feel logical. Not really. The cold dread that had seized me in that elevator car lingered, a clammy residue on my skin. The sequence of events felt too specific, too weird. Why those particular buttons, 10, 7, 4, after 14 failed? Why did the doors slide open again immediately? Why did they refuse to close, regardless of sensors or buttons? And the figure in the reflection, even if it was a trick of the light, the feeling of not being alone had been intensely real. It wasn't just spooked, it was a deeper, colder feeling. A violation. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the old building, every distant siren, every gurgle of the ancient plumbing seemed amplified, sinister. I lay in bed, staring at the water-stained ceiling, the events in the elevator replaying in my mind like a stuck film reel. The flickering light, the unresponsive buttons, the gaping open doors, the fleeting reflection. I couldn't shake it. It felt less like a malfunction and more like a performance. Like the elevator itself, or something within it, was reenacting something. Driven by an unease I couldn't ignore, I reached for my laptop. If the hotel was known for being creepy or having issues, surely someone else had experienced something similar? Maybe there were forums, reviews, local news articles mentioning the notoriously unreliable elevators. I started typing, my fingers still slightly unsteady. Stay on Main Hotel weird elevator. Predictably, the results were mostly generic reviews complaining about the general state of disrepair, the thin walls, the questionable stains on the carpets. Nothing specific about elevators behaving quite like that. I tried broader searches. Stay on Main haunted. Stay on Main strange occurrences. More results popped up, hinting at a darker reputation, but still vague. People mentioned feeling uneasy, hearing strange noises, the general oppressive atmosphere. Standard old spooky building fare. Then, I noticed a recurring phrase in some of the more obscure blog posts and comment threads. Of course, it used to be the Cecil Hotel. The Cecil Hotel. The name rang a distant bell, filed away in the part of my brain reserved for half-remembered true crime documentaries and internet rabbit holes. I knew it had a reputation, but the specifics were hazy. A quick search for Cecil Hotel Los Angeles opened the floodgates. My screen filled with headlines and summaries that made my stomach clench. Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, had reportedly stayed there during his killing spree. Jack Unterweger, another serial killer, had also been a guest. Suicides, mysterious deaths, unexplained disappearances. The Cecil wasn't just a hotel, it was a vortex of human misery, a magnet for the macabre. The Stay on Main rebranding suddenly felt less like a business decision and more like an attempt to exorcise the building's past by changing its name, like putting a cheap coat of paint over deep, indelible bloodstains. My unease intensified, morphing into genuine fear. I was living in that hotel. The place with the infamous reputation, the one whispered about in hushed tones. The cheap rent suddenly felt like bait. As I scrolled deeper, one name kept appearing, linked inextricably with the hotel's recent notoriety, Elisa Lam. I remember the name vaguely, the tragic story of the young Canadian tourist who went missing in 2013. But I didn't know the details. I clicked on an article titled The Unsolved Mystery of Elisa Lam at the Cecil Hotel. It recounted her disappearance, the frantic search, and the eventual gruesome discovery of her body in one of the hotel's rooftop water tanks. Guests had complained about low water pressure and a strange taste. My God, I felt sick. But it was the next part that turned my blood to ice. The article mentioned the last known sighting of Elisa, bizarre security footage taken inside one of the Cecil Hotel elevators on the day she disappeared. Footage released by the LAPD in hopes of generating leads. Footage that had gone viral due to its deeply unsettling nature. With trembling hands, I clicked the link to the video. The grainy, timestamp footage filled my screen. There it was. The same cramped elevator car, the same dark paneling, the same flickering light. And there was Elisa. Young, anxious looking. She stepped in, pressed multiple buttons. I watched, mesmerized, as her fingers danced across the panel. She pressed. 14, then 10, then 7, then 4, 14, 10, 7, 4. My breath caught in my throat. The exact same sequence I had randomly, frustratedly pressed just hours before. The video continued. The elevator doors didn't close. Elisa peered out into the hallway, cautiously, nervously, exactly as I had done. She darted back in, pressing herself against the wall, hiding in the corner, the very corner where I thought I'd seen the reflection. She made strange, jerky movements, gesturing as if talking to someone unseen. The doors remained open. She stepped out, looked both ways, stepped back in, pressed more buttons. Finally, she walked away down the hall, and the elevator doors slid shut behind her. I stared at the screen, frozen. It wasn't just similar. It wasn't a coincidence. It was identical. The button sequence, the peering out, the hiding in the corner, the doors refusing to close despite no apparent obstruction. The elevator hadn't malfunctioned for me. It had been replaying Elisa Lam's last moments. The reflection I thought I saw, was it her? Was her final, terrifying experience somehow imprinted on this place, on that specific elevator car, repeating itself like a psychic echo? Or worse, was she still there, trapped in that loop, trying to interact, trying to, what? Warn me? Show me? The air in my room felt heavy, suffocating. The logical explanations evaporated, leaving only raw, chilling terror. The building wasn't just old, it felt actively malevolent, saturated with the tragedies it had witnessed. And that elevator, it wasn't just faulty machinery. It was a stage for a ghost. I slammed the laptop shut, pushing it away as if it were contaminated. There was no way, absolutely no way, I was ever setting foot in that elevator again. 14 flights of stairs? Fine. A marathon every time I needed to leave or return? So be it. The thought of those doors sliding open, of potentially seeing that sequence play out again, or seeing her, it was unbearable. From now on, it was the stairs. Only the stairs. The concrete, echoing, dimly lit stairs suddenly felt like the safest place in the entire godforsaken building. My vow to avoid the elevators became an ironclad rule, etched in adrenaline and the chilling memory of that video. Life at the stay on Main transformed into a grueling vertical commute. 14 flights of stairs. Up and down. Every single time. My calves burned constantly, my knees ached, and I arrived back at my room breathless and sweating, regardless of the time of day. Carrying groceries became an Olympic event. Forget popping down to the lobby for a forgotten item. Every trip out required strategic planning. But the physical exertion, the sheer exhaustion, was preferable to the icy dread that elevator inspired. The stairwell became my grim sanctuary, concrete, echoing, dimly lit by caged bulbs that cast long, distorted shadows. It smelled perpetually of dust, stale air, and faint chemical cleaner. But it felt neutral. Unwatched. Unlike that elevator car, which now felt like a baited trap, patiently waiting. Living in a state of heightened awareness, however, takes its toll. Every creak of the building, every distant city noise filtering through my thin window, seemed magnified. My imagination, already primed by the elevator incident and the hotel's gruesome history, ran wild in the quiet hours of the night. I jumped at the sound of doors closing down the hall, tensed at footsteps echoing in the stairwell, analyzed every groan of the ancient plumbing. Sleep remained elusive, often interrupted by fragmented nightmares featuring flickering lights, unresponsive buttons, and dark water. I tried to focus on my screenplay, the very reason I'd moved to this godforsaken city, but the atmosphere of the hotel seeped into everything. The words on the page felt flat, overshadowed by the real-life horror story I felt I was inadvertently living. Then, the sound started. Faintly at first. Late at night, usually between 3 and 4 a.m., when the city finally achieved a semblance of quiet. It was a watery sound. A sort of rhythmic splashing. It seemed to be coming from above. My room was on the top floor, the 14th. Above me was only the roof. The roof where they had found Elisa Lamb's body. In the water tank. The first few times I heard it, I dismissed it. Old pipes, I told myself firmly. The building settling. Water pressure fluctuations in the ancient system. Maybe pigeons bathing in a puddle on the roof after a rare LA rain shower. There had to be a rational explanation. This hotel was practically designed to prey on suggestible minds, and mine was currently working overtime. I'd pull the pillow over my head, trying to block it out, focusing on the hum of the mini fridge or the distant wail of a siren. But the sound persisted, night after night. Sometimes it was faint, barely audible. Other times it was louder, clearer. A distinct splash, pause, splash, pause. Like someone treading water. Or struggling. The knowledge of what happened up there, directly above my head, made the sound unbearable. Rationality fought a losing battle against the creeping dread. Plumbing doesn't splash rhythmically. Pigeons don't take synchronized baths in the dead of night. The sound felt deliberate, purposeful, and terrifyingly close. Was it another echo? Another psychic imprint left behind? Or was it something else? Was the building itself remembering, groaning under the weight of its dark past? I started dreading the nighttime silence, knowing the splashing would inevitably begin, a watery torment seeping down through the ceiling. My already frayed nerves stretched tighter. I considered complaining to management, but what would I say? "Excuse me, I think I hear the ghost of a former guest swimming laps in the water tank above my room." They think I was crazy. Maybe I was. One particularly draining evening, after a fruitless networking event that yielded nothing but awkward conversations and cheap wine, I trudged back to the hotel around 1 a.m. The lobby was deserted, bathed in the usual sickly fluorescent glow. I bypassed the elevators without a second glance, heading straight for the familiar, grim embrace of the stairwell door. 14 flights. My legs protested with every step, the climb seeming longer and steeper than ever. The air in the stairwell was heavy and still. Reaching the 14th floor landing, breathing heavily, I pushed open the heavy fire door and stopped dead. The door to the roof access, usually kept firmly shut and likely locked, was slightly ajar. It was located further down the hallway, past my own room. A narrow sliver of deeper darkness was visible through the gap. My heart hammered against my ribs. Why was it open? Maintenance? A forgetful staff member? But at this hour? A cold prickle of fear traced its way down my spine. The splashing sounds echoed in my memory. I hesitated, rooted to the spot. Part of me screamed to just get into my room, lock the door, and pretend I hadn't seen it. But another part, a morbid curiosity mixed with sheer terror, compelled me forward. Tiptoeing, trying to make my footsteps silent on the worn carpet, I approached the roof access door. The hallway lights flickered overhead, casting unreliable shadows. As I got closer, I noticed something else. Something that made the air freeze in my lungs. Leading away from the slightly open roof access door, heading down the dusty hallway, directly towards the door of my room, room 1408, was a footprint. A single, bare footprint. And it was wet. Perfectly formed, glistening slightly under the flickering light, stark against the grimy, threadbare carpet. Water beaded around its edges, already beginning to soak into the fabric. It looked impossibly fresh. Like someone had just stepped out of water, taken one step, and vanished. Or worse, taken one step towards my room. I stared at it, paralyzed. The splashing sound. The roof. The water tank. Elisa Lamb. The open door. The wet footprint. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying certainty. It wasn't the plumbing. It wasn't pigeons. It wasn't my imagination. Something or someone had come down from the roof, from the place she died, and it was heading for my room. Panic, absolute and overwhelming, finally broke through the paralysis. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My throat was too tight. I scrambled back, fumbling frantically with my keys, my eyes darting between the wet footprint and the dark gap of the open roof access door, expecting what? To see her? To see something emerge from the darkness? My key finally found the lock. I shoved the door open, stumbled inside, slammed it shut, and threw the deadbolt, the chain, anything that might offer even the illusion of security. I collapsed against the door, shaking violently, listening for footsteps outside my door, listening for the sound of splashing, listening for the inevitable turn of the doorknob. The silence outside was absolute, terrifying. But I knew, with chilling certainty, I wasn't safe. The hotel knew I was there. And whatever haunted its halls, whatever lingered by the water tanks on the roof, knew where I lived. The wet footprint wasn't just a sign. It felt like a promise. My name's Jake. Been working the dispatch desk over at the Coke County Sheriff's Office for nigh on 15 years now. Seen my sheriff nights bleed into dawn, fueled by lukewarm coffee and the low hum of the radio console. Most nights, it's quiet. Real quiet. This is rural Texas, after all. We're talking wide open spaces, fields stretching further than the eye can see under a sky choked with stars you just don't get in the city. Our brand of excitement usually runs towards speeding tickets out on State Highway 208, the occasional domestic dust-up that requires a deputy to play marriage counselor for 10 minutes, or maybe, just maybe, a call about a bewildered cow wandering onto the highway like it's looking for a late-night snack at the Starlight Motel sign. Pretty standard fare. Keeps the lights on, pays the bills. You get used to the rhythm of it, the lulls and the brief bursts of activity. You learn the regulars, the familiar voices reporting minor grievances, the tone of a real emergency versus someone just lonely or drunk. You think you've heard it all. You think nothing can really rattle you anymore. I thought that, too. Until that call came in last fall. It was late. Real late, even for a night shift. The clock on the wall showed 12:50 a.m. The air in the small dispatch room was stale, thick with the smell of old paper files and burnt coffee. Outside, the world was asleep. The wind was whistling low around the corners of the building, a lonely sound that usually just blended into the background hum. I was halfway through a crossword puzzle, trying to figure out a 7-letter word for persistent annoyance. The irony wasn't lost on me later. Then the phone shrieked. Not the steady ring of the admin line, but the sharp, urgent warble of the 911 line. I picked up on the first ring, headset already snug. Coke County 911, what's your emergency? Standard greeting, calm and measured. That's the training. Stay calm, project calm. The voice on the other end was anything but calm. Male. Youngish, maybe late 30s, but his voice was ragged, torn. He was breathing hard, huge gasping intakes of air that made the microphone pop. It sounded like he'd been running flat out, maybe for a long time. Pure, uncut panic bled through the line, raw and visceral. It set my own teeth on edge immediately. This wasn't a fender bender or a noise complaint. This was real fear. My name's Brandon, he gasped, words tumbling over each other. I ran out of gas. Highway 277. North of Bronte. Okay, standard breakdown. Happens all the time out here. Miles between gas stations, people pushing their luck. I started pulling up the map on my screen, ready to get specifics, dispatch a tow or maybe a deputy to sit with him. All right, Brandon, stay calm. Can you give me a better idea of where you are on 277? Any mile markers, landmarks? I'm in a field, he stammered, his breathing still harsh. Pulled off the road. White truck. Ford pickup. Then his voice dropped, sharpened with a new, confusing edge of desperation. Listen, I just pushed some guys over. Pushed them over? What did that mean? Like, physically pushed them? Pushed their car? My mind raced through possibilities. An altercation? A fight? Brandon, what do you mean you pushed some guys over? Are you hurt? Is anyone else hurt? The line crackled violently then, a burst of static like someone grinding rocks together right next to the phone. His next words were broken, pieces lost in the electronic noise. One car here, chasing me, woods. The connection was atrocious, fading in and out. Rural cell service can be patchy, especially out between Bronte and Tennyson, but this felt different. More aggressive. There's one car here, he repeated, slightly clearer but still frantic. A guy's chasing me through the woods. Please hurry. Please. Woods? He was in a field, now he was in the woods? And someone was chasing him? The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. This was escalating fast, twisting into something ugly. Okay, Brandon, I'm sending someone right now. Stay on the line with me. Tell me exactly what happened. Who are these guys? Why are they chasing you? More static, thick and suffocating. Then his voice, garbled, almost unintelligible. It sounded like he might have said, no talking to him, but I couldn't be sure. Could have been anything. Then, clearer, but fractured by his panic breaths, I accidentally ran into him. Accidentally ran into them? Ran into their car? Ran into them? The contradiction hung heavy in the air. First he pushed them over, now he accidentally ran into them. Was he delirious? Injured? Lying? Before I could press him, before I could try to untangle the conflicting statements, there was a sudden, loud noise through the line. It wasn't just static this time. It was sharp. A pop, maybe? Or like a heavy branch cracking violently right beside him. Or maybe something else entirely. It was loud enough to make me flinch, pull the headset away from my ear for a split second. My heart was hammering against my ribs now. Training kicked back in. Brandon? Brandon, are you still there? What was that noise? Do you need an ambulance? My voice was steady, but my hand gripping the pen was slick with sweat. There was a pause. Silence stretched, filled only by the low, persistent hiss of the bad connection. Then, something faint. It might have been a chuckle, low and breathless. Or maybe a yeah. It was impossible to tell if it was even him, or just noise on the line, shaped into something that sounded vaguely human by a brain desperate for information. It was unsettling, deeply wrong. Then, after that moment of ambiguity, his voice came through clear as a bell. Absolutely clear. No panic, no ragged breathing. Just a flat, chillingly calm statement. "No," he said. "I need the cops." And just like that, before I could utter another syllable, before I could ask why he needed cops and not an ambulance after that noise, before I could demand clarification, the line went dead. Not disconnected, not dropped. It was just gone. Utter silence. I stared at the console, the deadline indicator glowing accusingly. The silence in the dispatch room felt heavier now, charged with the echoes of his panic and that final, unnerving statement. I immediately dispatched Deputy Miller, told him what little I knew. Male named Brandon, ran out of gas on 277 north of Bronte, white Ford pickup, possibly in a field or woods off the road. Claimed someone was chasing him after some kind of altercation involving him pushing someone or running into them. Mentioned the noise and the final request for cops, not paramedics. Miller knew the area like the back of his hand, promised to get there ASAP. The minutes ticked by like hours. I tried calling the number back. Straight to voicemail. No surprise there. I sat, listening to the radio silence, the usual comforting quiet now feeling menacing. Around 40 minutes later, Miller radioed in. He'd found the truck. White Ford F-150, right where Brandon said it would be, pulled slightly off 277, near a dense thicket of mesquite and oak trees. Doors unlocked. Gas tank, as expected, bone dry. But the keys were gone. And there was absolutely no sign of Brandon. Miller did a quick sweep with his flashlight, calling Brandon's name. Nothing. Just the wind rustling through the dry grass and the chirping of crickets. Then things got weirder. While Miller was still on scene, another vehicle pulled up. Brandon's brother. Apparently, Brandon had called him too, earlier that evening, sounding panicked, saying some guys were chasing him, possibly Mexicans, though he wasn't sure. He told his brother he was bleeding, though he didn't say how or where. The brother had been trying to reach him ever since. Then, according to the brother, and Miller confirmed this part, sounding bewildered himself over the radio, Brandon called his brother again while the brother was standing right there talking to Deputy Miller. The brother put the phone on speaker. Brandon's voice, panicked again, saying, "I can see you. I'm right here." Everyone looked around. Miller swept his flashlight beam across the field, into the edge of the woods. Nothing. They called his name. Silence. He was supposedly right there, watching them, but completely invisible. Then that call ended too. That was the last anyone heard from Brandon Lawson. We searched. Deputies, volunteers, dogs, even a chopper fly over the next day. We combed the fields, the woods, the nearby Salt Creek. Found nothing. No tracks, no blood, no sign of a struggle. Nothing to explain the noise I heard, the conflicting stories, the chilling final words, or the bizarre invisible man act reported by his brother. It was like he just vanished into thin air off the side of a dark Texas highway. The case went cold faster than a blue norther blows through. Officially, it remains an active missing person case. Unofficially, it became a ghost story whispered around the county, another weird tale for the files. But for me, it was more than that. It was the call that burrowed under my skin and stayed there, a persistent itch I couldn't scratch, a question mark hanging heavy in the quiet hours of the night shift. That static, that panic, that final calm "no, I need the cops," it echoed long after the line went dead. I just didn't know how deep the echo went, or what else was hiding in the noise. Not yet. Weeks bled into months. Summer faded, giving way to the crisp bite of late fall, then the damp chill of a Texas winter. Life in Coke County went on, the rhythms of rural life reasserting themselves. Speeding tickets got issued, minor disputes flared and fizzled, cattle occasionally continued their nocturnal explorations onto county roads. Officially, the Brandon Lawson case file gathered dust, relegated to the cold case cabinet, another name added to the tragically long list of people swallowed whole by the vast, indifferent landscape. Missing person. Last seen near Highway 277. Presumed lost, or worse. The sheriff's office moved on. Everyone moved on. Everyone except me. For me, Brandon Lawson wasn't just a file number. He was a panicked voice crackling through my headset in the dead of night, a terrifying bundle of contradictions and fear. His call became a ghost that haunted the quiet hours of my shift. I'd sit there, the console lights casting long shadows in the otherwise dark room, and I hear it again in my memory, the ragged breathing, the jumbled claims of pushing someone over, then accidentally running into them. The sharp, ambiguous pop. And that final, chillingly calm request for the cops, just before the silence. It looped in my head, an unsolvable riddle. What happened out there? What did he mean? I can see you. I'm right here. Why the keys gone, but the truck left? None of it added up, no matter how many times I turned it over in my mind. It was a loose thread snagged on the edge of my consciousness, and I couldn't stop pulling at it. Other calls came and went, emergencies handled, routines followed, but the Lawson call remained an anomaly, a disruption in the expected order of things. Then, maybe 4 or 5 months after Brandon vanished, the department got an upgrade. New computer terminals, faster network, and bundled with it, some fancy new audio software. State-of-the-art noise reduction and enhancement stuff, meant to help us pull clearer information from bad calls, accidents with engine noise, domestics with TVs blaring, stuff like that. Most of the deputies just saw it as another piece of tech to learn, another password to forget. But when I saw the demo, saw how it could filter up background interference, isolate voices, enhance faint sounds, my first thought, instant and sharp, was Brandon Lawson. It felt a bit like grave robbing, professionally speaking. The case was cold, dormant. Pulling up that call felt obsessive. Maybe even a little morbid. But the need to understand, to find something concrete in that chaotic recording, overruled my hesitation. One particularly slow Tuesday night, when the phones were silent and the only sound was the ticking clock and the low hum of the servers, I did it. I navigated through the archived digital recordings, my pulse quickening slightly as I located the file. Lawson, B. 911 call, timestamped from that night last fall. My hands felt cold as I loaded it into the new software. I put on my good headset, the one that cups fully over the ears, blocking out everything else. I hit play on the raw recording first. And there it was again, the wall of static, the desperate, fragmented words, the sheer panic. It was just as unsettling as I remembered. Then, I started applying the filters. Noise reduction first, dialing it in carefully, watching the waveform on the screen change. The thick blanket of static began to recede, like a tide pulling away from the shore. Brandon's voice emerged, clearer now. Still panicked, still desperate, but the words were more distinct. Just pushed some guys over, he definitely said that. And later, unmistakably, I accidentally ran into him. The contradiction was starker now, more baffling. I could hear the gasping breaths between words, the raw terror straining his vocal cords. The loud pop was still there, sharp and sudden. His final "no, I need the cops" was just as clear, just as disturbingly calm. But clarifying the words didn't solve anything. It just highlighted the inconsistencies, the sheer strangeness of it all. Disappointment started to creep in. Maybe this was all there was. Just a tragic, confusing event with no answers forthcoming. I almost closed the program. But then, I decided to try amplifying the background, listening around his voice, trying to isolate anything else the filters might have uncovered in the space the static used to occupy. I pushed the gain, focusing intently, straining my ears against the residual hiss. That's when I heard the first sound. It was subtle at first, hiding beneath the peaks and troughs of Brandon's strained breathing. A faint, rhythmic clicking. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. It was incredibly fast, unnervingly regular. It wasn't machinery, not like engine noise or radio interference. It wasn't geological, like rocks falling. It sounded organic, but wrong. My mind immediately jumped to insects, the frantic clicking of huge mandibles, something chitinous and alien skittering just out of sight. Or maybe dry bones, clicking together like macabre wind chimes. Click, click, click. It was persistent, riding underneath his entire panic monologue, only momentarily drowned out by the loudest static bursts or his own shouted words. I isolated a section of the audio where Brandon wasn't speaking, just breathing hard. The clicking was there, clearer now. Click, click, click. Steady, relentless, utterly non-human. A cold dread, colder than the stale air conditioning blowing from the vent above, trickled down my spine. What the hell was that? I kept listening, rewinding, playing it again and again. The clicking was undeniable. Disturbing. But it wasn't the worst part. As I focused harder, trying to filter out the clicking itself, concentrating on the very lowest frequencies the software could pull from the background hiss, I heard it. Woven into the very fabric of the remaining noise, almost subliminal, was something else. Something that made the clicking sound almost benign by comparison. It was laughter. But not human laughter. Not joyful, not angry, not even maniacal in any recognizable way. It was soft, wet, gurgling, almost, like liquid moving through rotten tissue. It was low, intermittent, hiding between the clicks and behind Brandon's terrified gasps. It was mocking, predatory, ancient somehow. It sounded amused. Amused by the terror in Brandon's voice. Amused by the chase. It was the sound of something utterly devoid of empathy, enjoying the hunt. My blood ran cold. I ripped the headset off, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. The silence of the dispatch room rushed back in, but it wasn't empty anymore. It felt thick, charged with the echoes of what I'd just heard. The clicking. That laughter. It wasn't just static. It wasn't just a bad line. Those sounds had been there, in the field, in the woods, with Brandon. Whatever chased him, whatever he ran into or pushed over, it wasn't just some guys. It was something else. Something heralded by clicks and wet, gurgling amusement. I sat there for a long time, staring at the screen, the enhanced audio file still open. Part of me wanted to delete it, pretend I never heard it, dismiss it as an auditory hallucination brought on by lack of sleep and too much coffee. But I knew better. I knew what I heard was real. I saved the enhanced file under a different name, buried deep in a personal folder, password protected. Evidence of. I didn't know what. Sleep didn't come easy that night, or for many nights after. Every creak of the owls sounded like clicking. Every distant dog bark sounded momentarily like that soft, wet chuckle. Back at work, the long stretches of silence on the night shift became unbearable. The low hum of the equipment seemed to pulse rhythmically. Sometimes, when it was dead quiet, just before a call came in, I thought I could hear it, faint and far away, through the open line of my headset. Click, click, click. Was it memory? Trauma? Or was it something else? Was the echo of that night somehow lingering? I started researching. Late nights, off duty, I scoured local history archives, looked into folklore from the area, searched for reports of strange animal encounters, anything. Found plenty of ghost stories, tall tales about phantom lights and creatures in the woods, but nothing that matched the specific sounds, nothing that felt connected to Brandon's disappearance. It only deepened the mystery, and my own quiet, creeping fear. I was alone with this knowledge, this auditory horror. Telling anyone, Miller, the sheriff, anyone, felt impossible. They think I was crazy, stressed out, hearing things. Maybe I was. But the memory of that wet laughter, bubbling up from the static, felt far too real. Brandon hadn't just gotten lost or met with foul play in the conventional sense. He'd stumbled into something ancient and awful out there in the dark, and the proof was hidden in the noise, a terrifying secret only I knew. The question that kept me awake now wasn't just what happened to Brandon, but were those sounds truly gone? Or had listening too closely somehow invited them in? It's late again. Past midnight. The digital clock on the console closed 1:15 a.m., casting stark green numbers into the gloom of the dispatch office. Outside, Cook County is wrapped in a thick, moonless dark. The wind died down hours ago, leaving behind a silence so profound it feels like the world is holding its breath. It's the kind of quiet that presses in on you, makes the hum of the computer tower sound like a roar and the beat of your own heart feel unnervingly loud in your ears. It's a night much like the one last fall when Brandon Lawson called. Too much like it. I've been on edge all shift. Every distant car engine, every rustle of leaves against the window pane puts my teeth on edge. Ever since enhancing that damned recording, the quiet hasn't felt safe anymore. It feels watchful, charged, like static electricity building up before a lightning strike. I tell myself it's just nerves, lack of sleep, too much caffeine. But the memory of that clicking, that wet, gurgling laughter I unearthed from the static, it's never far away. A cold certainty settled in my gut months ago. Whatever happened to Brandon wasn't human. And sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when the world outside is utterly still, I feel like I'm sitting on the edge of whatever abyss swallowed him whole. Force of habit, more than anything else, makes me reach for my headset. I slide it over my ears, the familiar cup sealing out the low hum of the room, leaving only the faint electronic hiss of an open, silent line. Just habit. Checking the connection. Staying ready. That's what I tell myself. But maybe, deep down, some morbid part of me is listening for something. Waiting. And tonight, the silence listens back. It starts subtly. A faint crackle through the headset, like dust settling on an old vinyl record. Not unusual, necessarily. Old equipment, rural county budget. But this static, it feels familiar. It has the same texture, the same underlying hiss as the static on Brandon's call. My hand freezes over the keyboard. I stop breathing, straining to hear. It's not coming from an incoming call. The lines are all dead. It's just there, materializing out of the ether. Then, underneath the static, so faint I almost convince myself I'm imagining it, I hear it. Click. A pause. Click, click. It's distant, like it's coming from miles away, down a long, dark tunnel. My blood turns to ice water in my veins. No. Not again. It's memory. It has to be memory. An auditory hallucination triggered by stress and the familiar setting. But it doesn't stop. Click, click, click. It's getting louder. More distinct. Faster now, losing the slight hesitancy it had at first. Click, 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 click. It's the same rhythm I heard on the recording, the sound of something utterly alien and wrong. It's not memory. It's now. It's live, feeding directly into my ears through the headset. I check the console frantically, punching buttons, scanning the frequencies. Nothing. No open mics, no cross signals, no logical explanation. Just the empty line, the familiar static, and that impossible, growing clicking. Click, 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 click. It's filling my ears, a frantic, chitinous rhythm drilling into my skull. Panic claws its way up my throat. My heart is slamming against my ribs so hard it hurts. I should rip the headset off. I should run. But I'm frozen, transfixed by the sheer impossibility of it. And then it gets worse. Woven into the clicking, emerging from the static like a corpse rising from murky water, comes the laughter. That soft, wet, gurgling sound. No longer faint, no longer hiding. It's clear now. Chillingly clear. Right there in my ears, intimate and predatory. It's amused, somehow, bubbling with a horrific, liquid mirth. It's laughing at the clicking, laughing at the static, laughing at me. At my terror. Get out. My own voice is a strangled croak in the silent room, swallowed instantly by the oppressive quiet and the noise in my head. With a strangled cry, I rip the headset off my head and throw it onto the console, the plastic clattering loudly. My ears are ringing. I'm breathing hard, gasping for air, eyes darting around the dimly lit office. The silence rushes back in, heavy and absolute. For a second, there's nothing. just the pounding of my own blood. Maybe it was the headset. Malfunction. Feedback loop. Stress. But the silence doesn't last. Click. It's faint. And it's not coming from the headset anymore. It's coming from the corner of the room, near the filing cabinets where the shadows are deepest. Click, click. From the air vent above my head. Click, click, click. From the darkened window, reflecting only my own wide-eyed terror. The clicking is in the room. Soft at first, then louder, echoing from multiple points at once, surrounding me. A skittering, clicking nightmare manifesting out of the shadows. And then, the laughter joins it. Not through wires and speakers, but seemingly bleeding from the walls themselves. A wet, gurgling sound that slides over my skin like something cold and viscous. It's everywhere now. Behind me. Beside me. Inside my own head. This isn't real. It can't be real. My mind is fracturing, stress finally pushing me over the edge. But the sounds, they are so sharp, so present. The clicking is like fingernails tapping frantically on glass, just on the other side of reality. The laughter is a suffocating presence, thick with ancient malice. The air grows heavy, cold. The lights on the console flicker erratically. I stumble back, chair scraping loudly across the floor. My eyes dart towards the door, the only way out. My hand fumbles for the radio handset, a lifeline. I lift it, press the transmit button, my thumb slick with sweat. Dispatch to any unit, requesting immediate. The radio crackles violently. Not with a voice, but with that static. Brandon's static. And through it, amplified, deafening now, comes the clicking, faster and faster, a frantic, impossible barrage of sound. And the laughter. Oh God, the laughter. It pours out of the radio speaker, wet and triumphant, drowning out everything else. I drop the handset like it's burning hot. The sounds don't stop. They intensify. Clicking from the floor, the ceiling, the walls. Laughter echoing in the enclosed space, thick and suffocating. It feels like the room itself is chuckling, contracting around me. I can feel it now, a presence just beyond the edge of sight, lurking in the deepening shadows, heralded by the clicking, cloaked in that awful, what amusement. Whatever was with Brandon that night, whatever answered his call, it heard me listening. And now it's here. I back away further, stumbling against the wall. My eyes are fixed on the darkest corner of the room, where the shadows seem to coalesce, deepen, almost move. The clicking is right behind me now, sharp, distinct, like tiny, hard points tapping directly onto the back of my neck. The laughter swells, filling my ears, my head, the world. It's the last thing I hear. My name's Alex Johnson. It's not a name that'll turn heads or feature in any headlines, which suits me just fine. I'm what you might call a collector of lost things. Not in a grand, museum curator sense. More like a bottom feeder of forgotten histories. Old books with cracked spines and inscriptions to long-dead lovers, stacks of sepia-toned photographs capturing moments no one living remembers, tarnished lockets, single cufflinks, chipped porcelain dolls with vacant stares, the detritus of lives concluded, the things people leave behind when they move on, or pass on. My weekends are rituals of dust and discovery, spent trawling the sprawling tables of estate sales under the unforgiving Australian sun, or navigating the claustrophobic aisles of second-hand shops crammed floor to ceiling with the unwanted and the overlooked. There's a peculiar thrill in it, like sifting through sedimentary layers of time, finding a tangible piece of someone else's narrative. Sometimes it's poignant, sometimes mundane, occasionally unsettling. This particular hunt began a few months back on a blustery Saturday down near Somerton Beach, just outside Adelaide. There's a certain weight to the air around Somerton, a kind of historical melancholy that clings to the place, even decades after its most famous mystery. Maybe it was just the salt spray and the cries of the gulls, but I always feel a little watched there. The estate sale was in one of those older, slightly faded bungalows set back from the esplanade, the kind that smells faintly of lavender polish and mothballs. The usual assortment was laid out: sensible furniture, sensible china, sensible lives packed into cardboard boxes. But tucked away on a rickety bookshelf in a dim back room, crammed between Reader's Digest condensed volumes and outdated travel guides, was something that immediately snagged my attention. It was a book. A small, unassuming copy of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. What made me pause was its specificity. The binding was a faded burgundy cloth, slightly frayed at the corners, but the title wasn't just a standard Rubaiyat. The spine, in faint gold lettering, specified it as a particular New Zealand edition. Small, niche, definitely not something you'd expect to find casually lying around in an Adelaide Beach suburb. It looked old, properly old, the kind of old where the pages have yellowed to the color of weak tea and the binding glue smells faintly acidic. It felt like it hadn't been opened in decades, the cover slightly stiff, resisting my touch. There was no price tag on it. When I asked the weary-looking woman overseeing the sale, she just shrugged and said, "Oh, that old thing? $5. Sold." There was an odd lack of sentiment, almost a haste, in the way she took my money, barely looking at the book itself. I didn't think too much of it on the drive home, tossing it onto the passenger seat with a couple of other minor finds, a tin of old buttons, a framed print of ships that probably wasn't worth anything. It was only later that evening, back in the quiet solitude of my apartment, surrounded by my own curated collection of echoes, that I picked it up again. The air in my apartment always feels thick with unspoken stories, but holding this specific Rubaiyat felt different. There was a static charge to it, a low hum of significance that prickled the skin on my fingertips. I settled into my favorite armchair, the one perpetually draped in shadows regardless of the time of day, and carefully opened the book. The pages crackled softly, releasing the distinctive scent of aged paper and dust. I flipped through, admiring the typeset, the feel of the thick, slightly rough paper. Then, near the back, tucked loosely between the final quatrain and the end paper, I found it. It wasn't a bookmark. It looked like a page, or rather, a fragment of a page, that had been torn out from somewhere else. It was blank, brittle, and slightly smaller than the book's own pages. Odd, but not unheard of. People tuck things into books all the time. Recipes, notes, pressed flowers. But as I carefully lifted the fragment, something else caught my eye. It was the page behind where the fragment had rested. It wasn't ink, not exactly. It was indentations. Deep, clear impressions pressed into the paper, ghosts of letters written long ago on the missing page, the pressure of the pen or pencil transferring through. Someone had written heavily, urgently, on that now vanished sheet. Curiosity, The driving force of my peculiar hobby surged through me, sharp and insistent. This wasn't just a forgotten shopping list. This felt deliberate. I hesitated for only a moment. Grabbing a soft-leaded pencil from my desk, I gently laid the indented page flat. Using the side of the pencil lead, I began to lightly rub across the surface, the technique familiar from childhood brass rubbings. Slowly, like developing a photograph in a darkroom, faint shapes began to emerge from the blankness. Letters. Capital letters, stark and blocky against the yellow paper. They were jumbled, disordered, forming no discernible words or pattern at first glance. Marco babbed. Yowie. It tapped some. There were more, faint traces below, but these lines were the clearest, the most deeply impressed. My brow furrowed. It looked like a code. Random strings of letters. It tickled a memory, something filed away in the recesses of my mind, a connection I couldn't immediately place. It felt familiar, disturbingly so. Why would a nonsensical code be tucked away in an old New Zealand edition of the Roubaix it found near Somerton Beach? Then it hit me. The location. The book. The code. My fingers flew across my laptop keyboard, typing shaky words into the search bar, Roubaix hit code Adelaide. The results flooded the screen, stark and chilling. The Somerton Man. The enduring Australian mystery. The unidentified body found slumped against the seawall at Somerton Beach, December 1st, 1948. Dressed impeccably, labels cut from his clothing, no identification. The discovery, weeks later, of a tiny scrap of paper concealed in a hidden fob pocket of his trousers, bearing only the typed words "Tamam should." It meant it is ended or finished, the final phrase from the Roubaix hit of Omar Khayyam. Police launched a public appeal, eventually tracing the scrap to a specific, rare edition of the book, a copy handed in by a local man who found it tossed onto the back seat of his unlocked car around the time of the man's death. And in the back of that book, pencil markings. Faint lines of capital letters, believed to be a coded message. A code that, despite decades of scrutiny by amateur and professional cryptographers, including military intelligence, had never been deciphered. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I pulled up images of the original code found in the Somerton Man's Roubaix hit. My blood ran cold. The style of the letters, the block capitals, the approximate length of the lines, the indentations on my page looked terrifyingly similar. Not just similar, they looked identical to the photos online, the same strange jumble of letters staring back at me from my screen and from the page under my pencil rubbing. Marco babbed. Yowie. It tapped some. It was the Somerton Man's code. Could this be another copy connected to the case? A practice run? Or, the thought sent an electric shock down my spine, could this somehow be the copy? Unlikely. The original was supposedly found and held by police, but the New Zealand edition detail, maybe there was more than one significant copy? Maybe the found fragment wasn't torn from the book itself, but was the paper lent on while writing in the book. The possibilities spun wildly, blurring the lines of logic and plunging me headfirst into obsession. The next few days passed in a fugue state. Sleep became an afterthought, meals were forgotten. My apartment, usually a haven of quiet contemplation, transformed into a command center dedicated to cracking a 75-year-old enigma. The book lay open on my desk, radiating a palpable sense of cold importance. I scoured websites, forums, old newspaper archives, absorbing every detail of the Somerton Man case. I printed out the code, transcribed it endlessly, staring at the letters until they swam before my eyes. I tried every decryption method I could find. Substitution ciphers, checking letter frequencies against standard English, against other languages. I explored acrostics, trying to link the letters to the first words of lines or verses in the rubaiyat itself, a common theory, given the Tamamshud clue. I researched the nurse, Jessica Thompson, often referred to pseudonymously as Jestin, whose phone number was found penciled in the back of the original book and who seemed evasive when questioned, claiming she'd given a copy of the rubaiyat to a man named Alfred Boxall, who was found alive and well, still possessing his copy. I tried using her name, Boxall's name, dates related to the case, anything I could think of as a potential key. Nothing. The code remained stubbornly opaque, a locked door defying every key I threw at it. But it was worse than just being unsolved. It felt alive. Malevolent, almost. Sometimes, in the periphery of my vision, or when I glanced back after looking away, the letters seemed to subtly shift, to rearrange themselves before resolving back into the familiar, meaningless jumble. I blamed sleep deprivation, eye strain. But the feeling persisted. Once, staring intently at the second line, Mliawi, the letters seemed to shimmer, to momentarily coalesce into something chillingly coherent. I am alive. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and it was back to Mliawi, meaningless, mocking. Was I losing my mind? Amidst the prominent indentations of the code, I started to notice something else, something incredibly faint, almost missed. Below the main lines of the code, barely visible even under direct light, were the faintest impressions of numbers. A phone number. It was difficult to make out, pressed much more lightly than the code letters. It took me ages, tilting the page under a lamp, using a magnifying glass, to be sure. It wasn't the X3239 number linked to Jessica Thompson, the one widely reported in the case files. This was different. 7 digits. An old Adelaide number, judging by the format. My hand trembled as I wrote it down. Logic dictated it was probably defunct, disconnected decades ago. A dead end. But logic had deserted me days ago, replaced by the pull of the mystery, the cold grip of the book. On sheer, reckless impulse, I picked up my mobile phone and dialed the number. My breath caught in my throat. It connected. It rang. Once. Twice. Then, a distinct click, the sound of an old line engaging. Silence for a heartbeat. And then, a voice whispered, directly into my ear, bypassing the phone entirely, it seemed. It was a sound like dry leaves skittering across concrete, ancient and desiccated. It spoke only 2 words, words that echoed the mystery that had consumed me, words that froze the marrow in my bones. Tamamshud. The line went dead immediately, leaving only the dial tone humming in my ear. A profound, unnatural chill radiated outwards from the book on the desk, permeating the room, sinking into my skin. It was colder than any winter draft, an absolute absence of warmth. I physically recoiled, pushing my chair back, trying to shake off the icy dread that had settled over me. I stood up, needing to move, to escape the sudden, suffocating presence in the room. I glanced down, absently brushing at my jeans. And I froze. Utterly, completely frozen. sticking out, just barely visible from the tiny, useless fob pocket on my jeans, the one nobody ever uses, the one I certainly hadn't put anything into, was the corner of a tiny, tightly rolled up scrap of paper. Time seemed to stutter, then fracture. One moment, I was reeling from the disembodied whisper on the phone line. The next, my fingers were tracing the impossible outline of that tiny roll of paper nestled in my fob pocket. My blood turned to slush. I never used that pocket. It's a vestigial flap of denim, a sartorial appendix. I checked it reflexively sometimes when doing laundry, always finding it empty, a small void. Until now. How? The question hammered silently against my skull. Had it been planted? When? At the estate sale? By the woman who barely looked at me? Or had it materialized? The thought was insane, violating every rational principle I clung to, yet the physical reality of the paper was undeniable, rough and foreign against my trembling fingertips. With excruciating slowness, as if handling unstable ordnance, I coaxed the tightly wound scroll from the pocket. It was old paper, that much was clear, brittle, slightly rough, the color of old parchment. It felt contemporary with the Rubaiyat, sharing its aura of age and forgotten purpose. My breath hitched as I carefully unrolled it on the desk, weighting the curling ends down with a heavy glass paperweight and a Somerton Man case file I'd printed out. It wasn't code this time. No jumbled letters, no numbers. It was a single word, written in the same blocky capitals as the indentations in the book, looking like it had been scrawled with the same heavy pressure. One word, stark and terrifying in its implication, echoing the hallucination, or perhaps the clarification, I'd experienced earlier. Alive. Just that. Alive. My mind raced, trying to wrench meaning from it. Was it a message from the Somerton Man? A spectral declaration across the decades? Was it a threat? A statement about the book itself, or the entity that whispered through the phone? Was it connected to the shifting letters, the meowie that had seemed to warp into "I am alive"? Had I not been hallucinating after all? The words sat there on the fragile paper, mocking my attempts at logical interpretation. It felt less like a communication and more like a brand, seared into the narrative I had stumbled into. The discovery of the paper tipped me over an edge. The initial thrill of the historical puzzle, the academic curiosity, evaporated, replaced by a primal, gnawing fear. My apartment, once my sanctuary filled with the gentle ghosts of the past, now felt hostile, compromised. I started checking the locks obsessively, peering through the peephole before opening the door, jumping at every creak of the floorboards or groan of the plumbing. I felt watched, constantly. Not by human eyes, necessarily, but by something patient, ancient, and deeply connected to the burgundy cloth-bound book that now sat on my desk like a malignant artifact. The coldness emanating from it seemed to pulse, sometimes receding to a mere background chill, other times intensifying until my teeth chattered and goosebumps prickled my arms, even in the warmth of the room. Sleep offered no escape. When exhaustion finally claimed me, my dreams were a chaotic reel of gray, windswept beaches, indecipherable letters twisting like serpents, and the dry, sibilant whisper of Tamam should echoing from just behind my ear. I'd wake up gasping, heart pounding, the single word alive burning behind my eyelids. My research became frantic, desperate. I wasn't just trying to solve a historical mystery anymore. I was trying to understand what had latched onto me. I dug deeper into the specifics of the New Zealand edition of the Rubaiyat. Were there other known copies linked to strange occurrences? Information was scarce, fragmented. It was a limited run by a small Auckland publisher in the 1930s. No glaring anomalies reported, but archives were incomplete, records lost to time. I tried tracing the provenance of my copy, contacting the company that handled the estate sale. They were oddly obstructive. The woman I spoke to claimed they kept minimal records of individual items, especially low-value ones like old books. She didn't recall the specific house sale near Somerton Beach clearly. They did so many, and suggested the previous owners likely moved interstate or passed away, leaving no relatives. It felt like hitting a series of softly closing doors, each encounter leaving me with a stronger sense of deliberate obfuscation. The book itself seemed to resist documentation. I tried photographing the indented page again, hoping better light or a different angle might reveal more. When I compared the new photos to the initial pencil rubbing in my earlier pictures, there were subtle, undeniable differences. Letters seemed slightly thicker or thinner, the spacing minutely altered. The second line, Meowie, sometimes looked distinctly more like the chilling "I am alive," depending on the light and angle, as if the underlying impression was fluid, unstable. One evening, trying to meticulously transcribe the code onto fresh paper, my hand seized with an agonizing cramp as I reached the second line, forcing me to drop the pen. The faint, almost subliminal vibration I sometimes felt when touching the cover seemed stronger now, a low thrum of contained energy. It wasn't just an object, it was a vessel. And it felt like it was aware of my attention. What about the phone number? The one that had yielded the whisper? I tried calling it again, multiple times over the next few days. It never rang. Each time, I got an immediate dead tone, that flat, final sound of absolute disconnection. It was more unnerving than a standard number unobtainable message. It felt like the line hadn't just been disconnected, it had been erased. My online research into its history yielded frustratingly little. Records from that era were patchy. One database suggested the number prefix might have been allocated to a government exchange near the Adelaide CBD, possibly linked to Defense Department buildings demolished in the 1970s. Another, more dubious source on an obscure forum claimed numbers like that were sometimes used by short-lived special projects operating out of temporary facilities, sanatoriums, repurposed warehouses during the early Cold War. Whispers of espionage, the recurring, shadowy theme woven through the Somerton Man theories, seemed to cling to this dead phone line. The feeling of being watched intensified, bleeding out from the confines of my apartment. I attempted to share my findings, anonymously, on a secure cryptology forum, carefully detailing the book, the code similarities, the phone call, omitting only the inexplicable paper. I hit submit. The post seemed to appear for a second, then vanished. An error message flashed, invalid submission. I tried again. Same result. It felt like automated censorship, but faster, more targeted. A few days later, standing in my window, looking down at the street, I saw him. A figure standing across the road, partially obscured by a tree, just watching my building. Not looking at a phone, not waiting for anyone, just standing, unnaturally still. He was too far away to make out features, just a silhouette in a nondescript coat, but something about his posture felt wrong, predatory. When I leaned forward, trying to get a better look, he simply turned and walked away, melting into the sparse pedestrian traffic with an unnerving fluidity. He didn't look back. The final illusion of control shattered late one night. The air in the apartment was thick with the book's icy aura. I hadn't slept properly in what felt like weeks. Nightmares and paranoia bled into waking hours. I was pacing, rubbing my temples, trying to force some rational explanation, when my gaze fell upon the windowsill. Sitting there, placed neatly parallel to the frame, was a cigarette butt. It wasn't mine. I don't smoke. It was an old style, unfiltered, with a brand name I dimly recognized from the Somerton Man case files, Kensitas. The exact brand, notoriously expensive and unusual for Australia at the time, that detectives had noted finding near the body on Somerton Beach, although they couldn't definitively link them to the deceased. It hadn't been there an hour ago. The window was closed, locked. There was no rational way for it to be there. As I stared at it, the small, mundane object radiating sheer impossibility, the cold in the room coalesced. It dropped several degrees in seconds. And then I heard it again. Not from the phone this time. It was closer. Right beside me. The same dry, ancient whisper, seeming to emanate from the very air around the rubaiyat lying open on the desk. It wasn't Tamamshud this time. It was softer, almost conversational, yet filled with an ancient malice. Not finished. In that moment, the horrifying truth crystallized. I wasn't an observer peering into a cold case. I wasn't a collector who'd found a curious artifact. I was involved. Somehow, inexplicably, I had become part of the pattern, a new variable in an equation that was decades old and still terrifyingly active. The mystery wasn't dead and buried in 1948. It was alive. And now, it seemed, it knew my name. The boundary between night and day blurred into a single, gray continuum of fear. Sleep was a forgotten luxury, replaced by jolting exhaustion and the ceaseless, low-level hum of dread emanating from the rubaiyat. The cigarette butt on the windowsill was the final punctuation mark on my sanity. It wasn't just a clue anymore. It was a calling card, a deliberate, impossible intrusion into my lockdown world. The whisper, not finished, echoed not just in the room, but inside my own skull. I was trapped, not just within the four walls of my apartment, but within a narrative that was actively rewriting itself around me, with me as an unwilling character. Passivity was no longer an option. Waiting to see what happened next felt like waiting for a tide to drown me. I had to act. I had to force a confrontation, even if I had no idea what that truly meant. But how? Destroying the book felt like swatting a wasp's nest, a violent, unpredictable act that could unleash something far worse. Returning it seemed futile, or would I even take it? The estate sale was a ghost, the organizers elusive. Fleeing felt like the most rational choice, but the appearance of the paper, the cigarette butt, these suggested that physical distance might be irrelevant. Whatever this was, it wasn't bound by conventional rules. No, the only path forward, terrifying as it was, seemed to be engagement. I had stumbled upon the pieces, the book, the code, the whisper, the word alive. Maybe they weren't just clues to a historical event. Maybe they were components of a ritual, parts of a lock waiting for the right key in the right place. Understanding wasn't just for solving the past anymore. It was about surviving the present. And the source, the epicenter of this whole chilling affair, was Somerton Beach. A grim resolve settled over me, cold and heavy as the book itself. I gathered the items, the faded burgundy rubaiyat, the pencil rubbing of the code, the brittle scrap of paper bearing the stark word alive. Handling them sent shivers down my spine, a mixture of revulsion and compelled fascination. I placed them carefully in a canvas bag. My plan, such as it was, felt born more of desperation than strategy. Go to Somerton Beach at dusk, near the spot where the unidentified man was found slumped against the seawall 70-odd years ago. Bring the elements together. See what happened. It was madness, akin to poking a sleeping leviathan, but the alternative, waiting for the unseen forces to escalate further within the confines of my home, felt infinitely worse. The drive to the coast was surreal. Familiar streets seemed warped, imbued with a quiet menace. Every flickering streetlight, every rustle of wind-blown leaves against the car window, seemed like a potential omen. On a normally busy intersection, all the traffic lights turned red simultaneously, holding me there for an unnervingly long moment in a pocket of enforced silence. Glancing towards a bus stop I passed, I saw him again, the indistinct figure in the nondescript coat, standing unnaturally still, head turned slightly towards my passing car before melting back into the urban camouflage. Was it the same person? Or just my frayed nerves painting patterns onto strangers? The air grew heavier, colder, thick with the scent of salt and something else, something ancient and expectant, as I approached the coast. Somerton Beach at dusk was bleakly beautiful and utterly desolate. The sky was a canvas of bruised purples and fading oranges bleeding into gray. The waves hissed against the sand, a relentless, rhythmic sigh. The wind whipped strands of hair across my face, carrying a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air and everything to do with the spot I was approaching. I walked towards the section of seawall mentioned in the old police reports, the place where history, mystery, and tragedy converged. The few dog walkers and strolling couples seemed miles away, phantoms on the periphery of my isolated reality. Reaching the approximate spot, I stopped. The weight of the past felt crushing here, a tangible presence. With trembling hands, I took the items from my bag. I laid the pencil rubbing of the coat on the cold concrete of the low sea wall. Beside it, I placed the fragile paper with its single, capitalized word, alive. Finally, I opened the rubaiyat, its pages fluttering weakly in the wind. The air grew still. The ceaseless sound of the waves seemed to recede, muffled, as if the world was holding its breath. Taking a deep, ragged breath, I pulled out my phone. One last time. I dialed the number, the faint sequence of digits etched into my memory. As expected, the dead, flat tone answered immediately. No whisper this time. Just silence. Then, steeling myself, I looked at the rubbing and read the code aloud, my voice thin and reedy against the vastness of the beach and the sea. Orko babbed. Mliawi. Itapsum. The moment the last letter left my lips, the wind died completely. An unnatural calm descended. I held up the scrap of paper. Alive, I whispered, the word feeling alien and powerful on my tongue. There was no spectral figure, no booming voice from the heavens. Instead, something infinitely more terrifying happened. Understanding flooded my mind. It wasn't a thought process, it was a download, an infusion of cold, sharp knowledge directly into my consciousness. Images, feelings, concepts, none of them mine. The code wasn't a substitution cipher, not an acrostic, not a message from someone in the traditional sense. It was a key, a sequence, an algorithm for persistence, for transference. A way to imprint a consciousness, or the dregs of one, onto something or someone else. Alive wasn't a statement about the Somerton man. It was an instruction, the trigger, the final affirmation needed to complete the circuit. The Somerton man hadn't just died, he had been a vessel, perhaps one of many, in a desperate, ongoing cycle of attempted continuation. Jessica Thompson, the nurse, perhaps she wasn't just an evasive witness, but a guardian of the process, or a failed participant herself. The whisper, "Taman should," wasn't the voice of the dead, it was the mocking counterpoint, the ending this process perpetually fought against. And the second whisper, "Not finished," that was the process itself, asserting its ongoing nature. This wasn't about Cold War spies or hidden identities in the way the newspapers theorized. This was older, stranger. A desperate, arcane clinging to existence, a refusal to accept the end. The cost, the method, the implications, they washed over me in a chilling wave of comprehension that felt utterly alien, yet terrifyingly intimate. The profound cold I had felt emanating from the book wasn't just an external chill anymore. It was seeping into me, integrating with my own warmth, changing me from the inside out. The flood of alien knowledge receded, leaving me shivering violently on the darkening beach, yet paradoxically calm. The gnawing fear had been replaced by a vast, hollow emptiness, a sense of inevitability. I looked down at the rubaiyat in my hands. It no longer felt like a separate object. The cold was gone, replaced by a neutral familiarity, like rediscovering a lost part of oneself. Slowly, I stood up. I gathered the papers, tucking them back into the book. Then, I turned. Not back towards the road, towards the lights and the remnants of my old life. I turned towards the sea, towards the deepening twilight swallowing the horizon. I started walking, slowly, deliberately, towards the water's edge, the damp sand cool beneath my feet. The rhythmic hiss of the waves sounded like a welcome. Alex Johnson was reported missing by their landlord several weeks later. Their apartment was found unlocked, undisturbed, save for scattered research notes on the Somerton man case covering the desk. The specific New Zealand edition of the rubaiyat was gone. Police investigations yielded no leads. Months passed. Then, in a dusty second-hand bookshop in Melbourne, nestled between forgotten biographies, a small, burgundy cloth-bound copy of the rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam appeared. A specific New Zealand edition. It looked like it hadn't been opened in decades, waiting patiently for the next collector, the next curious soul. Waiting for the cycle to continue. Inside the back cover, almost too faint to see, below the ghost impressions of block capital letters, a new, barely perceptible whisper of graphite seemed to have joined the old marks. It simply read, "Not yet." My name's Sarah Chen. If you ever pictured the kind of person who ends up working the graveyard shift surrounded by dead trees and fading ink, you probably wouldn't be far off imagining me. 5 nights a week, I inhabit the hushed, climate-controlled tomb of the San Francisco Chronicle's archives. It's not glamorous. Mostly, it's me, the low, persistent hum of the digitization scanners, the ghostly glow of the microfilm readers, and enough lukewarm coffee to float a small battleship. The air always smells faintly of decaying paper, dust, and something vaguely acidic, the scent of history slowly dissolving. You get used to it, the quiet solitude. Some nights, it's almost peaceful, like being the last person awake in the world, entrusted with the city's forgotten memories. Other nights, especially when the fog rolls in thick off the bay and presses against the basement windows. The silence feels heavier, charged with the weight of all the stories filed away down here. Tragedies, scandals, unsolved mysteries, lives lived and ended, all reduced to brittle paper and flickering images on a screen. My main task is digitizing old microfilm reels, turning fragile, yellowing newspaper pages into searchable data. It's meticulous, painstaking work. Page after page of grainy text and photos, advertisements for products nobody remembers, headlines shouting about events that now feel like ancient history. You see names flare up briefly in scandals or triumphs, then vanish. You trace the rise and fall of neighborhoods, the shifting moods of the city. Usually, it's monotonous enough to make your eyelids feel like lead weights by 3 a.m. But sometimes, you stumble across something that reminds you these aren't just records. They're fragments of real lives, real traumas. Last week started like any other. Fueled by caffeine and the slightly melancholic drone of the ventilation system, I was working my way through a backlog of unprocessed materials, stuff that had somehow missed the standard cataloging decades ago. This particular batch was a collection of cardboard boxes labeled simply correspondence, unfiled, late 60s/early 70s. It was a chaotic jumble, reader complaints, letters to the editor that never ran, inter-office memos, tips from cranks, junk mail addressed to reporters long dead or retired. It was the kind of box you could lose yourself in, a time capsule of unfiltered public opinion and newsroom ephemera. Mostly, it was dull, arguments about zoning laws, praise for a columnist's recent piece, angry denials from local politicians. I was about 3 boxes deep, sometime around 2 a.m. on Wednesday, when my fingers brushed against something different. Not the standard office stationery or stiff newsprint, but a cheap, flimsy envelope. The kind you buy in bulk at a 5-and-dime store. It was slightly yellowed, addressed in sloppy, uneven typing to simply editor, SF Chronicle. No specific person named. The postmark was faded but legible, San Francisco, California, October. I squinted, looked like 69. 1969. The height of, well, a lot of things. But one name immediately snagged in the back of my mind. My heart gave a weird little lurch, a flutter of unwelcome recognition. Still, it was probably nothing. Crank mail was common, especially back then. I slit the envelope open carefully with a standard letter opener, trying not to damage the brittle paper further. Inside was a single sheet of equally cheap, thin typing paper, folded crudely in thirds. The typing was even worse than on the envelope, letters punched unevenly, some too faint, some struck so hard they almost tore through the page. The spacing was erratic, words jammed together or floating islands in a sea of white space. And the tone. It wasn't like the Zodiac letters that had made the Chronicle, and the whole Bay Area hold its breath in terror. Those were boastful, taunting, filled with a chillingly articulate menace and demands for publication. This was different. It felt cruder. Angrier, yes, but also petulant, almost childish. Full of basic spelling errors, police for police, terrible for terrible, kill with 3 LS. It rambled incoherently about being ignored, about needing to show them, about how everyone would be sorry. It didn't have the same chilling grandiosity as the published letters. It felt more like a desperate, almost pathetic, cry for attention, laced with venom. Then I saw the drawing at the bottom half of the page. Below the messy block of text, someone had drawn a picture with a simple black pen. It was rudimentary, almost like a child's drawing. A thick, unevenly drawn tree with sparse branches stood on one side. Beneath it, a stick figure. Just lines for arms and legs, a circle for a head. No features. And hovering directly over the stick figure's head, drawn with slightly more care, was the symbol. The circle with the crosshairs through it. The zodiac symbol, circle plus. Seeing it there, scrawled on this cheap paper, linked to this incoherent rant, sent a genuine chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the archive's regulated temperature. But there was something else, tucked away at the very bottom of the page, beneath the drawing and the symbol. A short string of letters, typed in the same messy fashion. MLSVZMWRMVGSV URIGIVV ZUGVGSVHGLNVH. A cipher. My first thought was, no way. The Zodiac ciphers, especially the infamous 340-character one, were notoriously complex, baffling experts for decades. This looked short. Simple. Too simple? Curiosity overriding the unease for a moment, I grabbed a scrap piece of paper. This wasn't the Z340. It looked like a basic substitution cipher, maybe even a Caesar cipher or something similar. Given the childish tone and misspellings in the letter, complexity seemed unlikely. I started with frequency analysis. V appeared most often. In English, E is the most common letter. What if V equals E? Then G was also very frequent. Maybe G equals T? H could be H or A, S could be S. I plugged in a few common substitutions. NL became NO. SV became southeast, CMW became end. ORMV became line. It clicked into place surprisingly fast. It was a simple substitution, a bash cipher, A equals C, B equals Y, etc., or something very close. Within maybe 10-15 minutes, hunched over under the green-shaded desk lamp, I had it deciphered. Noe and 9, the first tree after the stones. Coordinates. Not numerical latitude and longitude, but descriptive. Vague, yet specific enough to potentially pinpoint a location. Noe and 9? North, west, and 9? A street intersection? No, that didn't feel right. Maybe it was a local landmark code? Or maybe it referred to degrees. North by west, 9 degrees? Or just arbitrary markers? The first tree after the stones. What stones? Where? Driven by a weird mix of archival diligence and morbid fascination, I opened Google Maps on my workstation. The Chronicle building is downtown, but the Zodiac's known activity, the letters, the atmosphere, it always felt linked to the wider Bay Area, the parks, the lonely places. Or would stones and trees be prominent? Golden Gate Park was the obvious first thought. It's huge, full of trails, monuments, hidden spots. There are numerous rock formations, old stone bridges, path markers. I started panning across the satellite view, focusing on areas near water, areas that felt slightly more remote. Stowe Lake. Strawberry Hill. The Japanese tea garden has stones, but first tree after felt more natural, less landscaped. I zoomed in on the area around Stowe Lake, a place known for its paths, its island, its slightly eerie quietness at times. I virtually wandered the trails, looking for prominent stone features near pathways. And then I saw it, on the satellite view, near the western edge of the lake loop, a small cluster of rocks, almost like natural landscaping or perhaps remnants of an older path marker, right beside the main trail. And just after that cluster, heading northwest along the path, was a distinct, large tree standing slightly apart from its neighbors. The first tree after the stones. It matched. Tentatively, I dropped a pin. The coordinates weren't a specific numerical point, but the description led, with a bit of interpretation, to a tangible spot. A remote feeling patch of green within the fastness of Golden Gate Park. Just trees, grass, a walking trail nearby, the lake visible through the foliage. Nothing inherently sinister on a map. But it felt off. Why this spot? Why encoded in such a simple cipher? Why was this letter, with its different tone and specific, locational clue, never published, never even seemingly filed properly? Was it intercepted? Dismissed? Lost? I showed the letter and my rudimentary decryption to my supervisor, Dave, when he came in for the morning shift handover. He glanced at it, raised an eyebrow at the symbol, read my notes. He shrugged, running a hand through his thinning hair. Huh. Weird. Probably just another Zodiac nut job, Sarah. We got tons of M back then, people sending in fake letters, confessions, theories. Explains why it was in the unfiled box. Someone probably opened it, saw the symbol, maybe couldn't crack the code easily or just figured it was garbage, and tossed it on the deal with later pile, which became the never deal with pile. He handed it back. Just document it, scan it like the rest. Note the cipher solution. But don't lose sleep over it. It's history. He was probably right. It was the most logical explanation. Just another piece of strange, unsettling history unearthed from the archives. Another crank letter, maybe slightly more elaborate than most. I scanned the envelope, the letter, the drawing, my notes on the cipher. I carefully placed the original back in an acid-free folder, labeled it, and put it with the other materials for proper archiving. File it away. Forget it. But I couldn't quite shake the image of that stick figure under the tree, the crosshairs centered on its head. Or the feeling of that specific spot in Golden Gate Park, now marked on my mental map. It felt like a loose thread, snagged on something sharp in the present. Just history, Dave had said. But history has a way of echoing, doesn't it? And sometimes, those echoes sound disturbingly close. The hum of the machines seemed a little louder that night as I finished my shift, the shadows in the corners of the archive basement a little deeper. The rest of that week passed in a haze of forced normalcy. I tried to bury the unease under the weight of routine, focusing on the endless scroll of microfilm, the precise alignment needed for the scanners, the familiar rhythm of the night shift. I told myself Dave was right. It was a historical curiosity, a footnote in a terrifying chapter of the city's past, accidentally unearthed. A crank, a disturbed individual writing rambling letters 60 years ago, nothing more. The chill I felt was just the archive's air conditioning, the lingering echo of a long-dead monster. I focused on the hum of the machines, the soft click of the keyboard, the rustle of old paper. Mundane sounds. Safe sounds. By Friday, I had almost convinced myself. Almost. Then came Monday morning. Routine dictated checking my work email before settling into the night's tasks. Mostly interoffice memos, system update alerts, the usual digital detritus. But one email stood out, sitting incongruously amongst the familiar subjects. It had no subject line, just blank. The sender address wasn't a name or a recognizable work ID, just a random jumble of numbers and letters, something like 8H3JD9F at protonmail.ch. Proton Mail. Encrypted, anonymous. My stomach tightened. I hesitated, finger hovering over the mouse. Probably sophisticated spam, phishing attempt. But I clicked it open anyway. The body of the email was as stark and empty as the subject line. Just white space, and floating in the center, a single, typed character. That was it. The symbol. The crosshair circle from the letter, from the zodiac. My breath caught in my throat. A cold wave washed over me, prickling my skin. Coincidence? Could it be? Some weird viral marketing, a glitch, targeted spam based on browse history. Had I Googled the zodiac symbol recently? Yes, probably. I forced myself to take a breath. It had to be spam. Weird, unsettling spam, but spam nonetheless. My hand trembled slightly as I clicked delete, then went into my deleted items folder and permanently removed it. I even emptied the trash folder. Gone. Erased. I tried to put it out of my mind, telling myself not to be paranoid, not to connect dots that weren't there. But the image of that symbol, stark and alone in the email, lingered behind my eyes. Tuesday night arrived, heavy and damp with fog outside. I tried to settle in, brew my coffee, line up the next microfilm reel. Check my email again, almost compulsively. And there it was. Another email. Same sender address, 8H3JD9F at protonmail.ch. Same blank subject line. My heart started hammering against my ribs. I knew what would be inside, but I had to look. I clicked it open. Again. Just the symbol. Cold, precise, menacing in its simplicity. This wasn't spam. This wasn't a coincidence. Twice, from the same anonymous, encrypted source, directly to my work email, days after I found that specific letter. The blood drained from my face. Someone knew. Someone knew I'd found the letter. But how? I hadn't taken it out of the archives. I'd only told Dave, and he dismissed it. Had someone seen me with it? Was there a camera I didn't know about in that section of the archives? Or was it someone at the Chronicle? The thought made me feel sick. The familiar, quiet hum of the archives suddenly felt different, charged with unseen observation. Every shadow seemed deeper, every distant noise a potential footstep. I jumped when the security guard did his rounds later that night, his friendly wave feeling intrusive. I spent the rest of the shift glancing over my shoulder, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. The stark image of the circle plus burned into my thoughts. I tried tracing the email address online, running searches, but hit dead ends. Proton Mail is designed for anonymity. There was no way to know who sent it or from where. Helplessness tasted bitter, metallic. Wednesday was worse. The dread had followed me home, made sleep patchy and filled with anxious dreams. Returning to the archives felt like walking into a trap. Around midnight, the phone on my desk buzzed, the internal line from the mailroom downstairs. "Sarah, got a package down here for you, Pete," the mail clerk said, his voice casual. "Small mailer. A package? For me?" My voice sounded thin, reedy. I rarely got personal mail at work, let alone packages. "Yeah," addressed Sarah Chen, SF Chronicle Archives. "No return address though. Wanna come grab it?" "Ah, yeah. Be right down." My hands felt clammy. No return address. Like the emails. Like the original letter, in a way. I walked through the quiet corridors, down the echoing stairwell to the brightly lit mailroom, the knot in my stomach tightening with every step. Pete slid the package across the counter. It was a small, flat, brown cardboard mailer, maybe 6 inches square. Cheap. The address label was typed. My name, the archive's address. And the typing, it looked familiar. Uneven pressure, slightly skewed letters. Chillingly similar to the typing on the Zodiac letter I'd found. My breath hitched. "Looks important," Pete chuckled, oblivious. "Or maybe just junk mail." "Yeah. Maybe," I managed, forcing a weak smile. I clutched the mailer, its thin cardboard cool against my sweaty palm, and retreated back to the relative isolation of the archives. I didn't open it immediately. I sat at my desk, staring at it, the hum of the scanner suddenly deafeningly loud. What was inside? Another letter? A threat? I finally took a deep breath and carefully tore open the mailer's flap. Inside, nestled against the cardboard, was a single photograph. An old Polaroid. The colors were slightly faded, muted, with that distinct off-white border. My heart sank as recognition hit me like a physical blow. It was the spot. The exact spot in Golden Gate Park near Stowe Lake, the one indicated by the coordinates in the letter. Noe 9, the first tree after the stones. The photo showed the small cluster of stones near the path, and behind them, the prominent tree, its branches stark against a gray, overcast sky. It was taken from the perspective of someone standing on the path, looking towards the tree. But it wasn't just a picture of the location. My eyes zeroed in on the trunk of the main tree in the photograph. Carved into the bark, rough but unmistakable, was the symbol, circle plus. It wasn't scratched onto the surface of the Polaroid itself. It was in the picture, part of the scene. And the carving looked fresh. The edges were sharp, the color lighter than the surrounding weathered bark. It looked like it had been done very recently. Someone had gone to that specific, obscure spot, the one only revealed in the unpublished letter I had found, and carved the Zodiac symbol into the tree. Then they had taken a picture, an old-style Polaroid picture, and mailed it directly to me. A wave of nausea washed over me. I felt dizzy, the archive spinning slightly around me. This was confirmation. Absolute, terrifying confirmation. The emails weren't random noise. They were signals. This photo was the message. I know you found the letter. I know you know the location. I've been there. I'm watching you. The air felt thick, hard to breathe. The silence of the archives pressed in, no longer peaceful, but suffocating. I felt utterly exposed, vulnerable. Who was doing this? Why? Was it some elaborate, sick prank by someone who somehow knew about the letter? Or was it something worse? Was the author of that crude letter somehow still active? Or a copycat? The questions hammered in my mind, each possibility more terrifying than the last. I couldn't stay here. Not tonight. I felt like the walls were closing in, the rows of shelved history whispering threats. I called Dave's voicemail, mumbling something about feeling suddenly ill, a migraine coming on. I practically ran out of the building, fumbling with my keys, my coat pulled tight around me. The fog-drenched San Francisco streets felt menacing, every shadow holding a potential watcher, every pair of headlights behind me a possible tail. I drove home in a state of near panic, the Polaroid tucked into my bag like a toxic artifact. I double-locked my apartment door, slid the chain across, drew all the curtains, shutting out the city lights. I sank onto my couch in the darkness, shaking. The image of that freshly carved symbol on the tree burned into my brain. The archive's echoes have followed me home. The history wasn't history anymore. It was here. Now. And it knew my name. Darkness pressed in. Not the comforting, sleep-inducing darkness of my bedroom, but the thick, suffocating darkness of fear. I sat huddled on my threadbare sofa, curtains drawn tight against the San Francisco night, the locks on my apartment door feeling laughably inadequate. Hours must have passed since I'd fled the Chronicle, the Polaroid photo lying face down on the coffee table like a venomous snake I didn't dare touch again, yet couldn't bear to destroy. My small apartment, usually a refuge from the city's noise and the archive's oppressive silence, now felt like a cage. Every creak of the old building's settling timbers was an intruder's footstep. Every distant siren, a warning meant for me. The foghorn's mournful groan from the base sounded like a lament for my sanity. My mind raced, a frantic hamster wheel of terror and disbelief. Who? Who was doing this? How did they know about the letter? The coordinates were only in that letter, the one buried in the unfiled boxes for half a century. Had Dave mentioned it to someone? No, he'd barely given it a second thought. Pete in the mailroom? He just handled the package. Could someone have bugged the archives? Placed a hidden camera aimed at that specific, forgotten corner where I worked? It seemed impossibly elaborate, yet chillingly plausible in the face of the Polaroid's existence. The typed address label, matching the letter's crude style, it felt like a deliberate breadcrumb, linking the past directly to this present torment. Or was it something older? Could someone connected to the original Zodiac, or the author of that specific angry letter, still be out there? Still nursing whatever grievance led them to draw that stick figure under the crosshairs? The rational part of my brain screamed no. It was too long ago. Decades had passed. People move on. People die. But the terrified part, the part currently making my heart pound against my ribs like a trapped bird, whispered, what if they didn't? What if finding that letter woke something up? I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to force logic onto the situation. A prank. It had to be a prank. Some cruel, twisted game orchestrated by someone with access and a sick sense of humor. Maybe a colleague I'd inadvertently slighted. Someone who knew I worked the archives, knew about the Zodiac connection to the Chronicle, and somehow found out about the letter discovery. Maybe Dave had casually mentioned the weird Zodiac letter to someone else. But the freshness of the carving in the Polaroid, that implied recent action, specific knowledge, and a willingness to go to that remote spot in the park. And the emails, the untraceable proton mail address, it felt too calculated, too menacing for a simple office prank. My throat was dry. I needed water, needed to move, to break the paralysis that had gripped me since I'd locked the door. But the thought of crossing the room, even in the darkness, felt dangerous, like exposing myself. The silence was a physical weight. I strained my ears, listening for any sound from the hallway outside my door. Footsteps? Breathing? Nothing but the faint hum of the refrigerator and the distant city sounds filtering through the walls. Eventually, a morbid curiosity, or perhaps just a desperate need to see something solid and real beyond the confines of my own fear, drew me towards the window. My apartment overlooks a moderately busy street, usually lined with parked cars, the occasional late-night walker, and directly across, a glass-paneled bus stop shelter. I crept towards the heavy curtains, my hand shaking as I pulled back just a tiny edge, peering through the gap. The fog was thicker now, swirling under the orange glow of the streetlights, making familiar shapes seem ghostly and distorted. The street was mostly empty, slick with dampness. My eyes scanned the parked cars, the doorways across the street, looking for anything out of place, anyone lingering. Then my gaze drifted to the bus stop shelter. Its glass panels were heavily fogged, opaque from the cold, damp air condensing on the surface. And then I saw it. My breath hitched, a strangled gasp escaping my lips. Drawn into the thick layer of condensation on the largest glass panel, the one facing my building directly, was the symbol. Circle Plus. It was huge, easily visible even from my window several stories up. Scrawled with a finger, the lines crude and streaky where the moisture had been wiped away. And it looked wet. Fresh. As if someone had been standing right there, on the sidewalk across the street, just moments before, and had deliberately traced that menacing circle and crosshairs onto the fogged glass. Positioned perfectly for me to see. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror crashed over me. It wasn't just emails anymore. It wasn't just a photo of a remote location. The threat wasn't confined to the archives or the park. It was here. Right outside my home. The watcher had stepped out of the shadows, out of the past, and was close enough to leave their mark where I couldn't possibly miss it. Close enough to see my window, to know I was inside. I stumbled back from the window, heart hammering so hard I felt dizzy. My legs felt weak, threatening to buckle. I leaned against the wall, gasping for air, the cold plaster a stark contrast to my burning skin. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I scrambled to check the door locks again, the deadbolt, the chain, knowing they were useless against someone this determined, this invasive. I risked another look, peeking through the barest crack in the curtains. The symbol was still there, stark against the fogged glass, a malevolent eye staring back at me. Was the person who drew it still nearby? Hiding in a darkened doorway? Sitting in one of the parked cars? Or had they simply left their message and vanished back into the fog, confident in the terror they'd inflicted? I scanned the street again, desperately searching the swirling mist and shadows. A figure turned a corner blocks away, just a random pedestrian? A car started up and pulled away from the curb. Coincidence? Or was it them? I was trapped. Utterly, terrifyingly trapped in my own home. Calling the police felt futile. What could I tell them that wouldn't sound like paranoid rambling? Someone found a 60-year-old maybe Zodiac letter in the archives where I work, sent me anonymous emails with the symbol, mailed me a Polaroid of a tree in the park with the symbol carved on it, and now someone drew the symbol in the condensation on the bus stop across the street. They think I was crazy, stressed out, imaginative. They wouldn't see the cold, deliberate chain of events, the escalating intimacy of the threat. The apartment was silent again, but it wasn't empty. Fear was a tangible presence now, breathing cold air onto the back of my neck. I stood frozen in the middle of my living room, listening. Listening for the scrape of a key in the lock that wasn't mine. Listening for a floorboard creaking just outside my door. Listening for the faintest whisper of breath in the hallway. The symbol burned behind my eyes, a promise of horrors yet to come, drawn not just on glass, but on the fragile surface of my reality. The echo from the archive had become a voice, and it was right outside my door. And I had no idea what it would say next.